Chapter 297. Seeing Eriko looking at him, the Onmyoji's expression quickly changed a few times. Then he bowed slightly to Eriko, got up and gave his seat to Eriko, then turned around and stood in front of another Onmyoji. The Onmyoji on the opposite side was a lot more tactful. He immediately bowed, got up, walked to the last seat of everyone, and sat down again. In this way, the seat exchange in the room was completed silently. If Don Ito was here, he might be able to chat with the white-haired Onmyoji and Miko in the front row and ask for some information. But this time, Eriko came here on behalf of the Ito family. So Eriko, who didn't know much about the leaders of the various families, naturally didn't want to talk to them rashly. Not only would it make others feel that the Ito family was not reserved, it would also be a loss of etiquette. In this way, Eriko also learned from the others. She crossed her hands in front of her lower abdomen and placed them on her thighs, her two thumbs facing each other, and fell silent. Sei Ito behind Eriko. After looking at the young Onmyoji and Miko a few times, he also learned from Eriko and fell silent. At this time, except for the slightly heavy breathing of the Onmyoji and Miko, there was no other sound in the room. Not long after Eriko and Sei Ito took their seats, Miko's voice came from outside the door again, and then several men and women came in to test the people in the room. This time, Eriko naturally joined in the test. Facing everyone's test, Sei Ito's footsteps paused slightly. Then he expressionlessly took a few people to choose a seat and sat down. And more than half an hour after he arrived, another 4 or 5 groups of people came in one after another. A total of more than 20 people crowded the originally empty room. At this moment, the originally tightly shut paper wooden sliding door was suddenly opened from the outside without any warning. Following that, a muscular man wearing a bright red Onmyoji hunter's uniform and holding a small folding fan that was the symbol of the ancient Japanese samurai. He wore a tall black hat on his head and had a muscular figure. The man, who looked to be in his 50s, walked into the room with a dignified face. He didn't even look at the others and went straight to the innermost seat of the room through the only empty path in the room. He pulled up his sleeves and knelt down. "Greetings, head steward Masaki." After the new man sat down, everyone in the room bowed to the ground. They shouted in unison, "Yes." The chief steward Masaki tapped the folding fan in his right hand on the palm of his left hand and said in a slightly heavy voice. Then, his gaze slowly swept over everyone in the room. He said, "You're all very good." Everyone in the room didn't say anything and quietly waited for the chief steward's words. "This time, there are 2 main reasons for calling you here." After a pause, Chief Steward Masaki said, "First, it's to help defend the capital, prevent the demons outside the barrier from attacking, and protect the safety of the royal family. The second is to select a few of you who are experienced and prudent to follow the people sent from the capital to the ISC palace and defend there, ensure the normal operation of the formation, and suppress the demons." Chief Steward. At this time, a middle-aged Onmyoji in his 30s bowed after the chief steward finished speaking and said, "May I ask if the demon you mentioned is the unknown existence that launched the soul attack during the day?" "Yes." The chief steward Masaki tapped his left palm with the folding fan in his hand and said lightly, "What kind of demon is that?" The man leaned forward, his hands on the ground. He still asked respectfully, "Regarding this question, I think many of you are very curious." The chief steward tapped his hand with the folding fan again and narrowed his eyes with a faint smile on his face and asked everyone present. "Yes." Most of them agreed. "AI, after the war, many Onmyoji inheritances were lost. No wonder you don't know." The chief steward Masaki sighed with a dim expression. He said, "More than 1,000 years ago, for some reason, Peeping Demon came from the Song dynasty, and it ravaged Japan for 3 years, eating countless people. During this time, no one could stop it, and it was reported to the great Onmyoji, Mr. Onpei Saimai. After Mr. Onpei heard the news, he quickly rushed to the place where the Peeping Demon was ravaging and fought with it for 2 days and nights before sealing it. This is the origin of that demon. Peeping Demon, I remember that it seems to be a kind of mythical creature that lives in Shaoxian Mountain. It's shaped like a cow, and its body is red. It has a human face, horse feet, and the voice it makes is like a baby. Say Ito heard the chief steward's explanation and thought to himself, that demon is that strong? It can actually fight with Mr. Onpei for 2 days and nights. A young Onmyoji, who looked to be in his 20s, said in surprise. Obviously, in his mind, the name Onpei Saimai was a symbol of strength, and a monster that could fight with him for 2 days and nights must be very powerful, at least comparable to the legendary nine-tailed fox. Don't be rude. The old Onmyoji in front of the speaking Onmyoji quickly whispered to the young man, and then he bowed his head to the ground and said respectfully, I'm very sorry, Chief Steward Masaki. It's fine. The Chief Steward Masaki tapped his palm with a folding fan and said lightly, Thank you, Chief Steward. That person bowed his head again and then continued to listen respectfully. Is there anything else you don't understand? The Chief Steward Masaki glanced at the Onmyoji and Miko in front of him and asked again. No, everyone said in unison. Good. I will now call out the names. Those whose names I call out will go with the Kyoto team to the ISE Grand Palace. As for those whose names I don't call out, after the meeting, go to the front hall and ask the master of the Pingon Palace for your defense area. The Chief Steward Masaki said. Yes. Everyone replied. Mishima Wataru, Ogata Hiroto, Kidajima Saikuro, Yagawa Kandu, Terashima Shintaro. The Chief Steward Masaki took out a piece of white paper and called out the names one by one. Every time he called out a name, Onmyoji would answer with a yes. Just like that, he called out more than 10 names before stopping. Seito discovered that the people who were called out were all male Onmyojis in the room, and they all looked very mature. Sure enough, they were chosen according to the phrase mature, and it wasn't fake at all. Come with me to see the person in charge of the Kyoto team. The Chief Steward Masaki shook his sleeves, stood up from his seat, and walked outside. Yes. The more than 10 Onmyojis hurriedly responded, and those who didn't have children or disciples immediately stood up and waited for the Chief Steward Masaki's footsteps, while those who had children or disciples quickly whispered a few words or looked for someone familiar in a room to take care of them, and then quickly got up and followed the Chief Steward Masaki out of the room. After the Chief Steward Masaki and several Onmyojis left, Eriko said to Seito behind her, Let's go. Yes. Seito responded and stood up with his hand on the ground and followed Eriko in front of him to the front hall of the Heian Palace. The two of them didn't walk slowly and soon arrived at the front hall of the Heian Palace and found the Chief Steward Masaki kneeling in the front hall. Sir, after seeing the Chief Steward, Eriko hurriedly took 2 steps forward and bowed in front of the Chief Steward Masaki. I am Ito Eriko of Tokyo's Ito clan, and I am here to inquire about the location of the Guardian District. Well, let me see. The Chief Steward Masaki had a kind smile on his face and said very calmly. Then he took a scroll from his leg, spread it out in front of him, and looked at it one by one. Here it is. Your Guardian District is in the Nishinokyo District. Take this to the Matsuo Grand Club there, and give it to the Chief Steward of the Matsuo Grand Club. The Chief Steward Masaki reached out to the left side of his body and picked up a bamboo stick with peace and a charm written on it, and handed it to Eriko as he said, Thank you very much. Eriko slightly leaned forward, took the bamboo stick with both hands, and thanked him, and then said goodbye. Then we will take our leave. Go. The Chief Steward Masaki nodded with a smile and waved his hand. Eriko once again bowed to the Chief Steward Masaki and left the front hall with Seito, passing by the members of other Shinto system who came to inquire about the Guardian District, and quickly walked out of the Heian Palace and headed toward the Nishinokyo District. After walking out of the Heian Palace, Seito smiled and said to Eriko, who was next to him, It seems that our luck is good. There's actually a shrine in the Guardian District, and it is a lot easier, and the accommodation is also settled. Indeed. Eriko also smiled and nodded. Then the two took the city bus to the Nishinokyo District and found the Matsuo Grand Club. After Eriko handed the bamboo stick in her hand to the chief steward Masaki, the chief steward Masaki warmly led her into the room and arranged a room for her to stay. Sigh, it seems that I was too optimistic. I didn't expect that in this Matsuo Grand Club. Except for the chief steward who has spiritual power, the other shamans are just ordinary people who are proficient in kendo and rituals. It is really too much to expect my mother and I to guard such a large area. In the room, Sei Ito complained to Eriko. Wait, maybe there are other people who are responsible for guarding the Nishinokyo district. Eriko comforted. I hope so. Sei Ito curled his lips and stretched out his limbs, lying on the ground. You. Looking at Sei Ito's appearance, Eriko helplessly smiled, and then sat cross-legged on the side to cultivate her spiritual power. Perhaps the god of wine worshipped in Matsuo Grand Shrine heard Ito Sei's complaint. About 10 minutes later, another Onmyoji and 2 shamans came to live in Matsuo Grand Shrine one after another. With the addition of Matsuo Grand Shrine's leader and Ito Sei and his mother, there were a total of 6 combatants. This has reached the basic composition of the defense of Nishinokyo. What's more, although these shamans were just ordinary people, with the support of the Onmyoji, they could be used as 1 or 2 combatants. Welcome! Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 298. In the middle of the night, the head of Matsuo Taisha, as the host, called out Sei Ito and his wife, as well as another Onmyoji and 2 shamans to have a meal together. They wanted to get to know each other so that they could get along well in the next few days. 5-9, come. Let me introduce you. During the banquet, Matsuo Yakusho, who was sitting on a main seat, pointed at Eriko and Mori Ito and said, "These 2 are Eriko Ito and her youngest son, Mori Ito from the Ito family in Tokyo. Nice to meet you." Eriko and Sei Ito bowed. This is Mr. Sasakawa Ryuei from Osaka Prefecture. The head of the Matsuo Society pointed at a middle-aged yin-yang master with a wretched face who was sitting on the left side of the short table. He was a little short compared to the head of the Matsuo Society, who was less than 7 meters tall. Although it was just a simple introduction, the fact that Matsuo Yakushi had arranged for him to sit on the left-hand side of the main seat showed that Matsuo Yakushi valued Yukawa Ryuei more than Eriko, the witch from Tokyo. Yukawa Ryuei glanced at Eriko from the corner of his eyes and nodded arrogantly as a form of greeting. Eriko and Sei Ito both frowned, but they didn't say anything in order not to spoil the atmosphere. Matsuo Taisha acted as if he didn't see anything and pointed at the 2 shamans sitting on the right side of Sasakawa Ryuei. They looked very similar, but they were of different ages. These 2 are Miko Takayama and Miko Takayama from Hyogo Prefecture. Nice to meet you. Eriko and Sei Ito bowed politely. Nice to meet you. Miko Takayama and her daughter bowed back. Sei Ito could tell from Miko Takayama and her daughter's behavior that they weren't confident in themselves. Or rather, they were not confident in their family's power. According to the philosophy of our shrine, there is no coincidence in this world, only inevitability. Therefore, the fact that all of you are able to gather at Matsuo Grand Shrine today must be because of the god of wine's blessing. Therefore, I hope that all of you can cooperate sincerely in the next few days and do your best to complete the defense of Shijing District, Sei Ito said as he raised the white porcelain wine cup in front of him. Everyone, please. Please. No matter what. Sei Ito's group of 5 picked up the wine cups in front of them. After gesturing to Matsuo Bro, he tilted his head back and drank it. After that, the guests who drank the opening wine were led by the eloquent Matsuo Society's leader. They chatted as they ate. However, most of the time, Matsuo Yakuza's topics revolved around Yukawa Ryuei. Only occasionally would he talk about Eriko and the other shamans. From this, one could see Matsuo Kaisha's attitude towards everyone. "Mom, I can't take it anymore," Yamashita Yuko whispered to Yamashita Ling with a red face during the meal. "Bear with it a little longer. It will be over soon." Yamashita Ling looked at her daughter with a pained expression as she whispered back. "Since the child can't take it anymore, let her go back to her room first." Because she didn't have a good impression of Yukawa Ryuei Eriko's conversation had always been with Yamashita Ling and her daughter. Therefore, she could easily hear their conversation clearly. But Yamashita Ling looked carefully at Matsuo Yakuza, who was happily chatting with Yukawa Ryue, and hesitated. It's okay. I don't think Matsuo Society's leader will mind such a small matter. Eriko comforted her with a smile. Then, okay. Yamashita Ling really cared about her daughter. After a moment of silence, she agreed. She turned her head and stroked Yamashita Yuko's cheek as she whispered, "Go back to your room first. I'll be back soon." Yamashita Yuko nodded in a daze and tried to get up from the ground with both hands. But under the influence of alcohol, she couldn't muster any strength and could only sit down again helplessly. "Ah-chung, bring Yuko back to her room," Eriko said to Sei Ito after seeing Yamashita Yuko's condition. "Okay," Sei Ito replied and walked to Yamashita Yuko's side. He reached out and grabbed her arm to help her up, but Yamashita Yuko's body couldn't muster any strength. She could only lean on Sei Ito's chest with a red face as he helped her out of the room. What are they doing? Matsuo Yakuza finally noticed the situation between Sei Ito and Yamashita Yuko and asked with some confusion. "My daughter can't handle alcohol and is already drunk. So I asked Miko Ito's son to bring my daughter back to her room," Yamashita Ling said before Eriko could speak. She was also worried that Matsuo Yakuza would have a problem with the Ito family. She even said that it was Eriko who asked Sei Ito to bring her daughter back to her room, that she asked Sei Ito to bring her daughter back to her room. "Oh," Matsuo Yakuza nodded and continued to talk with Yukawa Ryue. Yukawa Ryue's eyes flashed as he looked at Sei Ito and Yamashita Yuko with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. It was obvious that he had a problem with Sei Ito and Yamashita Yuko. His attitude towards Eriko and Yamashita Ling was also bad. Since Sei Ito and Yamashita Yuko left the room, Yukawa Ryue didn't give Sei Ito and Yamashita Yuko any face. The perceptive Eriko immediately noticed the change in Yukawa Ryue. She frowned and looked at him with disgust before ignoring him. However, in her mind, she warned Yukawa Ryue not to be courteous to this person and to be wary of him. On the other side, Yuko Yamashita was supported by Seiji Ito. They staggered back to the residence where Yuko Yamashita and Yuko Yamashita lived. Seiji Ito bent over and put Yuko Yamashita aside and let him lean against the wall. "Thank you." Yamashita Yuko's face was still red. She didn't know if it was because of the alcohol or the close contact with Sei Ito. "It's nothing." Sei Ito straightened up and waved his hand at Yamashita Yuko, who was leaning against the wall. He smiled and said, "You saved me the trouble of finding excuses." "Oh." Yamashita Yuko blinked her eyes in confusion and fell silent. "You rest. I'll go out for a walk." Sei Ito didn't want to stay any longer and cause any misunderstandings. Then, without waiting for Yamashita Yuko to say anything, he immediately turned and walked out of the room. He looked around and then walked toward the backyard not far away. Phew, comfortable. In the bathroom in the backyard, Sei Ito shook his body comfortably. He put away the tools he used to drain the water and walked back to the bedroom in the side yard. "Let go of me." Just as Sei Ito walked past Yamashita Yuko and her son's room, Yamashita Yuko's weak voice suddenly sounded. From her voice and tone, it was obvious that she was begging and scared. She must have encountered something that made her helpless. Sei Ito didn't waste any time and quickly walked to Yamashita Yuko's room. He opened the door and walked in. Then, he saw the onmyoji named Yuchuan Ryue lying on top of Gongzi's body. He buried his head in Gongzi's robe, which covered Gongzi's shoulders and waist, and licked Gongzi's collarbones. Yukawa Ryue was startled by the sudden sound of the door opening. He immediately stopped what he was doing and turned around. He looked at the person who interrupted him with a ferocious look in his eyes. When he saw that it was Sei Ito, he let go of Yamashita Yuko with a ferocious smile. He stood up and said, "So it's you, little bastard. I wanted to deal with you after I took down your mother. But since you're here, don't blame me for being rude. Looks like you really want to die." Hearing that, Sei Ito's eyes flashed fiercely. He looked at Yukawa Ryue and said calmly, "Huh, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me." Yukawa Ryue looked at Sei Ito with disdain and said, "You're just a kid from a family that relies on women. You're so useless. You don't even have any power. I really don't know what your mother was thinking. Why would she bring you to the capital to attend the court meeting? Is she afraid that people don't know that your family is weak?" Sei Ito was amused by Yukawa Ryuei's ignorance. But when he thought that Yukawa Ryue was about to die in his hands, he didn't want to explain. He just asked, "Are you ready? If you are, I'll send you to Sunta River." "Huh, come on then. I'll teach you what a real onmyoji is." Yukawa Ryue reached into his sleeve and took out a stack of paper talismans. "Idiot," Seito cursed in disdain. He exerted force on his feet and disappeared from Yukawa Ryuei's sight. When Yukawa Ryuei's pupils contracted, Seito suddenly appeared in front of Yukawa Ryue and grabbed his wrist. Crack! Yukawa Ryuei's wrist was twisted. The paper talisman in his hand fell from his open palm. Then, to prevent Yukawa Ryue from making any noise due to the pain, Seito punched Yukawa Ryuei's throat. Ugh! Yukawa Ryuei's eyes widened. He looked at Seito in fear. His left hand that was still intact tried to grab at Seito's throat as he screamed in pain. After a while, Yukawa Ryuei's windpipe was blocked by a broken bone. He suffocated in pain. "Well, you killed him?" Yukawa Ryuei's left hand slapped the ground weakly. Yukawa Ryue had put on her clothes again. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and grabbed the collar of her robe. "Yes," Seito admitted casually. "What should we do?" Yukawa Ryue looked at Seito expectantly and asked softly. Obviously, unconsciously, Yamashita Yuko regarded herself as Ito Sei's accomplice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked such a question, which was obviously a question of companionship. Seito knew what she meant. He smiled and comforted Yukawa Ryue. "Just don't tell anyone about what happened just now. You don't have to worry about anything else. I will take care of it. S." Chapter 299. Seito kicked Yukawa Ryuei's body on the ground and sneered. "You know, this is a special period. Deserting is enough to send him into the abyss. Besides, it's normal for a few onmyojas to die on the battlefield. He's just a member of a declining family. The big shots won't care about the life and death of a small fry." "Oh," Nife Yuko nodded and said seriously, "I won't tell anyone about what happened just now, even if my mother asks." "Then it's fine." Seito smiled and picked up the body on the ground. He walked outside and said, "This guy must have used some excuse to escape temporarily. If he doesn't come back for too long, Matsuo President will come out to find him. To avoid trouble, I'll get rid of this guy's body first." "Be careful," Yamashita Yuko said with concern. "Don't worry, it's fine." Seito waved his hand and disappeared from Yamashita Yuko's sight. "Seito." Yamashita Yuko looked down at her hands that were holding her collar and murmured with blushing cheeks. Yamashita Yuko is 21 or 22 years old, but she's still so innocent. Has her family always been living in the mountains? Ito-sei carried Yukawa Ryuei's body and leaped onto the roof of the Kanwei Taisha shrine. With a wave of his hand, he put the body into the Rubik's Cube world as nourishment. Somewhat speechless, he muttered to himself, "But forget it. How her family raised her has nothing to do with me. At worst, I'll just save her when she's in danger like this time." Seito then jumped off the roof on the other side. He returned to the room that Matsuo President had arranged for him and Eriko. After a while, Eriko, who reeked of alcohol, also returned to the room. "Is the banquet over?" Seito asked as he looked at Eriko, who was walking into the room. "Well, something happened, so we left early." Eriko walked to Seito and sat down. However, because she was in front of her family and there were no outsiders around, Eriko didn't kneel. Instead, he was sitting with his legs bent at his side. "What's wrong?" Seito pretended to be confused and asked. "Does Ah-chung really not know?" Eriko raised her head and looked at Seito with a faint smile. Seito stuttered and smiled awkwardly. "How did you know, Mother? Even though you've restrained your killing intent, you're still very powerful. But Yuchuan Ryuei's spirit is still in your fist, so how could I not know?" Eriko explained. Ito raised the fist that he had used to kill Yuchuan Ryuwei and placed it in front of his eyes. Indeed, he saw a trace of something that could only be seen with his spirit eye. It was a faint red spirit that looked like dandruff. At this moment, Eriko said with a serious face, "Pure Onmyoges are different from the people you've fought before. They more or less have some scattered spirit on their bodies. So in the future, when you kill a pure Onmyoges like Yuchuan Ryuwei, remember to use your own spirit to wash your body and remove the spirit that might be there. That way, you can minimize the risk of being exposed." She was indeed the legitimate successor of the demon exorcist family. As someone who had survived a great battle, the first thing she thought about when killing someone wasn't right or wrong, but how to remove the traces after killing someone. However, this also showed Eriko's tolerance and love for her child, and also how bad Yuchuan Ryuwei's character was. He believed that if it was someone with a better character, after he finished talking about his experience, Eriko would more or less ask Ito say the reason for killing people, instead of ignoring it as if nothing had happened. "I got it." Ito Sei followed the words and channeled the power in his body to his fist to wrap it. Sure enough, the light red spirit, peace, melted under his own power and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After that, he nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry about it. Have you cleaned up the body?" Eriko waited for Ito to clean up the traces of the murder. She asked. However, the content of this conversation didn't seem like a normal conversation between mother and son. Instead, it seemed more like a conversation between an assassin. "It's been cleaned up. I guarantee that no one will be able to find Yuchuan Ryuwei's body," Ito said confidently. "That's good, but you still have to be careful for the next 2 days. Once the leader of the Matsuo Society reports the disappearance of Yuchuan Ryuwei, you don't have to worry about it anymore," Eriko said. "Okay," Ito nodded. The next night was uneventful. Other than Yamashita Yuko, who couldn't sleep well, Ito and his mother, who didn't care about killing Yuchuan Ryuwei, as well as Yamashita Ling, who didn't know about it, had a good night's sleep. They were full of energy as they did their daily basic exercises in the dojo of the shrine. By the way, Miko-sama Ito, Yamashita Ling, looked for Eriko after she finished her morning basic exercises. "Didn't we agree that you can just call me Eriko?" Eriko interrupted Yamashita Ling and pretended to be unhappy. "Sorry, Eriko," Yamashita Ling said with an awkward smile. "That's right. Tell me, what's the matter?" Eriko asked with a smile. "It's like this, I want to know, how do we do the normal defense?" Yamashita Ling looked at Eriko with an embarrassed look. You don't know?" Eriko looked at Ito in surprise, then looked at Yamashita Ling and said, "Yes." Yamashita Ling's cheeks were slightly red as she whispered, "Since my father, the previous head of the Yamashita Shrine, passed away, our family has been completely supported by my husband. If it weren't for the previous support order from the shrine, it wouldn't have been my turn to bring my daughter out. So I really don't know how to deal with these things." Actually, it's not a big deal. Seeing Yamashita Ling's embarrassed expression, Eriko reached out and patted her on the shoulder. Smiling, she comforted her. "It's similar to the usual exorcism. It's just that the things needed in the battle will be arranged in advance in the form of protective enchantments on the important places given by the Divine Palace. As for the rest of the tasks, it's just like patrolling. There's not much to do." "I see." Yamashita Ling breathed a sigh of relief and said to herself. Then she bowed to Eriko and thanked her. "Thank you so much, Eriko." "You're welcome." Eriko reached out and helped Yamashita Ling up with a smile. "Well, I have a presumptuous request." Yamashita Ling didn't get up with Eriko's hand, but still said with a bow, "Tell me about it." Eriko didn't agree immediately, just because she had a good impression of Yamashita Ling. Instead, she decided to listen to her request first before considering whether to agree. "Well, I'm not worried about my own safety, but my daughter, Uezi, has never experienced a real battle except for the exorcism activities with my father when she was young. So I'm worried that I can't take care of my daughter in the battle because I'm not strong enough. So I want to arrange for my daughter to be with you and ask you to take care of her," Yamashita Ling said with a strong force and made a 90-degree bow to Eriko. She said in a serious tone, "So please, I don't think it's a good idea." Eriko reached out to help Yamashita Ling up, shook her head slightly, and said. After a pause, she continued to look at Yamashita Ling, who looked gloomy. "Have you ever considered Yuezi's feelings? Her mother is by her side, but she can't be there with her. What will she think at that time?" "Well," Yamashita Ling's face flashed a look of hesitation and said in a low voice, "So, if possible, take Yuezi with you and find a chance to let her really grow up. I think that's the best arrangement for her." Eriko looked at Yamashita Ling's eyes seriously and said, "After all, you can't protect Yuezi for a lifetime. What if one day you sacrifice yourself in the process of exorcising the devil? As the successor of the shrine, is Yuezi really capable of taking over the burden of the head and the mission of exorcising the devil?" Hearing Eriko's several rhetorical questions, Yamashita Ling's face was conflicted and she fell silent. In fact, Yamashita Ling had thought about what Eriko said, but out of a mother's love and protection for her child, Yamashita Ling always unconsciously thought that her daughter was too young to come into contact with the bloody world. So she put it off again and again until it finally led to Yamashita Yuezi's current situation. The child will eventually grow up. You can't always think about protecting her and not let her suffer the slightest harm. That may be possible in an ordinary family, but in a family like ours, it's not loving her, it's harming her," Eriko said in a heavy tone. "I understand." After a long while, Yamashita Ling's eyes flashed with a trace of firmness. She looked up at Eriko and said, "Thank you, Eriko. I know what to do. Well, if you have any difficulties, you can come to me. If I can help you, I will." Eriko smiled at Yamashita Ling. Even so, Eriko did not make a promise, but left some leeway for her. "Okay, then I'll take my leave first." Yamashita Ling nodded and bowed to Eriko. Then she turned and walked toward the room assigned to her and her son. "Mother, you look so cool just now." Seito gave Eriko a thumbs up as she turned around and teased her. Parents in the world are so pitiful. Eriko did not pay attention to Ito Mori's teasing. She sighed and said, "Fortunately, you have all grown up and become independent magicians. Even if something happens to me in the future, I can be at ease when I meet your father." "Mother," Seito called softly. "Well, let's go eat." Eriko shook her head slightly and smiled. Then she stepped forward and walked toward the dining hall of the Matsuo Grand Shrine. "Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 300. After the meal, Eriko asked Matsuo Taisha for some boundary talismans and other tools for setting up boundaries. Then, she left Matsuo Taisha with Sei Ito and began patrolling the Shijing district according to the map provided by Matsuo Taisha. "Mother, this is the place." In one of the scenic spots in Shijing district, Sei Ito stood in front of a stone lamp and compared it with the description on the map. Then, he turned to Eriko, who was carrying a dozen golden wood imperial staff and a thick boundary talisman on her wrist. "Where are the spirit points connected?" Eriko asked as she took down the imperial staff from her back. There, and here." Sei Ito pointed at a stone pier, an ancient tree, a green field, a row of barriers, and a trash can that was about 3 meters away from the stone lamp. "I see." Eriko nodded and handed 2 imperial staff and a stack of talismans to Seito. "Go over there. I'll take care of this." "Okay." Seito took the imperial staff and talismans, nodded, and walked toward the ancient tree. The distance of 3 meters was very short, just a few steps. A few seconds later, Ito Sei came to the target ancient tree. He reached out and patted the bark of the ancient tree. He jumped onto the branch and inserted the royal staff in his hand straight into the center of the ancient tree. He didn't stop until 2/3 of the length of the ancient tree was inserted. Seito threw the boundary talisman in his hand and quickly pasted it on the branches around the imperial staff. A burst of Sanskrit chanting came out of Ito Sei's mouth. Coupled with the constantly changing hand seals in his hands, he immediately activated the talismans in front of Ito Sei and the surrounding talismans. A faint golden light shone from Yu Zhang's body. It quickly covered the entire ancient tree. After 3 seconds, it completely melted into the ancient tree and seeped into the ground along the surface of the ancient tree like liquid. Done. Let's move on to the next one. Say Ito separated his hands, turned around, and jumped down from the ancient tree and walked towards another spiritual point barrier. After arriving there, Say Ito placed all the boundary talismans on Yu Zhang's body. The pillar that he stuck close to sank into the ground and was covered with soil again. Only then did he begin to chant an incantation to activate the imperial staff. A moment later, when Sei Ito sensed the spiritual energy gradually gathering under the ground, he knew that the imperial staff had been activated. Sei Ito decisively stopped his hand seals and walked towards Eriko. "Mother." Sei Ito walked to Eriko's side. He called out softly, "Are you done on your side?" Eriko released her hands from the seal and turned to look at Ito's Sei and asked, "I'm done." "Mother, you're done too." Sei Ito looked at the trash can and said, "Yes." Eriko reached out and moved the trash can back to its original position and nodded. Then she glanced around and said, "Let's begin." "Okay." Sei Ito nodded and turned around to stand in front of the stone lantern. Then he quickly formed a hand seal in front of him. At the same time, an obscure and unpleasant Sanskrit incantation came out of Sei Ito's mouth. In an instant, 5 small golden pillars of light emerged from the place where Sei Ito and Eriko had buried the imperial staff. They rose into the air and suddenly exploded into countless golden light spots, floating and filling the entire space. Then Sei Ito suddenly spat out the word "end." They quickly turned into a golden semicircular light screen and disappeared into the air. Let's go to the next place. Eriko waited for Sei Ito to return to her side and said. Then the two followed the map provided by Matsuo Taisha and set up the defenses in the Shijing district. However, Sei Ito and his mother were only 2 people after all. The number of magic tools they could carry was limited. Therefore, they used up all their magic tools after setting up 3 important defense points. They had no choice but to return to Matsuo Taisha to get their magic tools. When Sei Ito and his mother left Matsuo Taisha again, they were no longer alone. There were 3 witches who were responsible for carrying the magic tools following behind them. With the 3 witches who were responsible for carrying the magic tools, Sei Ito and his mother's speed in setting up the defenses became much faster. Finally, before sunset, they finished setting up the defenses assigned to them and walked back with the 3 witches in a relaxed manner. Nothing happened for the next half a day. Just as everyone changed their clothes and was ready to go to bed, the atrium bell in Matsuo Taisha suddenly rang. Sei Ito and Eriko looked at each other, quickly changed into casual clothes, picked up their long swords, and ran out. Everyone, after Sei Ito and his mother, Yamashita, and her son, and several ordinary witches who lived in the shrine all arrived, Matsuo Taisha, who was dressed in hunting clothes, said, "We have just received a report from Shungong that an unknown force is currently destroying the city's enchantment. Therefore, everyone should set out immediately and search for all suspicious people. If anyone resists, kill them on the spot." "Yes," everyone responded in unison. Then Eriko, Sei Ito, Yamashita Ling, and Yamashita Gong looked at each other, turned around, and walked out of Matsuo Taisha to start patrolling. On the way to patrol, Sei Ito came to Eriko's side and guessed in a low voice, "Mother, do you think the unknown force mentioned by Shun Gong is that organization?" "Probably." Eriko also didn't quite understand what was going on. "If it's really them, I will definitely teach them an unforgettable lesson," Sei Ito said fiercely. "Don't be impulsive. If it's really them, it depends on the situation." Eriko reminded, "I know what to do, Mother." Sei Ito nodded and said, "That Eriko," Yamashita Ling said at this time. "What's the matter, Ling?" Eriko slowed down and walked to Yamashita Ling's side and asked, "If we have a fight later, I hope Eriko can take care of my gong." Yamashita Ling turned her head and looked at the silent gong beside her and said, "Mother, Gongzi, who was at the foot of the mountain, immediately called out emotionally. I know. Eriko nodded and agreed. Thank you. Yamashita Ling said emotionally. Yamashita Ling knew that it was impossible to predict what would happen on the battlefield. No one knew what would happen in the next second. At this time, Eriko promising to take care of her daughter was such a precious promise. Suddenly, Sei Ito, who was walking in front, stopped and turned his head to look into the distance. What's the matter, Ah-chan? Eriko looked at Sei Ito and asked. Yamashita Ling and Yamashita Gong also looked at Sei Ito with puzzled eyes. There's a spiritual fluctuation there. Sei Ito pointed to the front right and said, Is that so? Eriko looked at the direction Sei Ito pointed and closed her eyes to sense it carefully. She could vaguely sense an obscure fluctuation there, but there was nothing else. Then she opened her eyes and looked at her son in surprise. She didn't expect her son's perception to be so strong. Since Ah-Chang said there's a spiritual fluctuation there, let's go and take a look. Eriko trusted Sei Ito's judgment and turned to Yamashita Ling and her son. Okay. Yamashita Ling and her son didn't have much of an opinion. Seeing that Eriko had decided, they agreed. Then the four of them turned around and followed Sei Ito to the place where the spiritual fluctuation was coming from. The four of them were not slow. After about 2 minutes, they were close to the place where the spiritual fluctuation was coming from. At this time, even the weakest of the four, Yamashita Gong, could clearly feel the violent fluctuation of spiritual droplets in the air. Bo, a soft sound suddenly sounded, and then a transparent barrier flickered in the air and shattered into spiritual droplets, completely disappearing into the air. Not good. The spiritual point was destroyed. Eriko's face changed, and she said anxiously. Then she exerted force on her feet and quickly rushed to the place of the incident. Behind her, after hearing Eriko's words, the three of them also knew that the situation was not good. They increased the force of their feet and quickly followed. Swoosh! Soon, the four of them appeared at the scene of the incident. At the scene of the incident, 3 men dressed differently were standing in front of a collapsed pavilion, talking and laughing. Yo, you're quite fast. Among the 3 of them, a young man who was less than 7 meters tall, with a well-proportioned body, wearing a white casual shirt, a pair of loose black pants, and a large iron chain as thick as a finger hanging on his right leg, said with a smile. His soft short hair was dyed blonde, and his skin was fair. He looked like a truant student. Who are you? Eriko asked. Who are we? Sa, do you know who we are? The student-looking young man turned his head and asked with a smile. He was 9 meters tall, had a burly figure, and was wearing a black suit. His skin was dark brown, and there was a scar on his face. I don't know. The scar man named Sa shook his head and said in a muffled voice. Yao, do you know? After receiving Sa's answer, the student-looking man asked another man who was wearing a Chinese-style Mandarin robe. He was about 8 meters tall, thin, and had a pale face. His exposed hands and neck were wrapped in bandages, and his long gray hair fluttered behind his back. If you don't know, how would I know? The man named Yao rolled his eyes and replied, Since you don't know, then there's no other way. The student-looking man shrugged helplessly and chuckled. These guys are too arrogant. Sei Ito frowned and said, Are you looking down on everyone? No, no, no. The student-looking man obviously heard Sei Ito's words. He turned his head to Sei Ito and shook his head slightly. He said with an innocent expression, I really don't know the answer to your question. Feather, stop fooling around. We still have a mission to do. If we drag it on for too long, our pay will be deducted. At this time, the tall man named Sa suddenly said, Oh, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Sorry. The student-looking man quickly apologized to Sa. Then, he turned to Ito, Sei, and the other 3 and said, Well, we are in a hurry. Can you guys go and die? Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 301. Psycho. Gongzi muttered under his breath. Since you said I'm a psycho, I'll start with you. Feather suddenly turned his head and looked at Yuko. His face was full of killing intent, as he said that. Then his body suddenly disappeared. Yuko! Yuko exclaimed. Gong Zi, who was at the foot of the mountain, was stunned. He was at a loss. Shua! Sei Ito's body suddenly appeared in front of Yuko. He raised his hand to block Feather's kick that suddenly appeared in front of him. The two's fists and feet collided and made a muffled pong sound. Oh, interesting. Feather looked at Sei Ito with interest. The front of his shoe suddenly popped out a small blade that was flashing with blue light. Feather suddenly increased the strength of his leg and continued to kick. Achong! Eriko called out worriedly. She was about to use an Iaido to force Feather back. Your opponent is me. Yao suddenly appeared in front of Eriko. She pressed her hand on the hilt of Eriko's sword and said with a faint smile, Then your opponent is me. Sa came to the front of Yuko, who was protecting Yuko, and said condescendingly. Sei Ito felt the blade closing in on him. His body quickly fell in the direction of the blade. He used one hand to support himself on the ground. He instantly did a karaoke pose and kicked the back of Feather's head. Pong! But Feather's reaction wasn't slow. He raised his hand to block Sei Ito's attack. Several cement nails suddenly appeared in his other hand and shot towards Sei Ito's face. Seeing this, Sei Ito used his palm to support himself on the ground. His body quickly retreated and dodged the cement nails shot by Feather. He turned around and stood on the ground again. I didn't expect to meet a young man like you in a decadent country like Japan. Feather looked up at Sei Ito, who was standing in the distance, and smiled. I didn't expect mercenaries like you to exist in this world. Sei Ito turned his wrist and looked at Feather. Did you deduce it from Sa's words? Very good observation and analytical skills. Feather praised. How about it? Do you want to join us? I'm not interested for the time being, Sei Ito said. In other words, are you interested in the future? Feather tilted his head. 2 iron balls the size of mothballs fell from his cuffs. Maybe, Sei Ito said. He stomped his feet and rushed in front of Feather. Both of his hands whizzed toward Feather with a gust of wind. Feather lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and nimbly jumped out of Sei Ito's attack range. The steel ball in his hand was then shot out. It turned into 2 streaks of black light and shot towards Sei Ito's eyes. Sei Ito quickly put his hands in front of his eyes. The moment his palms touched the steel balls, he activated alchemy and turned them into fine flying needles. Sei Ito shot them back. Looking at the fine needles flying toward him like cow hair, Feather's face changed. He shook his hand, and a thin stick the length of his forearm popped out from his cuffs. Then the thin stick immediately turned into a round wooden shield and blocked all of the flying needles shot by Sei Ito. At this time, Sei Ito had already arrived in front of Feather with the flying needles and punched the round wooden shield. But the scene of the wooden shield shattering didn't appear as Feather expected. Instead, a strong force passed through the wooden shield and into Feather's arm holding the shield and flew out from his elbow. Pa! The wooden shield that was unable to hold on because of the injury on his arm fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. What a good hitting a cow through a mountain. Feather, who couldn't use his right arm in a short time, quickly stepped back and looked at Ito Seiji expressionlessly and said coldly, Your item style also made me have a whole new level of respect for you, but I don't know how many more of these things you have. Sei Ito chased after Feather and joked. Oomph. Feather coldly snorted. Feather quickly put his left hand into his trouser pocket, and a dangerous aura instantly erupted from his body. Sei Ito's face changed, and he quickly stopped and dodged. The moment Sei Ito dodged, a violent explosion occurred at the place where Sei Ito was standing. A huge fireball and pink smoke instantly spread out. Bastard Feather, do you want to kill me and Caesar? Hearing the explosion, Yao, who was fighting with Eriko, quickly took a look and said in a flustered and exasperated manner, Sorry. Feather's voice sounded. At this moment, the pink smoke suddenly stopped after spreading to a certain extent. Then, as if it had a life of its own, it twisted and turned into something like a thin rope, like a snake curling in the air. Smoke snake, kill him. In the smoke, Feather's blurry figure ordered. In an instant, the pink smoke snake's body quickly rushed toward Seito. Seito, who didn't know what was going on, naturally didn't dare to recklessly touch this strange fellow and dodged. However, in the next moment, the place where Seito was standing a moment ago seemed to have been melted by the high temperature and turned into a puddle of black water, emitting a foul smell. "It's poison." Seito's expression suddenly changed as he said, "Ah." At this moment, Ling at the foot of the mountain suddenly screamed. "Ling!" Eriko pushed Yao away with her sword and jumped a step back to look at Ling at the foot of the mountain. Not far away, Ling at the foot of the mountain was kneeling on the ground with her entire right arm twisted into several pieces. She was using her left arm, which was still intact, to protect the bough behind her. She gritted her teeth and stared at Caesar, who still had a cold expression on his face. "Eriko, I'll leave the bough to you." Ling at the foot of the mountain heard Eriko's scream and said without turning her head, "Ling!" Eriko shouted and prepared to rush toward Ling at the foot of the mountain. However, Yao immediately rushed up and threw the bandage in her palm at Eriko. The thin bandage was thrown by Yao like a whip and instantly pierced the ground in front of Eriko's feet. Bang! The seemingly soft bandage immediately made a fist-sized dent in the ground. "Caesar, quickly deal with those two guys and come help me. This woman is a little troublesome," Yao said loudly to Caesar. "Okay," Sa replied in a muffled voice. He reached out and broke the left arm of the little Barbie doll in his left hand. Yamashita, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately let out a scream. Her left arm, which was originally in the air, fell down unnaturally. Apparently, it was broken just like the arm of the Barbie doll in Sa's hand. Mom. Yuko at the foot of the mountain clutched Ling's broken right arm with tears on her face. She cried and shouted, "Yuko, run!" Ling at the foot of the mountain looked at Yuko at the foot of the mountain and said weakly, "Mom, let's run together." Yuko said, "No, I've been cursed by that person. I can't run." Ling at the foot of the mountain looked at Caesar, who was reaching for the leg of the Barbie doll, and said anxiously, "Run. Don't worry about me. Run." "Ah." Ling at the foot of the mountain, who was kneeling on the ground, immediately turned 360 degrees uncontrollably and was thrown to the ground. The intense pain caused Ling at the foot of the mountain to let out another scream. "Mom!" Yuko at the foot of the mountain shouted. Then, she grabbed the pestle beside her and ran to Ling at the foot of the mountain. She stared at Caesar with tears on her face and started chanting, "Yuko, run." Ling at the foot of the mountain, who was lying on the ground, looked at her feet that were wearing finger sandals and shouted with difficulty. However, Yuko at the foot of the mountain did not seem to hear her and continued chanting. Caesar tilted his head. He looked at Yuko at the foot of the mountain in front of him and stopped destroying Ling at the foot of the mountain. Then, he walked towards Yuko at the foot of the mountain. Yuko. Ling at the foot of the mountain shouted herself hoarse. Just as Caesar was about to kill Yuko at the foot of the mountain, a black shadow suddenly appeared between Caesar and Yuko at the foot of the mountain. His hands were gently placed on Caesar's chest, and a gust of energy burst out from his palms. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sa's tall body was immediately thrown backward, smashing into another person who followed him. Ugh! The person who was hit let out a painful groan and shouted, "Caesar, get up quickly. You're on top of me. Ah Chung, bring Yuko and Yuko at the foot of the mountain and leave this place." Eriko at the side waved her hand and cut off a section of the bandage. She shouted to Ito, who appeared in front of Yuko at the foot of the mountain. "Got it." Ito replied. He went forward and knocked Yuko at the foot of the mountain, who was still chanting, and supported him. He bent down and picked up the cursed Barbie that Caesar had dropped on the ground. Then, he picked up Yuko at the foot of the mountain and quickly ran away. As for why Ito suddenly appeared between Caesar and Yuko at the foot of the mountain, it all started from just now. Facing the sudden appearance of the smoke snake, Ito's only idea was to use alchemy to trap it. However, the key problem was how to deal with the smoke snake's poison. If he couldn't get rid of the smoke snake's poison, he wouldn't be able to trap this monster. Therefore, After thinking for a moment, Ito decided to try his best to avoid the smoke snake's attack and focus on killing Feather. After making the decision, Ito followed Feather's example. He took out 4 baseball-sized metal balls from his clothes and threw them at the smoke snake while activating alchemy. After the 4 metal balls flew out, they immediately expanded and turned into 4 huge steel walls that fell vertically, blocking the path between the smoke snake and Ito. At this time, Ito, who had temporarily escaped from the smoke snake's attack, quickly rushed toward Feather, who was walking out of the dispersed smoke. Oomph! Feather snorted coldly. His left hand quickly touched his waist, and the thick iron chain hanging on his right leg appeared in his hand. He swung his arm toward Ito. Ito ducked and pressed his right hand on the ground. A stone spike suddenly emerged from under Feather's feet. Feather didn't panic when facing the sudden stone spike. He stepped on the tip of the stone spike and immediately jumped up. At the same time, the iron chain in his hand extended like rubber and swung towards Ito, who was squatting on the ground. Ito dodged to the side, and the iron chain hit the ground without any fancy moves, creating a deep crack in the ground. At this time, the smoke snake had also corroded a hole in the steel walls. It quickly drilled out of the hole and shot towards Ito's back like lightning. Sensing the danger behind him, Ito didn't stop moving. He jumped to the side again to avoid the attack. Then he found Sakura Yamashita, who was about to be killed by Sa. His eyes flashed, and he turned and rushed to Sakura Yamashita's position. Oomph, you can't escape. Feather, who had landed on the ground again, snorted coldly and chased after him with the smoke snake. Then, Ito rushed between Sa and Yamashita Longzi, knocked Sa away, and saved Longzi. Thank you, Yamashita Ling, who was in Ito's hand, said with difficulty. At this time, Eriko forced Yao away with her blade and quickly stood in front of Feather, Sa, and Yao. She stopped them from pursuing and was on high alert. Oh, are you going to fight 1 against 3? Feather looked at Eriko in front of him and teased with interest. Beside him, smoke snakes danced around like silk ribbons. This woman is very difficult to deal with. Don't be careless. Eriko's opponent, Yao, reminded. Is that so? Feather raised his eyebrows and said, no matter how difficult she is, she can't be as difficult as my smoke snake. Are you kidding? Your smoke snake is an undying monster. There's no comparison, Yao said in disbelief. Obviously, it didn't take Eriko, who was alone, seriously. Otherwise, they wouldn't talk about her so unscrupulously. Phew! At this time, Eriko, who was facing the 3 of them, suddenly let out a long breath. Then, the witch costume on her body suddenly swelled up. Then, Eriko's figure suddenly became blurry. At the same time, 5 or 6 blurry figures suddenly appeared around the 3 of them. 5 or 6 long swords that reflected the moonlight quickly slashed at the 3 of them. A clear shout came from the void. Moon dance. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, dozens of thin and long wounds appeared on Sa, Feather, and Yao's bodies. A large amount of blood spurted out as if it was free of charge, dyeing the ground around the 3 of them bright red. Bastard! Yao cried out in pain, and his hands immediately formed a seal. Dozens of bandages instantly shot out from Yao's collar, cuffs, pants, waist, and back. They fluttered and danced in the air, forming a huge cocoon, protecting the 3 of them. At the same time, a strange sound came from Feather's mouth. The smoke snake next to him immediately exploded into pink smoke, wrapping around the outside of the huge cocoon. Beastie, because it was too fast, Eriko didn't have time to stop in time. The long sword in her hand was immediately corroded into a puddle of stinky water by the pink smoke, dripping onto the ground. Tap, tap. Seeing this, Eriko, who knew that it was impossible to attack, immediately leaped out of the void. She looked at the huge pink cocoon in front of her, somewhat panting, and fell silent. After a moment, she threw away the rotten long sword in her hand and took out the Gantz saber from Bayan. She used her mind to control the blade to spring out and hold it by her side, ordering it to extend. In an instant, the blade pierced towards the huge cocoon wrapped in pink smoke. Chapter 302. When the Gant's blade pierced through the pink smoke, the sound of cold water being poured into hot oil or hot iron being poured into cold water could be heard. However, this time, it didn't corrode in smelly water like the long sword that Eriko had thrown away. Instead, it pierced through the rising white smoke towards the giant cocoon. Pooh! After that, the sword pierced through the corrosive pink smoke and pierced through the outer wall of the bandage, stabbing into the cocoon. Immediately after, the cursing voice of the man named Yao came out from the cocoon. Soon after, a layer of pale golden light appeared on the surface of the cocoon. In the blink of an eye, it blocked Eriko's blade, causing it to be unable to advance any further. Eriko tried to push it again and found that it couldn't go any further. She immediately moved one of her hands to the blade and drew a strange symbol on the blade. A silver-white light shot out from the symbol. The second Eriko's finger stopped and flowed towards the cocoon. However, the ability of the pink smoke was beyond Eriko's imagination. The silver-white light was unable to penetrate its obstruction. It was firmly blocked outside the smoke, unable to move an inch forward. Eriko frowned. Her finger was still on the blade as she chanted a passage of scripture. A moment later, following Eriko's clear cry, the silver-white light that almost covered the entire sword fiercely sprang up and burned on the sword like a flame. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When a silver-white flame came into contact with the pink smoke, a snake-like sound came from the smoke. At the same time, the silver-white light that had stopped moving forward once again wriggled into the pink smoke. Mother! Just when Eriko was in a deadlock with the pink smoke, Seito appeared beside Eriko and called out, "Where's Yamashita Ling and her son?" Eriko was still staring at the cocoon in front of her and asked without turning her head, "I've arranged for them to stay in a nearby house. They're temporarily out of danger," Seito said. Then he looked at the cocoon in front of him and asked, "Are those 3 guys in there?" "Yes." Eriko nodded. "Leave it to me," Seito said softly. Then he walked to a position about 1 meter away from the pink smoke and stood still. Then he clasped his hands in front of him and paused for a second before pressing them on the ground. A large blue and white electric light instantly flowed out of Ito-sei's palm, covering the ground around the giant cocoon in an instant. After that, the ground that was slightly trembling because of night peeking breaking free from the seal suddenly shook violently, and it was about 1 meter wide. A 2-meter tall, 20-centimeter thick mud slab slowly rose from the ground. Like an octopus grabbing something, it wrapped around the giant cocoon in the field, turning it into a giant orange made entirely of mud. Then, Seito straightened his body and swung his arms. 2 lines of yellow talisman paper flew out of Seito's sleeves and attached themselves to the huge ball of mud like ropes. When the talisman paper was almost completely attached, Seito turned his hands. They gathered in front of him and quickly formed hand seals. It took him a full 7 to 8 seconds to complete the knot. It should be known that in yin-yang magic, ordinary spells usually only required 1 to 2 hand seals. Some rare spells would require 4 to 5 hand seals. Only very few advanced spells would require more than 5 hand seals. In general, hand seals were very important in yin-yang master's training. Basically, every qualified yin-yang master would form hand seals in less than 2 seconds, let alone someone like Seito who had faster hand speed. So, it was easy to imagine how many hand seals Seito had formed in these 7 to 8 seconds. At the very least, there would be no less than 10. The power of a spell that required so many seals to activate was absolutely terrifying. Demon refining. At this time, Seito's hands suddenly stopped forming hand seals. He formed a strange seal and shouted at the huge ball of mud sealed by talisman paper. In an instant, the talisman paper on the ball of mud exploded with a dark red light, illuminating the ball of mud like a spark in the starry sky. Then, the layer of dark red light formed by the talisman paper flashed and turned into a large cluster of golden red flames that burned fiercely. What spell is this? When Seito said, "Leave it to me," Eriko, who had already left the battle, walked to Seito's side. She looked at the huge ball of mud that was burning brightly, but didn't feel the slightest bit of heat, and asked. According to the description of Taoist Samadhi True Fire, it is a variant spell developed by combining the demon refining method and yin-yang technique with the corpse refining and alchemy of Taoist sect. Seito, who was still forming hand seals and urging the power in his body to activate demon refining, explained, then roughly explained the theory of this spell to Eriko. I didn't expect you to have reached this level. Hearing Seito's explanation, Eriko said with emotion. When she got the rejuvenation talisman, she heard from Seito that he was studying China's Taoist technique, and the rejuvenation talisman was the result of his research. But she didn't expect that in less than 3 months, Seito could already develop this kind of spell that was not yin-yang technique, but was different from Taoist technique. This made Eriko have to sigh with emotion. Just as Eriko was sighing with emotion, the soil on the surface of the earth ball burned by the golden red flame had completely turned into energy fuel and was added to the flame, directly exposing the pink smoke inside to the golden red flame. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the pink smoke that had made the same hissing sound because of Eriko's silver-white flames once again made a snake-like sound. But compared to Eriko, the sound was more urgent and painful. But even so, the pink smoke was still resisting the burning of the golden red flames without any obvious signs of weakening. What kind of monster is this? Seito said with a frown as he looked at the pink smoke that didn't change much under the burning of the golden red flames. I don't know. I've never seen this kind of thing before. Eriko also frowned. It seems that we can only find the answer from that person called Feather. Seito said, just like that. Seito and Eriko stood guard outside, quietly waiting for the pink smoke to dissipate. About 10 minutes later, Seito and Eriko, who were burning the pink smoke, both frowned at the same time and turned to look at the street not far away. They saw that on the dark street. A few vague figures, but they could roughly tell that they were dressed as witches, were running quickly toward them. After a moment, these people's faces finally appeared clearly in front of Seito and Eriko's eyes. Matsuo, President. Eriko nodded slightly to Seito, stepped forward, and greeted him. It's good that you're all right. Matsuo, President, was greatly relieved after seeing Eriko. Thank you for your concern. Eriko bowed and saluted. You're welcome. Matsuo, President, waved his hand and looked at Seito, the giant cocoon, and the pink smoke that were being burned by the golden red flames, and asked, that is, the 3 criminals who destroyed this place are hiding in the giant cocoon. Now, my son is trying to break their defense and eliminate them. Eriko explained. Oh. Matsuo, President, looked at the giant cocoon in confusion, and then he noticed the pink smoke between the giant cocoon and the golden red flames. He then asked, Witch Ito, how long do you think it will take for your son to break their defense and get the criminals out? According to the previous situation, it will take about 7 to 8 minutes. Eriko lowered her head and muttered to herself, then looked up at Matsuo, President, and said, Oh. Matsuo Society's head nodded and casually looked at the surrounding environment. He immediately noticed the strange yet neat depressions on the ground around the giant cocoon. His eyes flashed, and he ordered the witches who followed him, Go and restore the spirit points. Yes, the witches replied in unison, and then ran towards the collapsed courtyard. They started to use the magic tools in their hands to search for the spirit points and confirm the spirit channels. It was the work of restoring the spirit nodes. About 5 minutes later, a sorrowful cry came from the golden red flames. The pink smoke that had been lingering between the golden red flames and the giant cocoon suddenly disappeared, and the golden red flames finally touched the surface of the giant cocoon. Pum! The moment they touched it, the giant cocoon, made of bandages, suddenly exploded, and shrapnel flew all over the sky. Sa, Yao, and Feather immediately rushed out from the flames and ran in 3 different directions. Not good, they are escaping. Matsuo President's expression changed, and he anxiously shouted. However, he did not move at all, and stood still. Seito and Eriko, after the three escaped, each chose a person to follow. Master, should we chase after them? One of the witches looked at Matsuo President and asked. Continue to restore the spirit points. You don't have to worry about anything else. Matsuo President waved his hand and said with a dignified expression, Yes, master. That witch immediately bowed her head respectfully and continued to restore the spirit points. On the other side, Seito locked onto the guy called Feather the moment the three of them ran in different directions and quickly chased after them. At this moment, Feather's appearance was very wretched. His originally white casual shirt was already dirty, and his baggy pants were tattered beyond recognition. His head of dyed blonde hair was also burnt into a charred ball when he rushed out of the flames. His face was pale as he staggered into the distance. Although Feather's appearance was not good, and his footsteps were not as light as before, Seito did not immediately rush to his side to attack him. Instead, he waited for him to run a distance away and completely disappear from Matsuo President's sight and perception. Only then did he suddenly increase his pace, and like lightning, he rushed in front of Feather to block his path. It's you. Feather looked at Seito in front of him and said with a face full of hatred, Now that you don't have the smoke snake, let's see what other tricks you have. Seito chuckled as he approached Feather. Smoke snake? Hearing Seito mention the smoke snake, Feather's expression immediately changed. His expression was sad and resentful as he muttered to himself. Then he suddenly waved the iron chain in his left hand and whipped it towards Seito. Seito was already prepared for this. The moment the iron chain was whipped toward him, he summoned the heavenly sword, and with a flip of his hand, he cut the iron chain that was whipping toward him. He leaned to the side to avoid the inertia of the broken iron chain, and with the sword in his hand, he smashed the remaining iron chain as he approached Feather. Space item. Feather saw the sword that suddenly appeared in Seito's hand and exclaimed, You actually have a space item? Seito ignored Feather's shock. Instead, he scattered the heavenly sword and quickly stabbed it toward Feather's limbs. Seeing this, a fierce look flashed across Feather's face. He leaned to the side and sent his still sluggish right arm in front of Seito's sword. Then, he turned his head and opened his mouth to spit something at Seito. Swish! The heavenly sword cut off Feather's right arm effortlessly. However, at the same time, the black shadows that came out of Feather's mouth shot toward Itose. Itose, who had nowhere to run, had to fill his left arm with energy. He raised his hand in front of him to block the attack, and at the same time, he immediately stepped back. More than 20 black shadows shot into Itose's left arm with a series of puff, puff, puff sounds. At this time, Itose, who had regained his balance, quickly glanced at his left hand, only to see exactly 24 teeth densely embedded in his forearm. While Seito was observing, the 24 teeth embedded in Seito's left arm suddenly emitted a turbid heat and exploded. Boom! A loud noise came from Seito's position. A small section of his arm suddenly flew out of the flames. Feather, who had lost all his teeth, laughed wildly as he looked at Seito, who was engulfed in flames. Ha 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 ha! It's too early for you to be happy. Seito's blurry figure gradually walked out of the flames and said coldly to Feather, who was laughing wildly, How is this possible? My teeth are loaded with the latest high explosives. One of them can destroy a car. How are you still alive? Feather shouted in disbelief as he looked at Seito's figure that was gradually becoming clearer. There are many things you don't know. As Seito spoke, he quickly disappeared from the flames and appeared in front of Feather in an instant. He quickly swung the heavenly sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he cut off Feather's remaining arm and 2 legs, turning him into a human stick. Seito, who was frowning because of the pain from his severed arm, snorted coldly and put away the heavenly sword. He bent down and knocked Feather unconscious and sent him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he got up and walked to the side, picked up his severed arm, and entered the Rubik's Cube world in a flash. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 303. Rubik's Cube, reattach my arm. In the Rubik's Cube world, Ito raised his head and shouted to the void. Yes, host. With the appearance of this message, the broken arm in Ito's hand suddenly broke free from his hand and floated in front of him. Then, a stream of world power gushed out from the void and split into two smaller streams in the air. They gently flowed through Ito's jagged left arm and slowly pulled the floating broken arm closer to the fracture. As the distance between the two gradually shortened, the bloody flesh at the two fractures suddenly wriggled quickly, repelling the charred flesh around the fractures and turning into countless tender tentacles that entangled with each other. Under the effect of the power of the world, the tentacles closed the distance and reconnected with each other. Then, the muscle tissue and bones began to grow and connect, and then covered the skin, removing the traces of the wound and returning to its original appearance. After the world power completely dissipated from his wound, Ito tried to clench his fist, and the same feeling of strength as before instantly passed from his arm to his mind. Thank you, Rubik's Cube. Ito raised his head and smiled. Then, his body flashed and appeared beside the unconscious Feather. Ito walked to Feather's side and stopped. He used his mind to control the ground to split open a deep pit. Then Ito kicked Feather into the deep pit. After that, the soil quickly filled in the hole, fixing Feather upright in the ground, leaving only the head exposed. Then, Ito used his mind to connect with the will energy in the void and quickly extracted a wisp of Feather's mind. He flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and rushed to another place with strong fluctuations. On the other side, Eriko didn't have as many thoughts as Ito, so she quickly caught up with Yao, who was escaping in front of her. With the leg strength provided by the black tights, she instantly arrived in front of Yao and blocked his way. What a troublesome woman. Looking at Eriko in front of her, Yao frowned and muttered in a low voice. Then, she said loudly, "Big sister, how about you let me go?" "I'm afraid that's not possible," Eriko said indifferently. "Big sis, please make an exception for me. We don't have any grudges between us. I just accepted a mission. Just treat me as a fart and let me go." Yao hurriedly said, "If you want to live, then fight for it yourself." Eriko was unmoved. She swung the Gant saber in her hand and rushed towards Yao while saying at the same time, "Bitch, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Yao's expression hardened, and she quickly raised her hands that were no longer wrapped in bandages. Within her fair palms, two strange symbols were faintly reflected in Eriko's eyes. Following that, Yao's hands quickly formed a seal. Just as Eriko was about to reach her, she suddenly shouted, "Lightning descend." Just as she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning that flickered with blue and white radiance suddenly descended from the void, striking Eriko, who was only able to dodge her vitals in a hurry. The left side of her witch robe was burned, revealing the strange tights she was wearing underneath. "You're a cursemancer." Eriko glanced at the tights exposed on the left side of her body. She looked at Yao with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Wrong. I'm a magus," Yao said with a cold smile. "A magus from China?" Eriko said thoughtfully. "That's right," Yao nodded. However, her hands did not stop moving. Her left hand quickly formed a fist seal. Her right hand turned into a sword and pointed at Eriko, shouting, "Rahu, exterminate." Following that, a blood-red radiance that looked like electricity suddenly shot out from Yao's finger. Like a snake, it twisted into Anne's shape in the air and quickly shot towards Eriko. Eriko's figure flashed, dodging the red radiance's attack. However, she did not expect the red radiance to have the effect of locking onto the enemy. It suddenly turned and shot towards Eriko's back again. Seeing this, Eriko tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and dodged to the side. At the same time, she formed a lotus seal with one hand and wiped it on the blade of her warblade. A silver-white radiance immediately appeared on the blade. Following that, Eriko slashed at the red radiance. Boom! The silver-white radiance and the blood-red radiance instantly collided and simultaneously annihilated into nothingness in the air. Following that, Eriko's feet turned, and she continued to charge towards Yao. Seeing that her technique was broken, Yao immediately changed her strategy. Her feet began to move in a mysterious pattern. At the same time, her two arms began to dance in a strange manner, dodging Eriko's following attacks. After about 108 steps, Yao fiercely jumped and dodged Eriko's attack. Raising her head, she let out a short and strange howl. With regards to Yao's inexplicable change, Eriko cautiously stood in place and took precautions. Following that, Yao shouted, "God's descent." Following Yao's shout, Yao's eyes immediately turned white. Her black pupils strangely disappeared from her eyes, and both of her eyes turned white. Just looking at it made one feel uncomfortable and strange. At this time, her gray-white hair also began to dance spontaneously, forming a crown similar to that of an ancient Taoist and sitting on Yao's head. After that, Yao, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly raised her hand and fiercely hit her chest. A large mouthful of blood was spat out from Yao's mouth, but it didn't fall to the ground like a normal person. Instead, it rapidly wriggled in midair, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-red long stick, which Yao grabbed in her hand. Following that, Yao's body arched, one leg bent slightly, and the other leg bent beside the other leg. The arm holding the stick was half bent, and the arm without a stick was placed over her eyes. She grinned and said in a hoarse voice, "I am the Monkey King. Hey, woman over there, where is this place?" Yao, who had transformed into the Monkey King, pointed at Eriko and asked in pure ancient Chinese. Ancient Chinese was different from modern Chinese. In modern Chinese, it was a minority dialect. Even ordinary Chinese couldn't understand it, let alone a foreigner like Eriko. Therefore, Eriko looked at Yao in confusion and once again swung her sword over. The Monkey King didn't have a good temper. When he saw Eriko coming over to attack, he immediately counterattacked with his stick. "You're pissing me off. Take this." On one side was a demon swordsman whose family had been passed down for over 100 years and had experienced life and death battles. On the other side was a legendary battle expert. The moment they came into contact with each other, they discovered the strength of each other's close combat ability. Then, like hunters who had seen their prey, both sides began to fight with shining eyes. However, even if the one Yao summoned was the Monkey King and not Sun Wukong, and because he was in human form, the strength he could display was greatly reduced due to the restrictions. However, the Monkey King's innate battle instincts weren't something ordinary people could compare with. Therefore, very quickly, the two who were originally evenly matched leaned towards the Monkey King as he gradually got used to Eriko's attacks. But at the same time, it was unknown whether it was because the consumption of God's descent was too great, or because the Monkey King's method of summoning his weapon was too brutal. But Yao's face had already become as pale as paper. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth as she fought against Eriko. Pong! Right at this moment, the Monkey King suddenly swept out with great force, sending Eriko, who was blocking with her sword, flying. Ha ha ha, satisfying. The Monkey King turned his head and looked at Eriko, who was holding a battle sword and leaning on the ground. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and she was panting rapidly as she knelt there. Then, with a regretful expression, he said, "It's a pity that this physical body isn't good enough. It can't let me go all out. Since that's the case, I'll kill you right here and now." As he spoke, the Monkey King leaped into the air, curled up into a ball, and tumbled over to Eriko. He suddenly stretched out his body, raised his blood-colored staff, and smashed it down on the half-kneeling Eriko. Just as Eriko was about to dodge, Ito's figure suddenly appeared in front of Eriko. Holding the alchemy staff that was suffused with ice energy, he swung it from bottom to top. Pung! A loud sound of metal clashing rang out in the air. A powerful force was transmitted from the staff. The Monkey King turned around in the air and easily neutralized the force from the staff. He once again stood on the ground, not far from Eriko. As for Seito, he took several steps back. The alchemy staff left a long mark on the ground, and only then was he able to neutralize the force. The Monkey King pointed at Seito and roared, "Brat, who are you and who are you? How dare you disturb me?" A ferocious expression flashed across the Monkey King's face as he pointed at Seito. "This appearance, are you a monkey?" Seito guessed as he sized up the Monkey King with a strange expression. Of course, he also heard the Monkey King's words. However, his soul essence was that of a modern northern China, so he couldn't understand the ancient language of the southern Hakka people. He could only ignore the Monkey King's performance. "Brat, I'm asking you a question," the Monkey King said unhappily when he saw Seito sizing him up with a strange expression. "Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying." Seito walked back to Eriko with his staff and said to the Monkey King, "Brat, what kind of joke are you talking about?" The Monkey King also didn't understand Seito's words. He scratched his ears and cheeks like a monkey and said with a puzzled expression. Soon after, his expression changed and he roared, "Brat, you can't be cursing me, right? Baba, I knew you white and hairless fellows weren't good people. Show me how you're going to beat me up." As he roared, the Monkey King raised his staff and attacked again. This behavior is definitely that of a monkey. However, it seems that there's only one monkey that uses a staff. Seito thought to himself. However, his movements weren't slow at all. He swung his staff and started fighting with the Monkey King. The two of them both used staffs, so their moves were basically the same. It was nothing more than sweeping, smashing, blocking, crushing, and lifting. Then, according to the needs of the battle, they would add all kinds of strength. Occasionally, they would directly use their fists as their staffs. Thus, the outcome of the battle would depend on whose staffs were better, whose eyes were sharper, and whose attacks were more ruthless. I welcome you. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 304. The two of them fought for almost 5 minutes, but neither of them was able to gain the upper hand. Just as Seito was about to think of another way to end the fight, the Monkey King's expression suddenly changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Seito seized the opportunity and sent the Monkey King flying with a sweep of his waist. The icy energy on the alchemy staff instantly invaded Yao's body. "Oh, I'm so pissed off," the Monkey King shouted unwillingly, but his voice soon faded away. At the same time, Yao's hair was once again scattered, and her eyes returned to normal. She lay weakly on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, Seito slowly walked up to Yao with the staff in his hand. Seeing the Monkey King's eyes gradually losing focus, Seito expressionlessly raised the staff and smashed it down at Yao. Bang! The alchemy staff instantly pierced through Yao's chest. The powerful, icy energy froze the Monkey King's blood before it could spurt out. White frost quickly spread to the surface of the Monkey King's body, turning it into an ice sculpture. Seito raised the staff and swung it back. He turned around and returned to the exhausted Eriko's side. He reached out to support Eriko and asked with concern, "Mother, how are you feeling?" "I'm fine, just a little tired." Eriko shook her head slightly. Her pale face was full of sorrow as she said, "The Chinese sorcerer's god's descent is just as difficult to deal with as the legends say. So that person's strange appearance was because of God's descent?" Seito said with a strange expression. He knew about God's descent before he was reborn. When he was still a child and lived in the countryside with his old man, he would often see witches and mediums performing God's dance in someone's house. They would exorcise evil spirits, perform rituals, and arrange funerals for people. However, most of those were just lies. At least, Seito had never seen any magical methods. Even Pen's spirit, which ordinary people could play with, couldn't compare to it, let alone invite God. That was practically a trick used by scammers to fool people. It was just that Ito Sei didn't expect that after he left the countryside and returned to the city, he would see a god again after being reborn in this world for more than 10 years. Moreover, it was a real god that didn't deceive people. Furthermore, he had a fight with the monkey that the other party invited, who he didn't know was the Monkey King. Seito couldn't help but sigh. The wonders of the world. Yes, Eriko nodded. It wasn't strange that Seito knew about God's descent, which was considered a very obscure technique in the eyes of most people. After all, Seito had studied Taoist spells before. It was normal for him to know some strange things in China's spell world. Oh, Seito nodded, then turned to look at the corpse and asked, should we take the corpse back or dispose of it on the spot? Is there anything on it that you want to hide? Eriko glanced at the frozen corpse. She looked at Seito and asked. No. Seito shook his head and said, it was just ice energy. It wasn't anything to hide. It didn't matter what others thought. Then let's take it back. Eriko nodded and decided. Okay. Seito let go of Eriko's hand and twisted the alchemy rod in front of him. The alchemy rod in his hand was broken into 2 short rods. She tucked them behind her waist and covered them with her shirt. This way, as long as no one was too close to Seito, no one would notice the 2 weapons hidden under his clothes. After hiding his alchemy rod, Seito turned to look at Eriko's exposed tights. Mother, tear off a piece of the big sleeve of your witch costume. He said, okay. Eriko nodded and cut off the big sleeve of the witch costume with a swing of her sword. She handed it to Seito. Seito reached out and took the torn piece of the big sleeve. He stepped forward and stood in front of Eriko. He stuck it on the witch costume and activated alchemy. Several blue and white lightning flashed quickly, and the broken piece of the Mako's sleeve immediately turned into half of the Mako's top and connected with the damaged part of the Mako's dress. It was held in Ito Sei's hand. This alchemy is really convenient. Eriko looked at the repaired left half of the witch costume in amazement. Then, she reached her left arm into the repaired witch costume and hid the black tights again. Yeah, that's why alchemy is the best choice for traveling and killing people. Seito joked. Okay, take that guy's body. Let's go back. Eriko rolled her eyes at Seito and said in annoyance. Yes, mother. Seito joked and turned to Yao's body. He bent down and picked it up. He then followed Eriko and left the place. They walked toward the spirit point not far away. Soon, the 2 of them returned to the location of the destroyed spiritual point. You're back. Matsuo Society's leader immediately greeted Seito and Eriko when he saw them. Yes. Eriko glanced at Matsuo Yoshiro, who was still as clean as new, and knew that he didn't chase after the enemy at all. Her originally good impression of Matsuo Yoshihiro immediately disappeared from the bottom of her heart. She nodded with a cold expression and said, Ah, Chung, give the corpse of the criminal to the society head. Oh, Seito also saw Matsuo Society's leader and knew why his mother's expression suddenly became cold. He did not say much and directly put Yao's frozen body on the ground in front of Matsuo Society's leader. Is this the enemy? Matsuo Society's leader looked down at the ice sculpture and said. Then he turned to Eriko and smiled. You did a good job. I will report your achievements to the Celestial Palace. Thank you, Matsuo Society's leader. Eriko bowed and then said, Then we won't bother you to repair the spirit point. We will leave first. Well, you go back and rest, Matsuo Society's leader said. Then, Eriko and Seito bowed to Matsuo Society's leader and slowly left the spirit point. They walked back to Matsuo Grand Club. Soon, the 2 returned to Matsuo Grand Club. You're back. Just when Seito and Eriko were about to return to their room, Gongzi's surprised voice came from the foot of the mountain. Gongzi. Hearing the greeting, Eriko and Seito stopped and turned to look. After seeing that it was Gongzi, Eriko asked with concern, Where is your mother? Mother is in the bedroom and has already fallen asleep. Yamashita Yuko walked in front of Eriko and bowed to her before speaking. That's good. Eriko was slightly relieved and asked, Have you found someone to treat her? Yes, I have found someone to look at her, Gongzi said with a gloomy expression. What did he say? Eriko saw Gongzi's expression and probably thought that Belle's injury might not be good, so she frowned and asked. The doctor said that in addition to the left arm, the left leg also has a great chance to recover. But the right arm, Gongzi said. Her eyes unconsciously turned red and tears appeared in her eyes. Is that so? Eriko was silent for a moment and said, Take us to see your mother. Okay. Gongzi nodded and turned to lead Sei Ito and Eriko to their bedroom. After a while, the three of them walked into the mother and son's bedroom and saw Belle lying on a collapsed bed with a layer of white quilt, sleeping soundly. Eriko and Yuko Yamashita quietly walked to Yuko Yamashita's bedding and knelt down beside it. Then, Eriko carefully removed the quilt covering Belle's body. Belle's body appeared in front of Eriko, except for the medical bandages on her arms and left leg, wearing only underwear and a cloth covering her chest. Eriko carefully observed Yamashita Rin's injured arms and left leg, judging Yamashita Rin's injuries. After a while, she covered her body with the quilt again. Sei, come and take a look. Eriko raised her head and whispered to Ito Sei, who was standing at the side. Okay. Sei Ito was stunned at first, then nodded and walked to Belle's bedding. He knelt down and carefully opened the quilt to check. Broken bones in the upper left arm, broken thigh bone in the left leg, comminuted knee fracture, dislocated muscle torsion in the leg, ruptured ligaments. Fortunately, the nervous system is intact. Right arm. Well, the upper and lower right arm are all fractured. The muscles are the same as the leg, dislocated torsion, ruptured tendons. Sei Ito covered Belle's body with the quilt again after he finished checking. What do you think? Eriko looked up at Sei Ito and asked. As the doctor said, the left arm can be fully recovered as long as the broken bones are reconnected. The left leg is a little more troublesome. According to modern technology, she needs to directly put on an artificial knee and find a professional to help her stretch the muscles and reconnect the leg bones and ligaments. Only then can she return to normal. As for the right arm, other than the ruptured tendons, it's not that serious compared to the left leg. Sei Ito said, You mean my mother's body can be fully recovered as long as the right person is found? Yamashita Yuko exclaimed in surprise after hearing Sei Ito's words. She was so surprised that she didn't notice her volume and woke up Yamashita Belle, who was sleeping soundly. Yamashita Belle woke up and groaned in pain. She endured the pain and opened her eyes. Then she saw Sei Ito and Eriko sitting beside her. A weak smile appeared on her pale face, and she greeted, Eriko, you're back. You're back. Eriko nodded with a smile and said softly, That's good, Yamashita Ling said with relief, and then said with a self-mocking smile, I'm sorry to make you laugh at me like this. Welcome. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 305. After leaving the Rubik's Cube world, Sei Ito didn't stay in his hiding place any longer and slowly walked back to the Matsuo Taisha Shrine. As soon as he entered the Matsuo Taisha Shrine, a tense atmosphere hit him in the face. Sei Ito knew that something must have happened and quickly walked back to his room. But when he returned to his room, he didn't see Eriko's figure in the room. Sei Ito, who didn't understand the situation, quickly walked out of the room and asked Amiko in the shrine. It's like this. Just now, the shrine sent news that the group of people who came to destroy the enchantment last night has appeared again. So Matsuo-sama and Eriko-sama rushed to the nearest enchantment point with a few sisters to guard it. The Miko, who was suddenly grabbed by Sei Ito, was instinctively startled at first, but when she realized who had grabbed her, she was greatly relieved and respectfully explained to Sei Ito. I see, you go first. Sei Ito nodded and waved his hand to send the Miko away. Then, he quickly rushed to the closest enchantment point to the Matsuo Taisha Shrine. As he ran, he thought to himself, they actually launched an attack during the day. Are they trying to catch us off guard? That's a good idea. Soon, Sei Ito arrived at the enchantment point closest to the Matsuo Taisha Shrine. What he saw was Eriko and Matsuo Taisha being entangled by two enemy members. Not far behind the four enemies who were entangling Eriko and Matsuo Taisha, a young man wearing an orange short-sleeve shirt with a large number of coconut tree patterns on the surface, beach shorts of the same color, and a pair of breathable sandals on his feet, with short black hair, and holding a prayer bead in his hand, was facing a fountain with his eyes closed and chanting an inaudible incantation. But along with his chanting, the surface of the fountain, a layer of pale golden transparent shield appeared from time to time, and it looked fragile, as if it was about to shatter and dissipate. As for the few witches that came with Matsuo Taisha, they had fainted on the ground not far from the battlefield for some unknown reason. There are actually 5 of them. Looks like the other party is going all out. Seito thought to himself. Without hesitation, he rushed to Eriko's side. Another one. Among the 2 people who were entangled with Eriko, one of them was wearing a tight red vest. A man with a shaved head and bright red lipstick on his lips said coquettishly. He was wearing a pair of green, shape-shifting pants. Don't get distracted. Kill this woman first. The other man had a cold expression and wore a pair of gold-rimmed square glasses on his nose. His short black hair was parted in a 370. A man in a professional suit who looked like a teacher said, "Got it, my dear." The man who spoke earlier smiled charmingly. Bang! Seito's fist collided with the cold man's fist without any fancy moves. The 2 huge forces collided in midair and made a dull sound. Internal martial arts, Seito said with a frown as he felt the external force being crushed by the energy in his body. You two. The cold man took a step back and distanced himself from Eriko and the coquettish man. He looked at Seito and said coldly, "Damn it. What kind of day is it these 2 days? Why do I have to fight with the profession passed down by my ancestors?" Seito cursed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He stared at the other party with rapt attention. Then, the 2 moved at the same time and turned into 2 shadows on the ground and started fighting. Bang, 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 a series of dull sounds came from the middle of the 2 shadows fighting. At the same time, pieces of broken soil flew out from the middle of the shadows and splashed on the surrounding ground. At the place where the 2 of them were fighting, irregular cracks and depressions appeared on the ground. Bang! The 2 of them fought for about half a minute. A loud sound suddenly came from between the 2 of them. Then, Seito and the cold man suddenly separated and confronted each other again. Your boxing style is the inheritance of the southern Fujin Shaolin, right? Seito shook his swollen arm and asked. That's right. The cold man nodded and admitted. Then he looked at Seito strangely and said, I really didn't expect that. You, a foreigner, actually know so many boxing styles in our country. Seito laughed and didn't explain. The cold man didn't care. After all, things like inheritance were always mysterious. It was normal that people didn't talk about it. So, he didn't talk nonsense. He concentrated his chi and rushed towards Seito. When he arrived in front of Seito, the cold man suddenly roared. An invisible sound wave came out of the cold man's mouth and rushed towards Seito's head. Lion's roar. Seito's pupils shrank. The power in his body quickly flowed to his eardrums. At the same time, he lowered his waist into a horse stance and swung his arm out. His right arm was like a cannonball that broke through the air and created a white shield that was visible to the naked eye. It blasted toward the cold man's bursting fist that came along with a lion's roar. Bang! Another loud sound came. The cold man's bursting fist was immediately defeated by Seito's back-piercing fist. The huge force instantly shattered the cold man's arm bones. At the same time, the white shield that came along with Seito's fist was like a sharp blade that left a long bloody mark on the cold man's arm. At this time, Seito also received the lion's roar. Although he had energy to protect his eardrums, the impact was still there. Seito just felt dizzy and immediately recovered. Dear. On the other side, the man who had been entangled with Eriko saw that the cold man was injured. He hurriedly called out with concern. However, This distraction was immediately seized by Eriko. She stepped forward and used the Edo clan's Kenjutsu killing move. The white blade cut a long wound on the chest of the charming man from bottom to top. A lot of blood spurted out from the wound where the white ribs of the charming man could be vaguely seen. It splashed on Eriko's body. "Take care of yourself. I don't need you to worry about me." The cold man reprimanded without turning his head. Then he turned around and ignored the injury on his arm. His upper body was attached to Sei Ito's arms, and he made a close body collision. Sei Ito himself was a martial arts master. He was also a master of martial arts in the heavenly world. He was not careless in dealing with close body collision. He fiercely opened his mouth and inhaled. His chest inconceivably caved in, and the cold man's attack was neutralized. Then he used the skill he learned from Zhang Sanfeng to fiercely bulge his chest. The huge rebound force immediately knocked the cold man in front of him. Immediately afterward, Ito Mori used Dragon Claw Hand and tore a long wound on the shoulder of the cold man. Blood gushed out of the wound as if it was free of charge. When the Dragon Claw Hand scratched the wrist of the cold man, Sei Ito quickly grabbed the arm of the cold man and lifted his leg to kick the cold man's waist. With a cautious C sound, the cold man's arm was forcibly torn off by Sei Ito. Until now, the battle between the two had only been going on for a minute. A martial art contest was indeed a matter of life and death, even if you had inner chi. Bang! The cold man was immediately sent flying by Sei Ito's kick, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Dear. Although the charming man listened to the cold man's words and insisted on fighting with Eriko, his mind was always on his lover. So how could he fight properly? Just a few seconds after Eriko's attack, he was distracted again. What was even more ridiculous was that he actually gave up on Eriko and turned around to run towards his lover. Seeing this, Eriko didn't hold back. With a twist of her wrist, the sword nimbly flipped in her hand, and like a dagger, she slashed horizontally across the neck of the charming man. Blood immediately spurted out from the cut trachea. The charming man's eyes widened. He instinctively took 2 steps forward and then fell to the ground. He raised his head and looked at the cold man who was struggling to get up. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. I finally know why so many masters in novels would lose their lives because of a small matter. Sei Ito sighed in his heart as he looked at the life force of the charming man who was quickly fading away. Little Blossom. The cold man who was struggling to get up immediately saw the condition of the charming man. His expression changed as he shouted, "Brother Chun." After saying the 2 words, Brother Chun, the charming man named Little Blossom finally lost his last bit of life force and died. Little Blossom. The cold man named Chun muttered to himself. He then stood up and looked at Sei Ito. Then, the energy in his body suddenly became violent. He rushed towards Sei Ito. Just as Sei Ito was about to take on the enemy, the cold man suddenly turned around and rushed towards Eriko, who was standing to the side. As the cold man ran towards Eriko, his body began to swell. His skin turned blood red, and he looked as if he was about to explode. Mother, quickly dodge. He is going to self-destruct. Sei Ito quickly turned his head and shouted at Eriko. At the same time, he did not care about hiding anything from Matsuo Society's leader. He placed his hands together and pressed them against the ground. A thick wall of earth instantly rose from the ground, blocking the space between Eriko and the cold man. Boom! The moment the earthen wall appeared, the cold man crashed into it. In an instant, a loud bang resounded in the field. The rubble from the earthen wall shattered like bullets, and a cloud of dust filled the air around Eriko, shielding her. A moment later, a blurry figure walked out of the cloud of dust. It was Sei Ito's mother, Eriko. "Mother, how are you?" Sei Ito quickly walked forward and asked. "I'm fine." Eriko shook her head and said. Then he looked at Little Flower's body on the ground and sighed with emotion. Then he said to Ito, "You go and stop that guy from destroying the barrier. I'll go and help Matsuo President." "Welcome. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 307. Okay, Seito nodded as he looked at the Matsuo Society's leader, who was using a paper puppet made of hundreds of talisman papers to deal with the two enemies. He then turned around and rushed toward the man in sandware. Bang! Just as Seito was about to reach the man in sandware, an invisible barrier blocked Seito's path. Idose raised his head and looked at the barrier in front of him that appeared because of his impact. On a transparent wall that emitted a faint golden light, there were dozens of Buddhist statues of Guanyin sitting on a lotus. They were neatly arranged on the wall. Sanskrit characters that were only the size of a fingernail flickered and flowed in the gaps between the Guanyin images. This is a secret technique, right? Seito guessed as he looked at the barrier in front of him. He then reached out his hand and placed it on the barrier in front of him. He closed his eyes and felt it. After a moment, Seito opened his eyes. He immediately mobilized his powerful psychic energy and drew a strange rune in the air in front of him. It vibrated at a specific frequency. As his psychic energy vibrated, the rune drawn by his psychic energy suddenly emitted a strange wave. It slowly invaded the surface of the barrier in front of him. It silently melted a gap in the middle of the barrier that was big enough for a person to pass through. Seeing the passage appear, Seito walked in without hesitation. Walalala, the moment Seito walked into the barrier, a loud noise immediately sounded. Then, the man in sandware who had been chanting while facing the fountain slowly turned around. The beads in his hand were swaying casually. The man in sandware had a handsome face with distinct facial features. There was always a gentle smile on his fair face. His kind appearance made him look like a senior monk. However, the words that came out of his mouth didn't make people feel that he was a senior monk. I didn't expect those guys outside to be so useless. They actually let someone in. But this is also good. Anyway, I've finished what I need to do. It's a good opportunity for me to exercise my body. The beach-suited man said casually. I really don't know where you guys get your confidence from, looking down on others so easily. I really wonder how you manage to cultivate to your current level and even survive. Are all the people you met idiots? Seito asked the beach-suited man. He sneered as he approached him. Oh, the beach-suited man looked up and down at Idose, who was gradually approaching him, and then said, Since you said so, I'll go with you. If I don't show you something, I'm afraid you'll look down on me. I just don't know if you have the ability to live up to your words. You will know this soon. Idose said. His feet shook, and his body rushed straight toward the beach-suited man. In the face of Seito's attack, the beach-suited man didn't panic at all. His hands formed a Virokana Mudra and shook in front of him. A dazzling golden barrier immediately appeared in front of Seito, blocking his path. At the same time, the beach-suited man's Mudra changed. His left hand formed a Mudra and placed it on his abdomen, while his right hand shook and wrapped the Buddhist beads in his palm. He suddenly pushed them toward Seito. The Buddhist beads in the middle of the beach-suited man's palm suddenly lit up. An enlarged golden Sanskrit character instantly flew out of the beads and shot toward Seito at an extremely fast speed. On the other side, Seito, who saw that his path was blocked, immediately stopped and formed a Taoist Mudra with his hands. Then his arms shook and flashed with lightning. Seito's fists flew toward the barrier in front of him. Boom! The lightning collided with the barrier and immediately exploded with a violent roar. The energy storm that spread out blew Seito's clothes. Then, Seito's Mudra changed again. His feet quickly moved according to a certain pattern, and he stretched out his right hand that had turned into a sword. A lightning bolt flew out from Seito's fingertips and met the golden Sanskrit character that was flying towards him at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Another loud noise sounded. The lightning bolt and the golden Sanskrit character disappeared together in midair. Taoist lightning technique. The beach-suited man, who had been maintaining a fake smile, stopped smiling and frowned as he stared at Seito not far away. That's right. Seito nodded faintly. Hearing Seito's answer, the beach-suited man immediately laughed wildly and said crazily, Ha ha, good, good, good. Master used to say that Taoist magic techniques were magical, but I never had the chance to see it. I didn't expect to see it today. It just so happens that I can verify with you whether Taoist magic techniques are invincible or Buddhist magic is supreme. Then, without waiting for Seito's reply, he quickly chanted a Sanskrit incantation. At the same time, the Buddhist beads in his right hand shook. A dozen golden Sanskrit characters jumped out of the beads and floated in front of the beach-suited man, forming a boundless circle that slowly rotated. Looking at his posture, it was obvious that he was preparing a big move to determine the winner. But thinking about it, after all, there were enemies surrounding them. It was impossible for him and Seito to fight calmly. Therefore, he only wanted to prove who was stronger with one blow. Seeing that the beach-suited man was preparing a spell, Seito didn't hesitate. He hurriedly used the 49 simplified steps of Use Steps. His hand seals flew, and his mouth hurriedly chanted a mantra. At almost the same time as the beach-suited man, he let out a roar. Chapter 308. Let's go back, Eriko said to Seito after all the ambulances left their sight. Okay, who knows what kind of tricks that guy will play when we get back? Seito nodded and sneered. Then, the two returned to Matsuo Taisha Club as if they were taking a stroll. It was unknown if the Matsuo Taisha Club's leader was too shrewd, but he didn't prepare any tricks to deal with Eriko and Seito. Instead, when he saw Eriko and Seito, he strangely took the initiative to greet them, as if he wasn't the one who had quarreled with them at the spiritual point. What does he mean by that? Seito and Eriko looked at each other in surprise and asked curiously, "Ignore him. As long as he doesn't do anything, we won't do anything. We'll know after a while," Eriko said faintly as she watched Matsuo Taisha Club's leader return to his room. That's true, Seito thought and nodded in agreement. Then, the two went back to their room and changed into clean clothes. Then, they went to Yamashita Ling's room to check on her. But this time, other than Yamashita Ling and her son, there was another middle-aged man in Yamashita Ling's room. That's probably Yamashita Ling's husband. Seito and Eriko guessed at the same time in their minds. "Eriko, you're here." Hearing the footsteps, the three people in the room turned their gazes over at the same time. Among them, Yamashita Ling, whose upper body was leaning against the wall and legs covered with a white quilt, happily called out to Eriko. Eriko smiled and nodded in return. Then, she walked to Yamashita Ling's side. She asked, "How do you feel?" "Much better. At least it doesn't hurt as much," Yamashita Ling said with a smile. "That's good." Eriko walked to Belle's bedding at the foot of the mountain and knelt down. She looked at the ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a hunting suit and asked, "This is Eriko. Let me introduce you," Yamashita Belle said. She then looked at the middle-aged man with a gentle and loving gaze and said, "This is my husband, Yamashita Tree." "Hello, I'm Yamashita Tree. Thank you for taking care of Lingzi these 2 days. This one is very grateful." Yamashita Tree bowed and extended his tentacles as if he was kowtowing. His voice was filled with gratitude and sincerity. It could be seen how deep his relationship with Yamashita Ling was. "Ashu, this is the Ito Eriko Miko I mentioned to you just now." Yamashita Ling looked at her husband, who was bowing to the others. Her eyes flashed with emotion as she introduced softly. "Hello, I'm Eriko Ito. You can call me Eriko like Lingzi. Please take care of me." After Yamashita Ling introduced herself, Eriko immediately leaned forward slightly and introduced herself. Then she straightened up and said modestly, "It's nothing. I have a good relationship with Lingzi. It's my duty to help her." But without the help of Eriko and Lingzi would have died in the hands of the enemy at that time. This is an indisputable fact, Yamashita Tree, who also straightened up, said seriously, "Although I'm just a nobody, I still understand the principle of gratitude. In the future, as long as Eriko and your family need me, Yamashita Tree, from Yamashita Tree. When the time comes, just send someone to tell me. I, Yamashita Tree, will do my best to help you." This promise was not ordinary. It almost meant that Yamashita tree would risk his life for the Ito family when needed. In this regard, Eriko could not say anything to refuse. That would seem pretentious. It would be easy for Yamashita tree to think that Eriko had some other thoughts about the Yamashita family. So, he could only nod his head seriously. She accepted Yamashita tree's promise. Yamashita Ling saw that the business was finished, so she quickly changed the topic and began to chat. The content was nothing more than the content and suggestions on how to treat Yamashita Ling. Ah-chun, what do you think? Suddenly, Yamashita tree asked Sei Ito, who had been silent. Me? Sei Ito looked at Yamashita tree in surprise. After seeing the other party nod, he frowned slightly and said, I prefer you to go to Zhonghua Street to try your luck. Full text. See if you can find a medical expert. What do you mean? Yamashita tree's eyes flashed and asked. Looking at Yamashita tree's expression, Sei Ito vaguely guessed something in his heart, so he directly explained. Although the Ministry of Environment can definitely find a psychic to treat Annie Yamashita's injury, it's destined that we won't be able to get together with them. Otherwise, it won't take long for a bunch of rumors to spread. By then, it will make the Yamashita family situation more difficult. As for finding those temples to offer sacrifices, Sei Ito paused, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Don't look at those guys because they are non-cabinet forces. After all, there is still a gap between us and the Shinto system. At that time, who knows what kind of trouble they will cause? Rather than fighting with each other at that time, it's easier to just find a third-party force. Moreover, China's medical experts are famous for not getting involved in disputes and not causing trouble. Not bad. Yamashita tree looked at Sei Ito with a face full of praise. Then he turned to Yamashita Ling and said, We will listen to Ah-chung and find a medical expert from Zhonghua Street. If Zhonghua Street doesn't have one, we will go to China to find one. I will listen to you, Ah-shu. Yamashita Ling looked at Yamashita tree and said with a gentle face, Well, there is no time to lose. I will now go and say goodbye to Matsuo President, and then we will go to Zhonghua Street in Yokohama together to find a doctor. Yamashita tree decided, and then turned to Eriko and bowed slightly to apologize. Sorry for being rude. Then he stood up from the ground, turned, and walked out of the room to Matsuo President's room. Ah-shu is a good husband. Eriko watched Yamashita tree leave the room and turned to Yamashita Ling with a smile. Well, it is my blessing to be able to marry Ah-shu, Yamashita Ling said with a happy face. Then, Eriko and Yamashita Ling chatted casually to pass the time until Yamashita tree returned to the room. I have already talked to Matsuo President, and he agreed to let me take you out of here for medical treatment. So see if there is anything you need to pack. If not, we will leave in a while. Yamashita tree stood in the room and said, Got it. Hearing Yamashita tree's words, Yamashita Ling nodded and turned to Yamashita Gongzi. Gongzi, go and pack our things. Got it, Mom. Yamashita Gongzi answered and immediately stood up from the ground, turned and walked to the side and began to pack their belongings. Since you are busy, I will not disturb you. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have recovered. Eriko saw that the Yamashita family became busy and said to Yamashita Ling with a smile, Emachum. Yamashita Ling nodded heavily and looked at Eriko in response. Good luck. Eriko stood up and said to Yamashita tree, Thank you. Yamashita tree thanked, and then sent Sei Ito and Eriko out of the room. You answered very well just now. On the way back to the room, Eriko said to Sei Ito beside her, So my feeling was right? Yamashita tree was really testing me? Sei Ito asked. That's right. After all, he made such a huge promise. It's normal for him to want to see the tolerance of his future successor. After all, no one wants to put their life in the hands of someone who doesn't know anything. Not to mention, he's the pillar of support for the entire Yamashita family. Don't worry, Mom. I understand. Sei Ito smiled. Both of them then returned to the room and rested. But today was not destined to be a peaceful day. In the middle of the night, the bell in the courtyard of the Matsuo Grand Society rang again. Seito and Eriko had no choice but to pack their belongings and go to the courtyard. When Seito and Yukari arrived at the courtyard, Matsuo Grand Society's head walked in front of everyone. Matsuo Grand Society's head looked at Seito, Eriko, and the other 3 priestesses in the courtyard. "We have received orders from the shrine. Set off immediately to the boundary point to defend." "Yes," the 3 priestesses shouted. "The 3 of you don't have to go out. Stay in the shrine and look after the house." Matsuo Grand Society's head looked at the 3 priestesses and said, "Yes, Lord." The 3 priestesses replied, "Let's go." Matsuo Grand Society's head said to Seito and Eriko. Without waiting for them to answer, he walked out of the Matsuo Grand Society and rushed to the nearest boundary point. "Mom, looking at the situation, those people are ready to win this battle." 2 meters behind Matsuo Grand Society's head, Seito whispered to Eriko, "I'm afraid this battle will not be easy." As Seito said, he looked at Eriko and gestured to Matsuo Grand Society's head. "Just be careful and be on guard." Presumably, with his wisdom, he will be able to distinguish the situation clearly. He won't cause any trouble at this time to reduce his side's combat strength. Eriko looked at the back of Matsuo Society's leader and said in a low voice, "I hope so." Ito Mori said non-committally, "I'm afraid that when the battle situation is unfavorable to us, that guy will drag us down with him, even if he dies." Eriko frowned and did not say anything. However, she was more vigilant against Matsuo Grand Society's head. She felt that with Matsuo Grand Society's head situation, he might really do such a disgusting thing, as Seito said. When they were about to reach the boundary point, Eriko whispered to Seito beside her, "When the time comes, pay attention to the changes and protect your life." "I know." Seito nodded slightly and said softly. Then the 3 of them arrived at the boundary point. Chapter 309. However, he didn't find any enemy at this boundary point. After about 5 minutes, Matsuo Masayoshi, who still didn't see any enemy, decided to move to another boundary point. However, when Seito and the others arrived at the other barrier, what greeted them was still not the enemies they expected. Instead, they were greeted by traces of destruction. "Bastard!" Matsuo Kaisha cursed with a livid expression. He then turned to Eriko and Seito and shouted, "Let's go to the next place." Then, the 3 of them rushed to the other boundary point without stopping. This time, they didn't miss the enemy like the previous 2 times. However, the number of enemies made Matsuo Kaisha's expression turn ugly. In front of Matsuo Kaisha, Ito Sei and his mother, 5 men and women dressed in different clothes were trying their best to destroy the enchantment point. "Someone's coming. Moses, you and I continue to destroy the barrier. Rebecca, Arthur, Amy, you 3 go deal with those 3 guys." Among the 5 of them, the woman who stood in front of the barrier was wearing a U.S. military camouflage uniform. She didn't wear a jacket on her upper body. Instead, she wore a military green vest that exposed her navel. She had short blonde hair, a 6-pack abs that were exposed, and a dark green evil tattoo on her arm. She looked very valiant and formidable as she commanded the others. "Okay," the other 4 responded at the same time. Then, a man in a long robe, with short blonde hair and a typical British appearance, stayed beside the woman who spoke and continued to destroy the barrier. He must be the Moses that the woman mentioned. As for the other 3, they went straight to Seito, Eriko, and Matsuo Kaisha, who had just arrived. "I want that young one," one of the 3 said. A brown-haired woman who was wearing brown shorts and a green military vest that exposed her navel said. Her arms, neck, waist, and legs were covered with strange vine-like tattoos. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail and hung behind her head casually. Her whole body exuded a different kind of charm. She rushed straight towards Ito Senari. "Since Amy chose that kid, I'll choose that woman," one of the remaining 2 said. Among them, the short-haired woman wearing the same clothes as the woman in front of the enchantment quickly pulled out 2 pistols with strange patterns on the surface from her waist. While rushing towards Eriko, she said to the other person, "Okay, I'll reluctantly take over the old man." The last man helplessly pulled out a European-style, two-handed sword from his back and faced Matsuo Kaisha. "Kid, come play with your sister." She arrived in front of Seito. The woman named Amy immediately gave him a flirtatious look and said in a seductive voice. At the same time, as the recipient of the flirtatious look, Seito instantly felt an almost undetectable strange spirit wave from the other party's flirtatious eyes. It vaguely invaded his mind. Seito knew that this was the enemy's move. He immediately used his spirit power to set up layers of spirit defense in his mind. However, on the surface, his eyes flashed slightly, but he didn't show any expression. "If we're not on a battlefield, but in a hotel room, I'd be very interested in playing with you." Seito teased, but his hands didn't slow down. He swung his fist at Amy. "Is that so? If you want, I can give you a chance," Amy said as she jumped back lightly. After dodging Seito's attack, a different kind of smile flashed across her face. She said in a flirtatious tone. At the same time, following the appearance of this smile, Seito only felt his vision blur for a moment. Amy's appearance immediately became even more seductive and sexy than before. Is this a foreign seduction technique? Seito secretly guessed. Although he appeared to be bewitched on the surface, his mind was as clear as a mirror. "Really?" Seito revealed a slightly interested expression. He stepped in front of Amy and swung his arm horizontally with a multicolored hammer. A clear whistling sound could be heard from the swift movements of his arms. "Of course, I can give you my contact information right now." Amy saw that she couldn't dodge and could only draw back her body and straighten her arm to take Seito's attack head-on. However, she still spoke in a sweet voice. Bang! Amy, who took the attack head-on, was immediately sent flying. She quickly spun twice in the air to dissipate the huge force on her body and stood on the ground again. She frowned and said in a sympathetic tone, "Aya, what a heartless kid." Sorry. Seito's face flashed with an apologetic expression as his hand paused and hurriedly apologized. "Forget it." A smile flashed across Amy's eyes as she continued in a sweet voice. "I'll give you my contact information right now. Listen carefully. Hurry up and say it." Seito's eyes flashed with a hint of urgency as he stopped moving and asked urgently. "My phone number is 000-000-0000. Remember it well." Amy saw this and said as she approached Seito. When she said, "Yo," she was only an arm's length away from Seito. At this moment, the tattoo on Amy's body vaguely flashed with a ray of light. Seito immediately felt the mental strength that had invaded his mind earlier begin to emit an obscure wave, affecting his senses. "Do you remember it, little cutie?" Amy continued. At this moment, Amy was already standing face to face with Seito. She raised her head slightly and extended her pink tongue to lick her lips slowly. A unique fragrance wafted from Amy's body, intensifying the influence on his senses. Seeing this, Seito's eyes flashed with a red light. He slowly moved his head in front of Amy and kissed her sexy lips. Immediately, a strong mental wave flowed from Amy's lips into Seito's mind through their tangled tongues. It converged with the mental strength that had been left in his mind and began to corrode Seito's brain. A few seconds later, Amy and Seito separated. A cold smile flashed across Amy's face. She ordered Seito's ear, "Go kill that woman and the old man." Following this order, Seito felt the mental strength in his mind instantly turn into a rune that emitted a strange wave. It affected his thoughts and made him obey Amy's orders. Is this how her seduction technique works? Why does it feel like a succubus? Seito thought to himself as he sensed the mental image in his mind. However, since Seito already knew how she worked, he didn't plan on playing with Amy any longer. The mental strength that had been waiting for an opportunity suddenly erupted. Like a raging storm, it crushed the mental strength that Amy had left in his mind like breaking dry weeds. His mental strength wrapped around the mental strength and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world. Wah! The moment Amy's mental strength was crushed, Amy's face changed drastically. She spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her face was pale, and her breathing was weak as she fell to the ground. Her face was full of disbelief as she looked at Seito and said, "You're not under my control. What do you think?" Seito looked at Amy's reaction and asked in return. Then he killed her without mercy and turned to look at the other two battles. He saw that the woman fighting Eriko was standing on the spot. Her hands were either crossed, spread out to the sides, one in front and one behind, one up and one down. She fired bullets at Eriko, who was attacking her from all angles. Even if there was a bullet in the middle, she would use the cover of another gun to finish reloading in less than a second. It didn't affect her blocking of Eriko at all. Is this gun kung fu? Seeing the woman's technique, Seito's mind flashed with a fighting technique mentioned in a novel he read before his rebirth. No wonder even with mother's skills, she still can't finish her off. Then Seito's gaze fell on the other two people fighting on the other side. Matsuo Society's leader was needless to say. He was still using hundreds of talisman papers to form a huge puppet to fight with his opponent. However, the person holding the two-handed greatsword had a rather unique fighting style. It was actually similar to the combatants of the Cross sect, shouting slogans while fighting. However, he wasn't shouting God, but the name of France's Joan of Arc. Every time he shouted, "Long live Joan of Arc," or after saying Joan of Arc, the two-handed greatsword in his hand would flash with a dazzling milky white light, slashing the puppet in front of him and attacking Matsuo Society's leader, causing Matsuo Society's leader to dodge awkwardly. Huh! Just as Seito was distracted to watch the battle, a soft sound suddenly came from the boundary point, attracting his attention. He saw a light emitting a pale golden light. On the transparent barrier with a large number of runes floating on the surface, cracks extended in all directions. A large number of pale golden light spots floated out from the cracks and quickly disappeared in the air. In just a short while, the pale golden barrier completely collapsed and disappeared under Seito's gaze. Mission completed, let's withdraw. At this moment, it was still the woman who spoke first who coldly said after taking a look at the scene, "Yes." The two people who were still alive hurriedly responded in a loud voice. Then, each of them used their own methods to force back Eriko and Matsuo Society's leader, quickly retreating to the woman and Moses' side. Then, Moses waved the short stick in his hand, and a dense smoke suddenly appeared in the field and quickly spread. After more than a minute, the smoke dissipated again. Apart from the destroyed boundary point, there was no trace of the enemy. Even the corpse of Emi, who was killed by Seito, had disappeared. Matsuo Society's leader gritted his teeth with an unsightly expression and without saying a word, rushed to the other boundary point. "Let's go." Eriko and Seito exchanged glances and whispered to each other. Then, they followed behind Matsuo Society's leader and rushed to the other boundary point. However, before they could reach the other boundary point, a huge barrier emitting a pale golden light suddenly appeared in the sky above Kyoto. After the barrier rapidly flickered twice, it suddenly exploded into countless fragments of pale golden light. After floating in the air for about 2 seconds, it was annihilated in the air. The city's boundary is broken. Matsuo Society's leader looked at the shattered boundary in the sky and said in a hoarse voice. Seito and Eriko also looked at each other in shock when they saw the scene in the sky. They didn't expect the enemy to really break the city's boundary tonight. Just as they were in shock, waves of thick, foul air emerged from all directions in the capital and quickly moved toward the capital. "That's... the magical beasts are attacking," Eriko said in shock. "What?" Hearing Eriko's words, Matsuo Society's leader quickly looked into the distance. After discovering a large amount of foul aura, he trembled and said, "How is this possible?" Now is not the time to consider whether it's possible or not, but to quickly contact the shrine and ask what to do now. Eriko's psychological quality was much stronger than Matsuo Society's leader. She quickly recovered from the shock and quickly reminded him. Yes, contact the shrine. As soon as Matsuo Society's leader was reminded, he immediately recovered from the shock and hurried back to Matsuo Grand Shrine. Behind him, Seito and Eriko both silently followed. After a while, Matsuo Society's leader, who returned to Matsuo Grand Shrine, immediately left Eriko and Seito behind and rushed into a secret room in the shrine. He opened the Matsuo Grand Shrine's inheritance boundary and then returned to the leader's bedroom to contact the shrine. Fortunately, Matsuo Grand Shrine has a protective boundary. At least we have a fortress to rely on. Seito looked up at the boundary above Matsuo Grand Shrine and said, "Don't be too optimistic. With the concentration of foul aura just now, there will definitely be a lot of magical beasts attacking. When the time comes, it's still unknown how long this boundary can last. In the end, we can only rely on our own strength." Eriko said with a flat expression, "While the magical beasts haven't come yet, let's quickly adjust our state." Seito also understood this truth, so he nodded and found a flat place to sit down with Eriko. After a while, Matsuo Society's leader, who had contacted the shrine, returned to the two of them. With an ugly expression, he said to Eriko and Seito, who were sitting cross-legged, "The shrine said that we have to resist on our own. There are no extra personnel to support us now." "How could that be?" Eriko said incredulously. "How the hell would I know?" Matsuo Society's leader, who was questioned by Eriko, could no longer suppress the irritation in his heart and shouted loudly. "Matsuo Society's leader, calm down." Although she didn't have a good impression of Matsuo Society's leader, and there was estrangement in her heart at this special moment when a magical beast attacked, Eriko still hoped that Matsuo Society's leader could become an effective combat force, and not an idiot who could die at any time because of losing his calm. "Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 310. Matsuo instinctively wanted to reprimand her, but when he saw Eriko's calm and cold eyes, he couldn't open his mouth. In the end, he resentfully put down his arm that was pointing at Eriko and fell silent. "Matsuo Yakuza, go and wake up the 3 shamans and give them their weapons. We don't have enough combat power." After Matsuo Yakuza calmed down, Eriko said, as if she was in charge. "I understand." Matsuo Yakuza nodded and turned around to wake up the shamans. "If there's anything good in the shrine, I hope Matsuo Yakuza won't hide it from us." Seito reminded Matsuo Yakuza as he looked at Matsuo Yakuza's back. Matsuo Yakuza's footsteps paused when he heard Seito's words, and then he left without saying anything. After Matsuo Yakuza left, Seito turned to Eriko and asked with a smile, "Mother, do you think he'll take out the good stuff?" "Maybe, but whether he takes it out or not, he won't let us know," Eriko said. "That's true." Seito nodded understandingly, then closed his eyes and began to adjust his state of mind. After a while, there was a commotion in the shrine, waking up Seito and Eriko, who were resting with their eyes closed. The two didn't say anything, and they got up and walked in the direction of the commotion. When the two arrived at the place where the sound came from, they saw 3 Miko women in Miko outfits. Each of them had a longbow on their back, a long sword on their waists, 2 pestles, and a coin-shaped baton on their backs. They were carrying arrows and other things for setting up enchantments to the entrance of the shrine. For example, Maeda Matsuo himself was using these materials to set up a protective barrier at the main entrance of the shrine. Seeing this, Sei and Eriko didn't stay idle and took the materials placed on the side. They took the materials and began to set up a barrier around the shrine. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the magical demons finally appeared outside the Matsuo Grand Shrine. There were about 200 of them densely packed together, and they were led by a magical demon with dense chi to the front of the shrine. When the leader saw Seito and the others in the shrine, he immediately laughed happily. "Ha! There's more liver to eat. Attack!" ordered. Oh, whoa. After receiving the order, the magical demons immediately howled excitedly and rushed to the front of the Matsuo Grand Shrine. Shoot! Matsuo Yakuza looked at the magical demons running over. Matsuo ordered the 3 bow-wielding witches beside him with a gloomy expression. Matsuo Yakuza's head, and let 3 Yakuza's 2s. 3 Yakuza to into the head 2. The demon-repelling spell engraved on the arrows flashed, and the Yakuza's head exploded, killing them instantly. Then, the 3 Yakuzas didn't stop. They immediately took out arrows from the quiver at their waists, knocked them on the bows, and shot without aiming. Then, another 3 unlucky Yakuza were hit by the arrows and died under the effect of the demon-repelling spell on the arrows. After shooting about 20 arrows, the Yakuza finally rushed to the front of the shrine, but they were immediately stopped by the barrier at the entrance. "Don't stop! Keep shooting!" Matsuo Yakuza shouted at the 3 Yakuzas. Yes, the 3 Yakuzas, whose arms were trembling, immediately responded. They took out arrows from their waists, knocked them on the bows, and raised their hands to shoot. It should be known that the Yakuzas were not as easy to shoot as modern bows. Generally, one would be considered to have good physical fitness if they could shoot 5 arrows in a row. 10 arrows was basically the standard for an archer in ancient times, and this was referring to the physical strength of a male. Just now, the 3 Yakuzas had each shot more than 7 arrows. How could their arms not tremble? As for why he didn't switch to a modern longbow, he could only blame it on how troublesome it was to use magic arrows. Because there were too many incantations to inscribe, ordinary long arrows simply couldn't satisfy them, and the arrows that could satisfy them couldn't be held by modern bows. So in the end, they could only use this kind of large longbow with Japanese characteristics to shoot. After shooting about 4 arrows, one of the witches immediately groaned in pain and dropped the bow in her hand to the ground. "You guys can go back and rest first." Matsuo Society's head frowned. He ordered the 3 witches. Yes. The other 2 witches breathed a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully. Then, they retreated to the back to rest. Miko Ito. At this time, Matsuo Yakuza leader's eyes fell on Eriko and Sei Ito next to her and said, "I understand." Eriko knew what Matsuo Society's leader meant and nodded. Then, she walked out with the Gantz sword that she had confiscated after the first battle. Behind her, Sei Ito pretended to find a long sword engraved with magic incantations from the side and walked out behind Eriko. Matsuo Society's leader's eyes flickered as he watched Eriko and Yukari step out of the barrier and fight with the demons. His fingers subconsciously twitched twice, but that was all. He didn't do anything. Outside, Sei Ito and Eriko immediately separated after stepping out of the enchantment. They each chose a path and killed their way to the center. Sei Ito and Eriko basically didn't waste any effort to kill these demons whose comprehensive strength was only C-class. They pushed forward as if they were taking a stroll in the park, killing the demons around them. In just a while, more than a dozen demons fell one after another around the 2 of them, but there wasn't a single trace on their bodies. "Quick, surround them." The leader of the demons ordered angrily when he saw what was happening. "Roar!" The demons roared and quickly surrounded the 2 of them. They gradually formed 2 circles, separating Eriko and Sei Ito. The 2 of them weren't afraid of this kind of human wave tactic at all. Eriko swung her sword and killed a nearby demon. She raised her sword in front of her chest. Then with her right foot as the center, she fiercely twisted her leg, causing her body to quickly rotate. The spiritual power on the sword flew out like a wind blade in the rotation. It was like harvesting wheat, uniformly cutting the demons around her in half. As for Sei Ito, his method was simple and crude. Standing in the center, his body suddenly blurred, and several phantoms suddenly rushed out of Sei Ito's blurry figure. They rushed into the surrounding demons and immediately returned. When Sei Ito's figure became clear again, the demons surrounding him all sprayed blood into the air. Their broken corpses fell to the ground like garbage. In just an instant, more than 30 demons died at the hands of Ito and Eriko. In addition to the 40 demons killed by the 2 of them and the 3 shamans, more than a third of the less than 200 demons had died. Bastards! The leader of the demons roared in exasperation. These were all its subordinates, the symbol of its status among the demons. How could it not be angry when they died at the hands of Ito and Eriko? Therefore, after the leader of the demons roared, it instantly turned into a black shadow. It passed through the crowd of demons and arrived in front of Ito. It stretched out a claw wrapped in a large amount of demon aura to grab Ito's head. A B-rank demon. Ito instantly determined the strength of the demon. He raised his sword and blocked the demon's claw. At the same time, he leaned to the side and punched with his empty left hand. When the demon saw that its claw was blocked and sensed Ito's attack, the demon aura in its abdomen suddenly dispersed. A large mouth that occupied the demon's entire abdomen appeared in front of Ito's fist. It opened its mouth and was about to bite down. Seeing this, Ito's mind moved. The energy in his body instantly surged to his arm. He used the cycle and sturdy of his psychokinesis technique to protect his arm. He increased his strength and rushed straight into the demon's mouth. 2 rows of sharp teeth bit down on Ito's arm without any fancy moves. However, the invisible layer of energy around Ito's arm blocked it. Apart from leaving a bloody mark on Ito's arm, it didn't have any other effect. At this moment, Ito's hand, which had already reached into the demon's mouth, suddenly opened and sent a talisman into the demon's abdomen. After the talisman left his hand, it immediately emitted a large amount of light and heat. The demon's face twitched from the stimulation. The large mouth on its abdomen unconsciously opened and spat out all the foreign objects in its mouth. At the same time, it withdrew its demon aura to heal its mouth. On the demon's body, strands of hair turned into steel lines under the effect of the demon aura. They pierced towards Ito's head. Ito's wrist shook and the long sword separated from the demon's claw. At the same time, he quickly retreated and dodged the strands of hair. Then he quickly sheathed the long sword and slashed at the demon in front of him. A silver crescent appeared in the path of Ito's sword and slashed toward the demons. The leader of the demons frowned. The demonic aura around his body instantly condensed in front of him and gathered in his hands. A pitch-black demonic ball then appeared in front of the half-moon silver light and collided with it. Boom! A violent explosion erupted between the demons and Ito. The powerful shockwave immediately blew the surrounding demons away. However, Ito and the demons were not affected at all. The shockwave blew the dust into the air, and they fought again. When no one else saw, Ito's empty left hand touched the long sword. A row of strange patterns replaced the original demon, slaying runes on the blade. With the stimulation of Ito's energy, a blue flame ignited on the blade. Welcome! Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 311. 1 human and 1 demon fought quickly in the dust, but this time, the leading demon was obviously at a disadvantage. In the battle, Ito-sei was like a waltz dancer. His footsteps were light and agile. His hands used simple and beautiful swordsmanship. From time to time, his body would make a rotation, pause, or bend down to avoid Gaoyu's slashes. He circled around the leading demon and slashed it. At the same time, the blue flames burning on the blade would also leave a frozen burn mark on the demon's body when the blade hit it. The bone-chilling cold stimulated the demon's body to twitch subconsciously, and its sluggish movements accelerated the speed of the demon's attack. After a while, as Ito-sei cut off the demon's head, the headless body of the demon was frozen into a large block of ice. The place where the demon died exuded endless cold air, which made the midsummer of July seem like winter. The other demons immediately went into an uproar when they saw that their leader had died. A trace of fear flashed across their inhuman faces. They subconsciously stopped in their tracks and remained silent. At this time, Seito was not in a daze. He tapped his foot and instantly rushed into the nearest demon group. The blue flames on the blade in his hand quickly slashed at the demon's body. The cold energy left a white mark on the path of Seito's sword, turning all the demons that were struck into ice sculptures. Moreover, as the number of ice sculptures increased, the cold air became more and more vigorous. It also increased the power of Seito's sword. Often, after a single slash, in addition to directly killing the demon, 2 unlucky ones would also be killed. In less than 5 minutes, the remaining demons were all killed by Seito and Eriko before they even had a chance to escape. The 2 people standing in the middle of the demon corpses looked at each other. After casually swinging his sword to get rid of the non-existent filth on it, he turned and walked back to the Matsuo Taisha. "Thank you for your hard work." The Matsuo Taisha greeted Seito and his mother. "You're too polite," Eriko replied politely. Then, she walked to the side and found a clean place to sit down. She closed her eyes and began to meditate. Beside Eriko, Seito was also resting with his eyes closed while holding the long sword that he had modified with alchemy. Matsuo wanted to ask Ito-sei for the katana in his hand to find out what was going on. He wanted to answer his doubts about the power of the katana. But after looking at Ito-sei's current appearance and the strength he displayed in the battle just now, in accordance with the fundamental principle that the one with the bigger fist is the boss, Matsuo Society's head didn't walk over rashly. Instead, he endured it again, which was in line with his style. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Before Seito and Eriko could warm up from sitting on the rock under their butts, a voice suddenly appeared. Another group of demons appeared outside the Matsuo Taisha and rushed toward the shrine excitedly. Matsuo Taisha instinctively looked at Seito and Eriko. However, when the 2 met Matsuo Taisha's gaze, they didn't get up and get rid of the demons as he expected. Instead, they both looked at him quietly. Matsuo Society's leader's complexion immediately changed from green to white. He gritted his teeth in resentment and grabbed a thick yellow talisman paper from his hunting clothes sleeves. Then, he waved the talisman paper in his hand. As Matsuo Taisha waved it, all the talisman paper that floated out seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand. They spun and danced in the space in front of Matsuo Shagakuki in a specific trajectory. Then, one by one, they attached themselves to the surface of nothingness, turning into a humanoid puppet without a face and hair. It quickly floated out of the enchantment of the main gate of the shrine and fought with the demons. Although the puppet was made of talisman paper, it was as strong as steel. However, its sturdiness was no less than that of steel. With the support of a strange power, the puppet sent the demons flying with a single punch. However, it only sent them flying. If it was a one-on-one battle, the puppet might be able to use its own strength to grab and tear the demons apart to end the battle. However, it was not a one-on-one battle, but a one-on-many battle, even if the puppet's body was as strong as steel. However, there were too many demons. A demon's claws could even crush steel into mud, let alone a puppet made of paper. There was no time for it to tear the demons apart. After a stalemate, Matsuo Taisha, who was in the middle of the shrine, once again took out a dozen talisman paper and threw it out. Immediately, a wide, long sword made entirely of talisman paper appeared in front of Matsuo Taisha. Next, Matsuo Sho formed a seal with his hands and chanted an incantation. With a sudden shout, a layer of misty red light suddenly lit up on the surface of the talisman sword. Then, Matsuo Sho threw it out. Outside, the puppet seemed to have sensed something. It stretched out its hand and grabbed the talisman paper sword that was shot from behind. Then, it slashed at the demons in front of it. Wherever the talisman paper sword passed, all the demons were cut in half. Then, the talisman paper sword instantly absorbed all the blood, and they fell to the ground like dried corpses. After absorbing the demon's blood, the talisman paper sword immediately flashed with a strange green light. A demonic aura was emitted from the sword. Mother, this method is a bit evil. Seeing the state of the talisman paper sword, Seito said softly to Eriko. It is indeed a bit strange. Eriko nodded in agreement. But the adjectives she said were different from Seito. Obviously, in the eyes of Eriko, who was an orthodox demon who inherited the yin-yang technique, this kind of extraction of demon's blood could at most be regarded as strange and not evil. Seito naturally noticed the difference in meaning in Eriko's words, but Seito didn't care about this difference in understanding at all. According to the concepts of good, evil, good, and bad before his rebirth, he himself couldn't be related to good and good, but evil and bad were closer. Outside, after killing dozens of fiendish demons, the blade of the talisman longsword had turned a demonic green. At this moment, the long talisman sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling silver-white light, followed by a violent explosion. The talisman sword in the puppet's hand suddenly exploded into pieces of paper burning with green flames. Like willow, the wisps, they drifted to the nearby demons and then burned fiercely like a flame that had been exposed to oil. Ah! Just like that, more than half of the attacking fiendish demons were gone. In addition to the ones he had killed earlier, there were not many attacking fiendish demons left. What a domineering flame, Seito exclaimed, using the blood of the fiendish demons to ignite a special flame that only targets the fiendish demons. Matsuo's spells are indeed unique, Eriko also exclaimed. At this moment, the puppet's combat power was displayed. It reached out and grabbed a nearby, fiendish demon. Its arms violently tore the fiendish demon's body into two halves. A large amount of internal organs and filthy blood spurted out from the wound and splashed onto the ground. Then, the puppet stretched out its fist and sent an attacking fiendish demon flying. With its other hand, it slapped a fiendish demon's leg that couldn't dodge in time. The fiendish demon's leg was smashed into meat paste, and then it was crushed to death by the puppet. How violent, Seito exclaimed as he looked at the puppet's combat skills. Based on the puppet's combat skills alone, it's really hard to imagine that its master is such a shrewd guy. Under normal circumstances, a person's combat skills would often reflect the person's latent personality. Unless the other party's inheritance system was like that, it would not deviate from this point. Moreover, even those who inherited a sex inheritance that did not match their personality would be more or less affected by the cultivation method in the process of cultivation. Thus, they would subtly change their personality and become a temperament that matched the characteristics of the cultivation method. Of course, there were also those with special willpower who could cultivate the cultivation method to match their own situation. However, as long as such people did not die prematurely due to chi deviation, most of them will become masters or masters of their generation, except for a few who could not be trained. Just as Seito was sighing, the lower fiendish demons had all been wiped out by the puppet. However, its body had also become broken, as if it would fall apart at any time. Opposite it, a long-tongued fiendish demon with transparent wings like an insect on its back was staring at it coldly. Its body was shiny from head to toe, and its long bony tail was swinging freely. Shwa! With a buzzing sound, two cracks immediately appeared on the puppet's body, and then it was scattered into a pile of tattered talismans by the long-tongued fiendish demon's tail. Then the fiendish demon didn't stop there. Its body suddenly turned into a black shadow and slammed into the defensive enchantment of the shrine. After being rebounded by the enchantment, it flew to the front of the enchantment again and waved its long bony tail like a whip, turning into countless invisible whip shadows that slammed on the enchantment. A burst of muffled bang, 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 bang sounds were immediately transmitted from the enchantment. Seeing this, Matsuo Masayoshi knew that if he didn't come up with other means, he couldn't deal with the fiendish demon in front of him at all. Matsuo Masayoshi once again turned his gaze to Sei Ito and Eriko, who were sitting at the side. Sensing Matsuo Masayoshi's gaze on her, Eriko frowned, grabbed the katana on her leg, stood up from the stone sitting cross-legged, and walked toward the fiendish demon that was bombarding the enchantment. Sei Ito, who originally wanted to see Matsuo Masayoshi's trump card, sighed helplessly. He curled his lips and stood up from the stone, followed behind Eriko, and walked to the main entrance of the shrine. Welcome, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 312. Seeing Eriko and Sei Ito finally stand up from their seats, Matsuo Taisha let out a long sigh of relief. Although without Eriko and Sei Ito's help, Matsuo Taisha still had a trump card to deal with a magical beast, but it was better not to use it. At this time, Eriko walked to the entrance of a shrine and quickly formed a few hand seals in front of her chest. At the same time, she chanted a strange incantation. Then, with a low roar, she pushed her hand out, and a light circle formed from the Taoist 9 syllables suddenly appeared in front of Eriko's outstretched hand. A few pale golden rays emerged from the light circle and slowly gathered at the front of the light circle, turning into a pale golden bird, and quickly flew out of the light circle. Chirp, a crisp bird cry came from the mouth of the golden bird. The bird passed through the Matsuo Taisha Shrine's barrier without any hindrance and slammed into the magical beast. Boom! A loud sound came from the magical beast's body, and a large scorched wound appeared on its chest. The remnant magical beast's power was hindering the magical beast's recovery ability. At this time, Eriko's left hand touched the Gant's sword in her right hand, and a layer of silver light instantly appeared on the sword. With a flick of her wrist, Eriko rushed out of the barrier and slashed down at the injured magical beast. Eriko's sword was blocked by the magical beast's hard-bone tail, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. It was clear how tough the magical beast's bone tail was. Seeing this, Eriko turned. She went around the magical beast's side to the gap where the magical beast was exposed. She pulled out her sword from the gap between the magical beast's bone tail and slashed diagonally at the gap. PFFF, the silver sword instantly broke through the magical beast's smooth skin, leaving a long wound. The remnant magical beast aura was entangled with the magical beast aura, causing the magical beast pain and suppressing its recovery speed. Then, Eriko's feet shook, and she once again dashed to the other side of the magical beast and slashed down with her sword. Seeing this, the magical beast no longer cared about its wound. It flicked its long tongue, which turned into a black shadow and wrapped around Eriko's wrist. Eriko's wrist nimbly turned, and the sword immediately revolved around Eriko's hand. The sword drew an arc in an instant, and the magical beast's tongue was instantly cut off. Then, Eriko grabbed the handle and slashed heavily on the magical beast's body. Another wound appeared on the magical beast's body. Large amounts of dark green blood spurted out from the wound. Ayo! The magical beast's painful. The wings on its back flapped rapidly, and it quickly flew up into the air with the magical beast's body. In the sky, magical beasts with wings had an obvious advantage. At least, they were not affected by the Earth's gravity and could stay in the sky for a long time. For people who could not fly, they were invincible. Eriko looked up at the magical beast that stayed in the air. A large area of wrinkles appeared in the magical beast's black leg under the Red Witch's pants. It provided Eriko with physical strength that exceeded her own body and sent Eriko into the air. Seeing Eriko's actions, the magical beast's expression turned cold. The demon's cold face flashed with a touch of ridicule, and its long bone tail instantly whipped towards Eriko's body, which had nowhere to borrow strength. Looking at the bone tail that was whipping towards her, Eriko abruptly flipped her body in midair, avoiding the bone tail's whipping. At the same time, she cleverly cut the demon's bone tail in the gap between the bone tail and blocked it. With a forceful twist, it landed on the magical beast tail. Then, using the magical beast's bone tail as a path, she quickly rushed towards the magical beast. In the process of rushing towards the magical beast, Eriko's free left hand quickly formed a few hand seals in front of her, and she started chanting a strange and long incantation. Looking at Eriko, who was rushing towards it, the magical beast sneered. A mocking smile flashed across the demon's face before it flapped its wings once more. Its body immediately began to move irregularly in the air, trying to shake off Eriko, who had no place to land. In this regard, Eriko already had a countermeasure. At the moment when the demon suddenly moved, she stuck the sword in her hand into the gap of the demon's bone tail again. No matter how the demon moved, she didn't let go. At the same time, relying on her tenacious will, she continued to complete the spell in her hand. After a short while, Eriko's palm suddenly pressed against the magical beast bone tail. A huge formation with a hexagram in the middle and golden Sanskrit words in the space between each star suddenly appeared under the magical beast's body, moving along with it. Seal the magical beast. At this time, Eriko shouted out, and the formation under the magical beast released a bright light, enveloping both the magical beast and Eriko. Within the formation, countless lightning bolts flashed across the magical beast's body before merging with the neighboring lightning bolts, turning into longer lightning bolts that continued to mix with the other lightning bolts. After a few seconds, the lightning that had covered the demon's body was reduced to 6 thick electric chains. They bound the demon's body and fixed it in the center of the magic circle below it. At this time, Eriko, who had her hands free, pulled out the magical beast blade and stabbed down viciously at the magical beast bone tail. As the magical beast's blade glowed with a silver light, it only paused for a moment before piercing through the shell of the magical beast bone tail, stabbing into the formation under the magical beast. After that, Eriko, who had her hands free, immediately formed a seal in front of her and solemnly chanted a long Sanskrit incantation. A moment later, following Eriko's clear cry, a pitch-black crack abruptly opened at the center of the formation below the fiendish demon's body. Like the mouth of a giant beast, it devoured the fiendish demon above. No. The magical beast struggled and roared in fear. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the 6 chains. Instead, it left more wounds on its body. However, Eriko was not moved at all. Her hand seals did not change, and she continued to channel her spiritual power to maintain the formation. After a while, the magical beast's entire body was devoured by the crack in the magical beast's lower body. The crack seemed to be satisfied, and it immediately disappeared. Without the magical beast's existence, the magical beast flashed and disappeared in mid-air. Eriko, who had nowhere to stand, fell down with the magical beast's blade in front of her. Soon, with a soft sound, Eriko's feet finally landed on the ground. Then, Eriko stood up, grabbed the magical beast blade, and walked back to the Matsuo Taisha shrine. In the shrine, Matsuo Taisha Shrine's head looked at Eriko's legs with an extremely strange gaze. He couldn't understand how Eriko's flesh and blood body could fall from a height of about 30 floors without any other means or external assistance. She didn't even roll to dissipate the force. At least he couldn't do it. Even the people he knew couldn't do it. But at the same time, Matsuo Taisha understood that the Edo family from Tokyo was not simple. Whether it was combat power or means, he couldn't compete with them head-on. Thinking of this, Matsuo Taisha Shrine's head subconsciously touched something in his hunting clothes. His heart was shocked, and he calmed down again. Seito and Eriko naturally noticed the change in Matsuo Taisha Shrine's head. They also understood that the thing that calmed Matsuo Taisha Shrine's head might be some kind of trump card passed down by the Matsuo Taisha Shrine. Although they couldn't figure out what Matsuo Taisha Shrine's head was holding, Seito and Eriko naturally wouldn't ignore the existence of that thing. At the same time, they also added a layer of caution in their hearts. While the three of them were thinking about different things, another wave of demons arrived outside the Matsuo Taisha shrine. However, the number of demons was too small, and their strength was too weak. They didn't even need Sei Ito and the other two to take action. The three witches, who had recovered some of their strength, finished them off with arrows. After this wave of demons, several more waves of demons arrived one after another. However, apart from a few groups of demons that required Sei Ito, Iriko, and Matsuo Taisha Shrine's head to take action, the rest of the demons were the kind that could be taken care of by the three witches with magic tools. It didn't match the density of the foul air in the sky when the barrier was broken. "Mother, something doesn't seem right," Seito said to Eriko, who felt that the situation was strange. Indeed, Eriko agreed with a frown as she looked at the thick, foul air in the sky. Judging from a situation of the previous waves and the density of the foul air in the sky, no matter how I look at it, those demons that came to attack us are more like cannon fodder. They are here to delay us, Seito said as he looked up at the thick, foul air in the sky. You mean to say that from the beginning of the destruction of the city barrier until now, the demons have been moving towards a goal? Matsuo Taisha Shrine's head frowned after hearing Sei Ito's words. Now that he had recognized that the Ito family was not to be trifled with, he should show the proper attitude. It was impossible to treat Sei Ito as a child and Eriko as an ordinary woman in the beginning. Therefore, Matsuo Taisha Shrine's head was now very concerned about Sei Ito's words. Yes, Sei Ito nodded and admitted. Then he looked at Matsuo Taisha Shrine's head and asked, Matsuo Taisha Shrine's head, you have been in Kyoto for many years. Do you know what is sealed in Kyoto that is very important to the demons? I don't know. Matsuo Taisha Shrine's head frowned and thought for a while. Then he shook his head and said, Since you don't know, then forget it. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Sei Ito moved his neck indifferently, making a kacha sound, and said lightly. Next, the three of them continued to stay inside Matsuo Taisha Shrine, guarding against the demons that came over at any time. Chapter 3:13. Amidst the intermittent demon attacks, it was dawn in the blink of an eye. Just as the sun rose from the east, in a place not far from the imperial palace in Kyoto, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Then, a long green dragon appeared in the sky. It had the whiskers of a tiger, the tail of a hyena, the body of a snake, the scales of a fish, the horns of a deer, and the claws of a dragon eagle. It was circling in the sky. That's the azure dragon Shikigami of the Ampere family. Looking at the long dragon circling in the sky, the Matsuo Society's head cried out in shock. Is that the azure dragon, one of the 12 Shikigami used by Mr. Ampere Saimai? It's actually been passed down. Hearing the Matsuo Society's head cry out, Eriko, who had already guessed this, also said in shock. Since they used the azure dragon, it means that the Ampere family situation is not optimistic. It seems that the main target of this demon attack is the Ampere family, but I don't know what they're looking for. Sei Ito looked at the azure dragon in the sky with a strange, yet excited gaze and said. He was excited because as a descendant of Yin and Huang, Sei Ito saw the legendary dragon for the first time with his own eyes. Moreover, it was the azure dragon, one of the 4 divine spirits in myths and legends. It was enough to make any descendant of Yin and Huang excited. He was strange because such a great existence would actually become a Shikigami controlled by someone else. Even if it was just a form created by a strand of thought in this world, it made Sei Ito feel a strong sense of dissonance from his heart. Just as Sei Ito was in a strange yet excited mood, the azure dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a stream of water, which turned into a rain of arrows in midair. They flew downwards, and after the rain of water arrows, a blurry face the size of a car appeared. It was completely formed by Yao Qi. Its head was at the same level as the azure dragon in the sky. Its body was full of tangled muscles, its skin was dark gray, and it had 5 pairs of dark blue eyes. For crisscrossing sharp teeth protruded from its bloody mouth. A demon with 5 antelope-like curved horns on its head appeared in the field, confronting the azure dragon. "What's that?" Ito turned to ask Eriko. "I don't know." Eriko frowned and thought for a while. She did not have any information about this monster. He shook his head and said, "Mr. Matsuo, do you know?" Ito looked at Mr. Matsuo again. "This is also my first time seeing it." Matsuo Society's head also shook his head. The monster made up entirely of demonic chi roared and stretched out its hand. Boundless demonic chi gathered in the middle of the monster's hand to form a curved saber. It roared and slashed at the azure dragon hovering in front of it. Seeing the monster's attack, the azure dragon felt that its dignity as one of the 4 spirits was being challenged. After a long roar, the azure dragon swayed its body and quickly escaped from the monster's blade. Like a snake, the azure dragon coiled around the monster's body and tore it with its claws. With just one swipe, a large amount of demonic chi was released from the azure dragon's claws. Then, a large amount of demonic chi gushed out from the monster's body to make up for it. Although the monster was made up entirely of demonic chi and did not have any flesh and blood, the demonic chi still made the monster feel pain. The monster roared. It reached out its hand to grab the azure dragon's slender neck. The azure dragon swayed its head and immediately dodged the monster's grab. At the same time, its long tail whipped the monster's back with great force. A large amount of demonic chi was released from the spot where the monster was whipped. Roar! The monster roared angrily and slashed the curved saber in its hand continuously. Blades made of demonic aura instantly slashed out in all directions, slashing at the azure dragon, who did not dodge completely due to its slender body. Streams of bright red blood flowed out from the places cut by the demonic aura, turning into spiritual rain in the air and falling to the ground. Roar! The azure dragon cried out in pain. It opened its mouth and bit the monster's arm. At the same time, its 2 front claws scratched at the monster's arm. The dragon's tail quickly and continuously whipped the monster's body. The monster roared and raised the bitten arm to its mouth. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the azure dragon's back. With a poochie sound, a large piece of flesh on the azure dragon's back was immediately bitten off by the monster. It chewed and swallowed into its mouth. Roar! The azure dragon roared in pain and shook its head violently. It also bit off a large amount of demonic chi from the monster's arm. After the demonic chi dissipated in the air, it opened its mouth and gathered a ball of water in front of the dragon's mouth. Then, it sprayed it at the monster. Boom! The water ball directly hit the monster's big face, and the 4 spiritual energies contained in the water ball instantly burned a large area of the monster's big face. Of the 5 pairs of blue eyes, 6 of them were burned blind, and pitch-black liquid flowed out of them. The monster raised its head and roared loudly. The 5 curved horns on the top of its head suddenly emitted streaks of lightning. In an instant, the 5 curved horns shot into the sky and turned into a pitch-black thunderbolt that struck the azure dragon's body. Crackle, crackle. The pitch-black thunderbolt immediately flowed on the azure dragon's body, shattering a large area of the scales on the surface of the azure dragon's body. It burned the flesh under the scales and caused the azure dragon pain. As soon as the first thunderbolt ended, another 4 thunderbolts struck down one after another. The azure dragon's already heavily injured body was electrocuted, and a large amount of spiritual blood gushed out of the azure dragon's body. It turned into spiritual rain and fell to the ground. Roar! The azure dragon roared weakly. However, its dignity as one of the 4 spiritual beings made it even angrier. It twisted its long body and rushed toward the monster again. The monster roared and swung its machete at the azure dragon. The azure dragon, who was already heavily injured, could not dodge the monster's machete. The machete left a deep wound on the azure dragon's tail, so deep that the bone could be seen. Roar! The azure dragon roared and rushed to the front of the monster. Suddenly, it turned into a stream of green water and shot toward the monster's chest. A large amount of water hit the monster's chest and caused a large area of damage. A large amount of demonic aura came out of the wound and dissipated. The azure dragon, who had returned to its dragon form, was even weaker. It could not even maintain its physical form. It appeared and disappeared in front of the monster. On the other hand, the monster grabbed with its injured hand. A pitch-black ball of demonic aura appeared in the monster's palm. It threw it into the sky. On the azure dragon, who was panting heavily. Boom! A violent explosion came from the azure dragon's body. The azure dragon's body flew toward the buildings below like a cannonball. Boom! Another loud sound. A large amount of smoke and dust rose from the place where the azure dragon landed. Seeing that the monster did not stop, it opened its bloody mouth. A ball of demonic aura gathered in front of its mouth. In an instant, it turned into a stream of light and shot toward the azure dragon. Boom! An even louder sound came from a large amount of smoke and dust. Roar! The azure dragon let out a mournful cry. Then it fell silent. At this moment, after killing the azure dragon, the monster waved the curved sword in its hand and slashed at the ground in front of it. Not long after the blade went down, the monster's body trembled. Then it turned into countless streams of demonic aura and retreated to the ground. It seems that the Ampere family has lost, Eriko said with a regretful expression. I guess so. Seito nodded. It won't be long before the demons retreat. After all, they got what they wanted. Sure enough, not long after, the thick foul air in the sky above the capital suddenly dissipated, leaving only a faint layer that still shrouded the sky above the capital. It seemed that the demons who had achieved their goal had retreated. Phew! Seeing this, Matsuo Taisha let out a long sigh. His face was full of fatigue. For the next day, except for a few demons that happened to pass by the Matsuo Taisha, they did not encounter any serious attacks. The entire capital was no different from before, except for the fact that there was no city enchantment protection and a small number of demons on the streets. But whether it was Ito, Eriko, or Matsuo Taisha and other relevant people in the capital, they all knew the real storm was coming. Otherwise, the demons would destroy the city enchantment and attack the Ampere family with great fanfare. Was it a joke? In this oppressive calm, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At around 11 o'clock at night, according to the ancient time in China, the dark foul air column that had not changed since the golden light column covered in Sanskrit suddenly expanded. In a very short time, it absorbed all the remaining foul air in the sky. Then, it quickly retracted into the ground. The moment the column of foul energy disappeared, the ground, which had been shaking slightly, suddenly shook violently, like a magnitude 9 earthquake, spreading to more than half of Japan. Ow! A baby-like cry came from the night sky. The unprepared special people once again turned pale and vomited blood. This time, even some people at the peak of C-class were among them, showing how powerful the sound of the soul was. Mother, are you okay? Ito quickly reached out to support the pale Eriko and asked with concern. I'm fine. Eriko frowned and shook her head. Ito saw this and knew that Eriko was comforting him. He immediately waved his right hand in the room, and a large number of talismans flew out from his sleeve and covered the walls of the room. Then, Ito's hands quickly formed the 9 syllables hand seal and yelled at the wall in front of him, form. The talismans pasted on the walls immediately flashed with a red light, connected to protect the room, and then disappeared into the walls of the room. Ow! Just as Ito finished setting up the barrier, another roar came out, and the red light barrier that had disappeared appeared again, shaking violently. It seems that the previous demon attack was to get the sealed item in the Abe family's possession, and now the monster should be unsealed. Ito looked at the violently shaking red light barrier and said to Eriko, whose complexion was gradually recovering, Yes, it seems that this disaster is unavoidable. Eriko said with a sigh, Mother, why don't you and big sister come with me and Reina from now on? Don't cling to the family business of Benshan. That way, even if something happens, I won't worry about you. Seito took the opportunity to say, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Eriko shouted at Seito with displeasure. Binshan is the family business of our Edo family that has been passed down for more than 200 years. How can we give it up just like that? Don't talk such childish nonsense. But mother, you have seen the situation in Japan now. Demons are everywhere. This time, a peeping beast appeared. Who knows if the next one will be a nine-tailed fox or Tamamo no Mae. If it really appears, with Tamamo no Mae's resentment towards Tokyo, as long as it appears, our family will be affected. What should we do then? Count on the Ministry of the Environment? Or count on the shrine? Or count on the ape family that once sealed the nine-tailed fox? Seito continued and issued a series of questions. Eriko listened to Seito's questions and couldn't help but be silent. Seeing this, Seito continued to add fuel to the fire. Also, this demon incident has been strange from the beginning. Let's not talk about the organization that once attacked us and now disappeared. Let's talk about the group of international mercenaries when the enchantment of Kyoto was destroyed a few days ago. When did the demons invite international mercenaries when they caused trouble? Is there no one else behind this? When the time comes, they feel that a peeping beast is not enough and really release the nine-tailed fox. Or even the legendary Yamada Matsura that is suppressed in Mount Fuji that no one knows if it exists or not. Although Seito's words were a bit alarmist, Eriko still frowned and seriously considered the matter. Now, let's talk about the organization that attacked our family. We haven't even figured out their background yet, but they know everything about us. If one day they suddenly attack us, is it really safe to rely on the defensive enchantment of Mount Fuji and Big Sister? You and Yi? Seito finally said, "I know." Just as Seito opened his mouth and was about to add fuel to the fire, Eriko waved her hand and interrupted Seito, frowning, and said, "Okay." Seito also knew that this was enough. It was not good to continue, so he obediently stopped and waited for the situation outside to change. While waiting, the peeping beast once again made a soul sound. The soul attack that was obviously stronger than the previous one quickly shattered the enchantment set up by Seito and rushed towards Seito and Eriko. However, because the enchantment was weakened, the soul attack that rushed towards Seito and Eriko was already within their range of resistance. They each used their own methods to resist it. After the resistance ended, Seito swung his arms without thinking. A large number of runes flew out of Seito's sleeves like a long dragon and instantly stuck to the walls around the room. The densely packed runes stuck to the walls tightly, without leaving any gaps. At this time, Seito once again formed the Akala seal and set up the enchantment. "Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 314. This time, Seito did not stop after setting up the barrier. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground after setting up the barrier. He formed a seal with his hands and continued to chant Sanskrit incantations. He used the pure energy in his body to reinforce the barrier's defensive capabilities. After an unknown amount of time, Seito could no longer feel the tremors of the barrier and the ground. Only then did he hesitantly stop transferring energy. When he discovered that the barrier was still stable, even without the reinforcement of his energy, he let out a long sigh of relief. He raised his hand to wipe off the layer of sweat on his forehead and stood up. "Let's go out and take a look." Seito turned to Eriko, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, and said, "All right, let's see what's happening outside." Eriko nodded in agreement. She pushed her right hand on the ground and immediately stood up. She followed Seito out of the room. The moment Seito and Hui Lizzie walked out of the room, a thick foul aura that covered the sky immediately entered their eyes. It was as if the world was coming to an end. Red lightning flashed in the thick dark clouds. Under the dark clouds formed by the foul aura, a huge monster with the shape of a cow, a red body, A human face, horse feet, and a height of 30 to 40 stories was standing there. Its scarlet eyes flickered with madness and brutality as it looked around excitedly. It was emitting a terrifying, demonic aura that constantly affected the environment in the sky. "Is that the peeping beast?" Eriko muttered with a dry voice. "It should be," Seito said with a dry voice. The peeping beast looked around and suddenly opened its mouth. A sound like a baby's cry instantly came out of the peeping beast's mouth. An invisible shockwave quickly spread out in front of the peeping Tom's mouth, destroying all the visible buildings in the path of the shockwave as it rushed into the distance without stopping. "Not good." Ito-sei's face changed. He pulled Eriko's arm and returned to the room behind him. He immediately closed the door, and at the same time, he put his hands on the door and mobilized the power in his body. The moment the barrier was activated, the shockwave finally reached Ito and Eriko. It collided with the barrier. The huge impact instantly shattered the outer wall of the room, causing the barrier to shake violently. Walala! Boom! The shock wave came and went quickly, and it didn't stop because of Ito-sei's obstruction. After the shock wave passed through, the building in the Matsuo Grand Shrine immediately collapsed into ruins, burying the 3 witches under the ruins. As for the head of the Matsuo Taisha Society, his face was pale, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth as he collapsed in front of the Matsuo Taisha statue of the god of wine. Was panting weakly. At this time, Seito, who was relieved, raised his head and looked outside. In the entire Kyoto, except for a dozen or so special buildings that were more or less intact, the rest had basically collapsed into ruins. Some were even directly shattered into dust. A large number of corpses were buried under the ruins. Except for a few special people who were not good at cultivation, most of the corpses were ordinary people who did not escape from the Kyoto because they believed in the imperial family. Eriko, who walked to Seito's side, looked at the tragic scene in front of her with a shocked expression, speechless. At this moment, the light pillar covered with golden Sanskrit characters suddenly trembled violently. Then the pillar of light expanded at the speed of flesh. After expanding to about 50 meters in diameter, it suddenly exploded into countless star fragments and dissipated in the sky. At the same time, a chanting sound came from the void. Then, a thick pillar of light shone down from the sky that was covered by thick clouds. A Buddha sat cross-legged on a green lotus platform. He was wearing a white robe that exposed his chest. His hair was tied into a Faroese hairstyle, and earrings hung from his fat earlobes. His expression was benevolent and majestic, and each of his 4 arms was equipped with bracelets. The Buddha slowly descended from the pillar of light with colorful light emitting from his back and light petals falling around him like rain. Mahamayuri Dharma Body. Eriko was shocked. Then, she felt that her behavior was disrespectful to the Mahamayuri. She put her hands together in front of her chest, closed her eyes, and lowered her head, and whispered the Mahamayuri Sutra. "Is that Mahamayuri?" Seito muttered to himself in his heart. The Mahamayuri Dharma Body landed in the void and looked at each other quietly. At the same time, more chanting sounds came from the void, like a great bell ringing in the sky. Among the remaining special people in the capital, regardless of gender or age, as long as they knew any scripture of Mahamayuri Dharma Body, they all put their hands together in front of their chests and chanted. The spiritual consciousness of more than 1,000 people converged into a golden light that gradually illuminated the sky covered by thick clouds, rendering the place into a golden Buddhist realm. Roar. As an old demon, Seito knew that the Mahamayuri Dharma Body was not to be trifled with. He roared and launched his soul attack. A transparent shock wave rushed toward the Mahamayuri Dharma Body under Seito's control. The Mahamayuri Dharma Body's face was still merciful. The green lotus in the first right arm swayed slightly, and the petals that had gathered into a flower bud opened up at a seemingly slow, but actually fast speed. A beam of light shot out from the petals, easily blocking Seito's soul roar and annihilating it silently in the void. Then, the Mahamiri Dharma body moved again. The green auspicious fruit in the first left hand flashed with a gentle light. An invisible wave spread out with the auspicious fruit as the center, instantly filling the golden Buddhist realm. It relieved the pain, injuries, and resentment of all the survivors below. Immediately after, one of the 5 peacock feathers on the second arm on the left flashed brilliantly. Then, a green shadow shot out from the Peacock King's hand and pierced into Peeping Demon's scarlet eyes in the blink of an eye. Roar! As the peacock feather pierced into Sei Ito's eyes, one of its eyes immediately burst into a mass of flesh and blood. A large amount of blood spurted out from Sei Ito's eyes and splashed on the ground like rain. The pain caused Sei Ito to let out a painful roar. Along with the roar, the soul roar instantly spread out, breaking through the golden light's obstruction and invading everyone again. Just as Sei Ito was about to block it, the chanting in the air suddenly became clear. Lines of Sanskrit instantly appeared in the ears of Sei Ito and the others, canceling out Sei Ito's soul roar. Seeing this, Sei Ito's eyes flashed with anger. A thick demonic aura spread out from its body and combined with the foul clouds in the sky, shrouding an area of several miles around Sei Ito. Then, the void trembled and countless red, lightning bolts fell from the clouds. Patches of red sand immediately appeared on the ground. Withered old trees grew powerlessly on the red sand, and scattered bones of humans and beasts were casually exposed. Coupled with the red lightning bolts that occasionally leaped from the thick clouds in the sky, a dense aura of desolation and deathly stillness spread out. As Peeping Tao moved, the aura eroded toward the golden ocean where the peacock bright monarch's Dharma body was. This was Sei Ito's true domain that belonged solely to it by using its demonic aura. On the opposite side, the Mahamiri Dharma body felt its true domain being eroded. The surface of the universal fruit in its right hand flashed, and a golden light spread out with the universal fruit as the center. Wherever the golden light passed, the originally illusory golden light trembled and instantly turned into a substantial golden substance. Amidst the chanting and the surrounding nothingness, it turned into a huge golden lotus with a stem. On the lotus root of the lotus was the Dharma body of the Mahamiri, sitting cross-legged on a green lotus platform. Behind it, a huge wind screen formed entirely of peacock tail feathers spread out. Strands of green fluff trembled slightly in the breeze. Chirp! Suddenly, a bird's chirp came from the void. Then, a golden peacock spread its wings and flew out from the void. It circled around the Mahamiri Dharma body. Golden fragments like fireflies drifted down with the peacock's dance. As the Mahamiri Dharma body's true domain unfolded, the two domains collided without any gap. A blank area like a vertical eye immediately appeared at the intersection of the two boundaries. A kind of boundless death and a kind of merciful life-saving power instantly competed in the newly created area, causing the area to be alternating between boundless death and merciful life. After the two powerful existences competed for a while, Sei Ito suddenly roared. Demonic aura erupted from its body again. It turned into real crimson horses around Sei Ito and rushed toward the Mahamiri Dharma body under Sei Ito's lead. As Sei Ito moved, the area where the two boundaries intersected expanded again. Violent energy raged wildly in the gradually expanding area, attacking regardless of whether it was the master or the enemy. At this time, the peacock circling around the Mahamiri Dharma body let out a clear chirp. It flapped its wings and flew towards Sei Ito. It fought with Sei Ito in the chaotic area. The peacock used its sharp claws, beaks, wings, feathers, and the demon-extinguishing flame to fight against the crimson horses, soul sounds, tail slashes, headbutts, and bites released by Sei Ito. At the same time, the chaotic energy turned into lightning, wind blades, hailstones, and flames that kept attacking their bodies, causing damage indiscriminately. However, Sei Ito did not have the upper hand in the end. It had already joined the battle, but the Mahamiri Dharma body only sent out a peacock. It had not even used the origin fruit's blessing. At this rate, it would not take long for Sei Ito to be subdued by the Mahamiri Dharma body. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 315. Of course, there were other possibilities. After all, summoning a Mahamri Dharmakaya consumed an astronomical amount of resources and spiritual power to maintain its existence. Even if ISE Grand Shrine summoned all the experienced masters to be used as batteries, they might not be able to last long. As long as the Do Yin persisted until their spiritual power was exhausted, even if the Do Yin had to give up in the end, it would still represent its victory. After all, as long as it was not sealed again, there would be plenty of opportunities. The Do Yin and the Golden Peacock fought for a long time in the chaotic area. They were both covered in wounds, but neither could do anything to the other. Just as the two were entangled, the universal fruit in the hands of the Mahamri Dharmakaya flashed again and shot directly into the Golden Peacock in the chaotic area. The Golden Peacock's body flashed and immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. It looked like a golden flame was burning on its body. Then, the Golden Peacock flapped its wings and quickly broke away from the Do Yan's entanglement. It flew into the sky and then flapped its wings. A large number of golden light spots fell like rain and shot toward the Do Yin like sharp arrows. Peeping Owl raised its head and let out a loud cry. The remaining crimson horses immediately neighed, stamping their hooves against the ground as if they were stepping on solid ground, and galloped towards the peacock in the sky. Boom, 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 boom. On the way, the red horse and the golden rain collided with each other. The collision of the two types of energy instantly caused a series of explosions. Balls of light flashed in the chaotic area, causing the already chaotic energy to become even more violent. Behind the red horse, the Do Yin with only one eye raised its head and released a soul sound toward the Golden Peacock. An invisible shock wave immediately passed through the space between them and hit the Golden Peacock without any obstruction. The Golden Peacock cried out in pain. Then it opened its beak and gathered a ball of blazing white energy before it pecked and shot it at the Do Yin. A white beam of light instantly bombarded the Do Yin, leaving a charred wound on its chest. The injured Do Yin roared at the sky. The red lightning in its domain immediately flew out of the clouds and turned into sharp arrows that penetrated the chaotic area. It shot towards the Golden Peacock, flying high in the sky. Feeling the violent power of the red lightning, the Golden Peacock let out another clear cry, and the golden light all over its body suddenly expanded. Like a protective shield, it hung in the sky like the sun in the chaos zone. At this moment, the countless red lightning bolts rushed to bombard the Golden Peacock's protective shield. A series of explosions rang out in the sky. At the same time, the Night Watcher shook its body like a cow shaking off lice. A large amount of demonic chi once again overflowed from its body, turning into a crimson horse. Following the lightning, it charged towards the Golden Peacock. Countless attacks landed on the Golden Peacock's protective shield one after another. The powerful energy impact almost immediately shattered the shield into pieces, and then the real body was attacked by the remaining energy. Screech, the Golden Peacock let out a sorrowful cry and flew out of the chaotic area, back to the Peacock King's avatar. Behind it, the Peeping Owl chased after the Golden Peacock like an army of beasts, carrying countless red horses and red lightning bolts. They chased after the Peacock Bright King's Dharma body. At this moment, the green lotus in the Peacock Bright King's Dharma body shook again, and countless light energy shot out from the lotus toward the Night Watcher and the red lightning bolts behind it. Boom, 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 then a series of explosions rang out in the expanding chaotic area. With the help of the Peacock Bright King's Dharma body, the golden peacock smoothly flew back to where the peacock bright king's Dharma body was and circled around it a few times. It plunged into the wind screen formed by the green peacock tail feathers behind the peacock bright king's Dharma body and disappeared. Then, the huge lotus that the peacock bright king's Dharma body sat on suddenly rotated slowly, and a strange sandalwood smell suddenly appeared in the space. The smell made people feel warm and sleepy, and even the night watcher was affected after smelling the sandalwood smell, and its movements became hesitant. At this moment, one of the remaining peacock tail feathers in the peacock bright king's Dharma body's hand flashed with a destructive light. Then, it turned into a stream of light and shot toward the hesitant night watcher. Then, without any suspense, it shot the night watcher's remaining eye and blew it up. Roar! The great pain immediately brought the night watcher back to its senses. It stood on its hind legs like a human, and at the same time, it roared again. An invisible soul attack spread out in an instant, but it was immediately offset by the chanting in the void. Then, the night watcher bent its 2 hooves in the air and landed heavily on the ground with its body. Boom! Like a magnitude 9 earthquake, half of Japan shook again. But this time, the tremor did not come from underground, but from the ground. So, with this tremor, a wave of earth was pushed out in all directions with the night watcher's feet as the center. Jingdu City, which was near the Taoist temple, suffered again. A large area of the ground cracked, and the buildings that were already in ruins became even more dilapidated. The people who were chanting scriptures were all pushed to the ground by the waves of earth, interrupting their chanting. Some unlucky people even died directly in the waves of earth. Looking at the earth wave that was about to surge in front of him, Seito put his hands in front of him and instantly pressed them to the ground. Then a stone pillar that supported him and Eriko quickly rose from the ground. Shortly after they rose into the air, the earth wave reached the location of the Matsuo Taisha shrine. All kinds of garbage and heavy objects that came with the earth wave instantly fell in the shrine, burying the ruins of the shrine. Among them, the most unlucky one was the head of the Matsuo Taisha shrine. Without Seito's help, the already weak Matsuo Taisha shrine didn't even have a chance to resist. He was crushed by the earth wave and buried under the heavy garbage. Boom! A loud noise sounded in front of Seito. The garbage and heavy objects carried by the earth wave hit the stone pillar that Seito and Eriko were standing on, causing cracks to appear. Seeing this, Eriko and Seito, who had already recovered, immediately jumped off the stone pillar and stepped on the garbage mountain in front of them. They jumped over the earth wave and came to a place after the earth wave raged. After this catastrophe, who knows how much manpower and material resources it will take to rebuild Kyoto? Eriko looked at the dirty and messy ruins around her and sighed. Anyway, there are many things to do in the Imperial Palace. If Kyoto is gone, there's still Tokyo and other places. Seito said indifferently. Sigh. Eriko sighed and once again watched the battle between the 2 powerful existences in the sky with Seito. Without the support of everyone's scriptures, the huge golden lotus flower that the Mahamuri Dharma body sat on clearly became illusory. Even the chanting in the sky became blurry. Seeing this, the Mahamuri Dharma body suddenly emitted an infinite light, and the almost illusory golden lotus flower suddenly shook. It spun rapidly. Then, with the Mahamuri Dharma body as the center, there were 8 bodhisattvas with different expressions guarding it. Outside, there were countless Buddha statues the size of newborn babies sitting cross-legged. A square domain appeared in the field. The womb realm mandala. Eriko exclaimed. With the appearance of the womb realm mandala, the chanting in the void became clear again. Then, the baby-sized Buddha statues in the womb realm mandala suddenly opened their eyes. They chanted sutras and formed a tantric dharma seal with their hands, releasing infinite light. At this time, the blind Taoist spirit who was in the chaotic area did not know the changes in its surroundings. It rushed into the womb realm mandala foolishly and was immediately enveloped by the infinite light. A sizzling sound of red, iron-burning flesh rang out. A large amount of demonic aura spread out from Taoist spirit's body and drifted in all directions. At this moment, the Mahamuri Dharma body threw the green lotus flower in its hand. The lotus flower that left its hand immediately grew wildly. It grew to the size of Taoist spirit's body in almost an instant and spun toward Taoist spirit. This is going to determine the winner, Seito thought. Although the Mahamuri Dharma body's womb, realm mandala, and green lotus exorcism seemed very powerful, it was only one attack. After all, the Dharma body was summoned by the person who summoned it. Its power supply was also the responsibility of the person who summoned it. These two spells could be considered as big moves. If it could not subdue Taoist spirit in one go, the Mahamuri Dharma body would probably have no more power supply and dissipate again. The huge lotus flower spun toward the blind Taoist spirit. Taoist spirit seemed to have sensed danger and ignored the burns on its body. It ran wildly without any direction. However, the lotus flower was like a shadow. No matter where Taoist spirit ran, it followed. It continued to envelop Taoist spirit unhurriedly. After a while, the huge green lotus finally enveloped Taoist spirit in its petals. Just as it was about to contract and subdue Taoist spirit inside suddenly roared. Its demonic aura completely erupted, and it fought with the petals that were gradually contracting. Taoist spirit had completely lost its mind. It rammed around like a mad bull. Even if its head was bleeding, it did not care and continued to fight. Taoist spirit's crazy behavior really pushed away the lotus flower that was gradually gathering. As a result, the Mahamuri Dharma body had no choice but to transfer its power to assist the lotus flower in subduing the demon. As a result, the yin-yang masters under the Mahamuri Dharma body, who were acting as batteries, immediately felt pain. They used up all of their remaining spiritual power. In just a short while, several elderly yin-yang masters could not bear the burden and fainted. One of them even died. Those who fainted would not have it easy after they woke up. Using up the spiritual power in their bodies like this, coupled with the fact that they were not in their prime, was equivalent to directly injuring their foundation. It was hard to say if they would be able to recover in their lifetime. Fortunately, with the supply of these batteries, the Mahamuri Dharma body's power was finally added to the huge green lotus flower, causing the giant lotus to contract even more. Then, as the Taoist spirit became weaker and weaker due to the excessive use of its demonic qi, it was successfully pulled into the lotus flower. Just like that, the lotus flower was silent for a moment before it turned into nothingness with the Mahamuri Dharma body, which had lost its energy supply and disappeared into the sky. At this moment, a peeping Tom, covered in wounds, was sleeping peacefully at the spot where the green lotus had originally been. That's it. Ito asked Eriko, "You're not even adding a seal?" As soon as Ito finished speaking, 6 golden pillars of light immediately rose around the Taoist spirit. They formed a huge hexagram formation in the sky, filled with golden Sanskrit characters. It rotated and pressed down on the Taoist spirit on the ground. Just as the spinning hexagram was about to land on Peeping Tom, the formation suddenly shook violently. It looked as if it was about to disappear. Did someone destroy it? Ito frowned and guessed when he saw the situation of the formation. At the position where the light pillar rose, a dozen fiendish demons, led by a figure in a black robe, were attacking several yin-yang masters and guards who were maintaining the light pillar. With the advantage of numbers, the yin-yang masters and guards were quickly wiped out by the fiendish demons. Then, the black-robed figure stepped forward to destroy the formation that produced the light pillar. The moment the black-robed man destroyed the formation, the pillar of light in front of him immediately exploded into countless golden dust particles and dissipated into the air. Then, affected by the disappearance of the pillar of light, the other 5 pillars of light also exploded into golden dust particles and dissipated into the void. Without the support of the 6 formation points, the hexagram formation naturally flickered twice before disappearing into the air. Go back and tell your leader that our deal is over. After completing his actions, the black-robed figure turned his head and said to the fiendish demon who seemed to be the leader, "I will pass on your words to the ancestor." The fiendish demon nodded and said. After receiving the fiendish demon's reply, the black-robed figure nodded silently and left under the fiendish demon's flickering gazes. The moment the black-robed man left, a formation that seemed to have been drawn with blood and emitted a scarlet radiance abruptly appeared above the sleeping Peeping Tom. Blood-like tentacles reached out from the formation and wrapped around the Peeping Tom's neck and limbs, dragging it toward the formation. "What's that?" Seito asked Eriko with a strange expression. "That's," Eriko said with a bewildered expression, "a sacrificial formation." "A sacrificial formation? Are they planning to sacrifice the Taoist spirit to summon an even more terrifying existence?" Seito said in shock. While Seito and Eriko were still in shock, the red formation had already captured the Taoist spirit. A bright red light suddenly lit up on a magic circle. It was like a blood-red sun that enveloped Peeping Tom, and the surroundings were illuminated with a blood-red hue, as if they were in hell. "Welcome! Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 316. This sacrifice took an entire day. During this period, some people try to sabotage the sacrifice, but let's not talk about whether the group of old people who were summoned by ISC Grand Shrine and had their spiritual power drained by Mahamuri Peacock Dharmakaya will be able to recover in this short day. Even those who were strong and in good condition to sabotage the sacrifice would need to have the strength to break through the layers of demons. In this way, under the situation where the high-end combat power did not have an advantage and the mid-level combat power could not break through, the sacrifice ended smoothly without any setbacks. That night, when a moon was high in the sky, the blood-red ball that looked like the sun suddenly exploded and dispersed. Then, a naked figure with jade-like skin and long, straight black hair, scattered around the body, appeared in the red ball of light. The figure was curled up like a baby. "What's that?" Seito looked at the naked figure that replaced the peeper in the ball of light and asked in surprise. At the same time, this was also the same question in everyone's mind who witnessed this scene. And the moment Seito's voice fell, the figure curled up like a baby moved slightly and then stretched its body. It stood in the void and stretched its body, not affected by the Earth's gravity at all. "A woman," Seito exclaimed in surprise when he saw the figure standing in the void and stretching its body. That's right, the figure that stretched its body was a woman. A naked woman who looked only 18 or 19 years old with a quiet and beautiful face. At this time, the young woman who had finished stretching opened her eyes. A pair of golden beastly eyes that could be seen clearly in the night sky appeared in the girl's eyes. At the same time, a violent aura erupted from her body, sweeping up the surrounding air and turning it into a whistling gale that blew up. Behind her, the shadow of a monster that looked like a fox but had 9 tails was faintly discernible in the wind. "Nine-tailed fox," Eriko exclaimed in disbelief. Compared to the peeper monsters that no one knew about, the terrifying legend of the nine-tailed fox was even more prevalent in Japan. It was almost standing at the top of all monsters. As long as it appeared, it would cause endless disasters. Its terrifying image had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of all Japanese. Whether it was ordinary people or special people, it was the same. "Nine-tailed fox. I wonder if it's the one in the investiture of the gods." Seito narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the nine-tailed girl in the void and thought to himself. Originally, he said to Eriko that the other party might summon the nine-tailed fox was just an alarmist. But he didn't expect that he had the potential to jinx, and the prophecy came true. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Suddenly, thousands of voices, or even more voices, echoed in the night sky. How long have I been sealed?" A black whirlwind suddenly rose from the nine-tailed fox girl's body. After the whirlwind dissipated, a black kimono with cherry blossom patterns appeared on her body. She shook her hands and let her hair naturally fall behind her head. Her golden beast eyes scanned the messy Kyoto and asked faintly, "Your Majesty, it's been 1,000 years." At this moment, an old voice sounded and replied, "Is that so? 1,000 years?" The nine-tailed girl looked confused for a moment. Then, her expression changed, and she announced loudly with her arms wide open, "I, Tamamo no Mei, have returned." Following Tamamo no Mei's shout, countless energy exploded in the void. Streaks of lightning once again leaped out from the gradually dissipating clouds. The terrifying scene was as if the end of the world was about to arrive. Roar! Countless demons roared excitedly at Tamamo no Mei's announcement of her return. "In order to celebrate my return, the target is Tokyo. Let the feast of cannibalism begin." Tamamo no Mei pointed to the east of Kyoto and ordered loudly. "Yes." Countless demons responded in unison. Then, a dense wave of demon energy rapidly advanced towards Tokyo. And behind the wave of demon energy, Tamamo no Mei walked forward step by step in the void. At this moment, seeing that Tamamo no Mei was heading towards Tokyo, Ito quickly turned his head and said to Eriko, "Mother, do you still think that my previous words were just alarmist words?" Sigh. Eriko was silent for a moment. Finally, she let out a long sigh and said, "Let's go back." "Okay." Ito nodded and agreed. Then, the two of them exerted their greatest strength and rushed back to Tokyo. They had to return to the shrine before the demon horde reached Tokyo. Just like that, after more than an hour of trekking, Ito and Eriko finally reached the surface of Tokyo before the demon horde. Then, without stopping, they rushed back to their shrine. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the foot of the main mountain of the shrine. They quickly climbed up the stairs and returned to their room. "Mother, little brother, Auntie, Achung." Seeing Ito and Eriko suddenly rushing back, Suzu Ito and Yi, who stayed at home at the same time, stood up from their seats and called out in surprise, "Ling, go and pick the important things in the room and pack them up. Then, pack them up and leave with us to go to Tokyo's barrier." Eriko simply nodded and immediately said, "What's wrong?" Suzu Ito looked at her mother Eriko with some confusion, then looked at Ito and asked, "The matter is urgent. Big sister, you should first pack up the things as mother said. But you don't have to pick only the important things. Bring whatever you want." Ito said. "Oh." Ito Ling nodded as if she understood, then turned and ran back to the back room. "I'll help," Yi said quickly, then caught up with Suzu Ito's footsteps and left the room. "Achung, why did you ask Ling to bring everything she could?" Eriko waited for Suzu Ito to run back to the room, then turned to Ito and asked, "Sorry, mother. I've been asking you for a favor." With that said, Ito waved his hand at the cup in front of him, and the cup immediately disappeared from the table. Then Ito waved his arm again, and the cup reappeared on the table. Space item. Seeing this, how could Eriko not understand? She immediately exclaimed in shock. Space items are not cabbages on the roadside. They can be owned by individuals. As far as Eriko knew, there was no other way to obtain them except for people with space ability, people with space ability, people with space ability, people with space ability, or people with opportunity. For example, there are only a few people with space ability who can create space items in the world, and there's only one person with space ability who can create space items in the last 100 years. If this ratio is calculated for 1,000 years, there will only be a dozen or so space items circulating in the world. Of course, this is only wishful thinking. It can't be taken seriously, but it also shows how rare space items are. Now that Ito has one, how can Eriko not be shocked? Achung, don't show anyone that you have a space item in the future, and don't tell anyone. Otherwise, you will really become the target of the whole world. Everyone will want to beat you up. Eriko said with a serious expression. "I know, mother." Sei Ito also replied with a serious expression. After a while, Suzu Ito and Yi each carried a large suitcase out of the back room. Seeing this, Sei Ito quickly took the two suitcases from Suzu Ito and Yi and put them into the Rubik's Cube world. Suzu Ito pointed at Sei Ito's empty hands in shock, unable to speak. Yi suddenly smiled and pulled Suzu Ito to the side. When Eriko saw this, she immediately knew that Yi already knew that Sei Ito has a space item. Then she thought with some jealousy, he forgot about his mother when he has a wife. He didn't even tell his mother about such an important thing, but his girlfriend knew about it first. However, when she thought of Yi's usual obedient, virtuous, and capable appearance, Eriko's mood immediately improved. Aling, Yi, take the weapons and let's go. Eriko, who had adjusted her mood, said, Yes, Mom, and Suzu Ito and Yi responded in unison, and immediately took out their respective weapons from the corner, followed Eriko and Sei Ito out of Hanyama Shrine, and rushed towards the Tokyo Barrier Circle. As for their next residence, they chose the rented house near Tokyo University. At this time, near the Tokyo Barrier, a large number of demons began to appear, like yellow worms passing through, advancing towards the Tokyo Barrier Circle. Sei Ito and the other three, who were also rushing towards the Tokyo Barrier Circle, naturally encountered scattered demons blocking their way, but the number of demons was not enough to fill the gaps between Sei Ito and the other three's teeth. They killed all the demons blocking their way and continued to rush towards the Tokyo Barrier Circle. In this way, after killing several waves of cannon fodder demons blocking their way, Sei Ito and the other three finally passed through a transparent barrier, ran into the Tokyo Barrier Circle, and then continued to rush towards the residence near Tokyo University. Along the way, there was no pedestrian on the street, and the shops that were supposed to be open were also dark, and the doors were locked. Obviously, Tokyo had received the news from Kyoto about the resurrection of Kyubi and that she was leading a group of demons to Tokyo, so they gathered all the people there, and then prepared to rely on that place for the final resistance against the demons. Stop, who are you? Just when Sei Ito and the other three were about to enter the area where Tokyo University was located, 5 or 6 men and women wearing black uniforms with the emblem of the Ministry of Environment printed on the left chest, holding weapons, surrounded Sei Ito and the other three and asked loudly, "We are the Ito family of the Tokyo X district. This is our family's mark." Eriko took a step forward, took out a palm-sized bamboo wooden plate engraved with a pattern from her witch costume, raised it, and answered, "Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 317. We need to confirm it. // // / Among the several members of the Environment Ministry, a man with a rough face and a shaved head stepped forward and shouted to Eriko. "Okay." Eriko nodded slightly and threw the bamboo card with the family emblem in her hand to the other party. The latter carefully blocked it with the weapon in his hand. After finding that there was no change, he reached out and took the bamboo card that fell to the ground and checked it in front of his eyes. The bald man turned the weapon upside down in his hand, then pinched the bamboo card with the thumb and index finger of his right hand holding the weapon. Then, his left hand reached into his trouser pocket and took out a special mobile phone. He scanned the bamboo card like a scanner. Soon, a piece of information was displayed on the big screen of the mobile phone. It detailed the registration information of the Ito family in the Environment Ministry. Not bad. After the bald man confirmed, he put the mobile phone back into his trouser pocket, took the bamboo card with his left hand and threw it back to Eriko, then nodded and said. The bamboo card was immediately caught by Eriko in her hand. The collision of the bamboo card and the palm made a clear sound. Eriko said as she put away the bamboo card, "If there's nothing else, we will leave first." Wait. Just as Eriko was about to leave with Sei Ito and the other two, the bald man immediately stopped her. "What?" Eriko looked at the bald man with a puzzled face and asked, At the same time, she, Sei Ito, Suzu Ito, and Yi all immediately tightened their bodies and became cautious. Looking at your situation, you also know the situation in Kyoto and are preparing to come to Tokyo Enchantment Circle to take refuge. The bald man looked at Eriko with a smile. Yes. Eriko frowned and nodded. Then you don't have to walk the rest of the way, the bald man said straightforwardly. He then looked at Eriko and the other three. After waiting for a while, he still saw that Eriko and the other three did not have any intention to ask. The bald man frowned slightly and said again, all the citizens in the Tokyo barrier have been transferred. Now, except for the central area, Tokyo City is an empty city. If you want to hide in the Tokyo barrier and survive, it's best to go to the central area. Only then will you have a chance to survive the invasion of the fiendish demon army. I understand. Eriko was silent for a moment before she nodded and said in a deep voice, take this. The bald man saw that Eriko had agreed. He took out a special button with the emblem of the Ministry of Environment from his trouser pocket and threw it to Eriko, explaining, when you reach the central area, give it to the other members of the Ministry of Environment who are patrolling. They will take you to the resistance team to register. Thank you. Eriko reached out and took the round button. She glanced at it and nodded. You can go. The bald man waved to Eriko and the other three and said, let's go. Eriko said to Sei Ito, Suzu Ito, and Yi beside her. She carefully retreated a distance and then rushed to the central area with them. Continue the inspection. After Eriko and the other three disappeared, the bald man turned to the other members of the Ministry of Environment and said loudly, yes. The team members immediately responded and hid in the darkness again. On the other side, Eriko, Sei Ito, Suzu Ito, and Yi rushed to the central area. Just as they stepped into the central area, several members of the Ministry of Environment wearing a black uniform appeared in front of them and blocked their way. Stop! One of the members of the Ministry of Environment walked in front of the others. He shouted to Eriko and the other three. State your identity. We are the guardian family of Tokyo X District, Ito family. This is the family certificate, and this is the certificate given by the patrol team member we met before. Eriko replied loudly. At the same time, she reached into her arms and took out the bamboo card with the family emblem and a round button with the emblem of the Ministry of Environment. She threw them to the other party. The latter immediately waved at the two items that were thrown to him, and a whirlwind suddenly appeared, catching the two items and sending them to his hand. After confirming the authenticity of the certificate, he threw the bamboo card to Eriko, but put away the round button. At this time, the man turned his head slightly. He said to someone behind him, Xiaowan, take them to the back. Yes. Among the crowd behind him, a girl who looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, about 6 meters tall, and had short hair, stood up and responded to the order. Then she walked out of the crowd and said to Eriko and the other three, follow me. Eriko nodded and followed the girl named Xiaowan with Ito, Sei, and the other two. She then ran toward the so-called back. Along the way, they encountered several patrol teams, but because of Xiaowan's presence, they smoothly arrived at a park. From one of the passageways, they passed through a dozen or so military tents scattered around the park. They passed through crowds of people gathered together and finally stopped by a lake. At this time, Xiaowan, who was in charge of leading the way, walked to a desk that seemed to be used by students. She stopped in front of a short-haired woman who had her long hair tied into a bun and was wearing black-rimmed glasses. She was immersed in her work with the assistance of a short-haired woman. Leader Shinozaki, I brought people again. Xiaowan leaned forward slightly, her hands on the desk, and said to the woman who was working with a brisk tone, is that so? Rika, register them and put them in group 19. The leader named Shinozaki ordered without raising her head. Yes, leader. Beside her, the young woman with her hair tied up in a bun and black-rimmed glasses immediately responded. Then she walked past the desk and walked to Eriko and the other three with Xiaowan. She put the black leather information board in her arms and took out a ballpoint pen from her chest pocket. She looked up at Eriko and the other three and said expressionlessly, "Tell me your names, classes, levels, specialties, and combat experience." Eriko Ito, Magic Swordsman, level C+, no specialties, combat experience. Eriko said the fake information she recorded in the Ministry of Environment's files. Suzu Ito, Magic Swordsman, level C-, no specialties, combat experience. Suzu Ito continued. Sei Ito, Inyang Master, level D-, no specialties, combat experience. Sei Ito continued. Yi, Martial Artist, level Unknown, no specialties, combat experience. Yi mimicked Sei Ito and said, "Martial Artist?" Rika, who was recording, looked at Yi in surprise. However, she did not say anything and just nodded and recorded the information. Then she turned to Xiao 1 and said, "The leader of Group 19 is Kitagawa Kazushi. You know him. Bring them there." Okay. Xiao 1 nodded and then led Eriko and the other three to bid farewell to Rika. They walked toward one of the military tents. Kitagawa. When they arrived at Group 19's tent, Xiao called out to a figure who was stretching his waist with his back facing the door. "Oh, it's Nakabayashi. Aren't you patrolling with Hida and the others? How come you have time to come here?" Hearing the call, the figure who was stretching his waist immediately stopped and turned to look at the direction of the voice. He then greeted with a smile. "I have no choice. I met a few drifters while patrolling. Captain Hida asked me to bring them here to register." Xiao 1, whose full name was Nakabayashi 1, explained, "Shinozaki had already assigned them to your group." "Really? That's great. Finally, I'm not a lone commander anymore." Kitagawa, who had already turned around and was walking towards Sei Ito and the others, laughed when he heard Nakabayashi 1's words. Sei Ito looked up and sized up Kitagawa Kazushi, who was walking toward him. This person was about 1.7 meters tall and had a well-proportioned body. He had a square face with a pair of phoenix eyes, a straight nose, thin lips, thin eyebrows, and short black hair. With his well-proportioned body, he looked like a young man. "Hello, I'm Kitagawa Kazushi, your temporary leader. Nice to meet you." Kitagawa Kazushi's gaze slowly swept over Eriko and the other three, then he bowed and said, "Hello, Captain Kitagawa. I'm Eriko Ito. Nice to meet you." As the only senior among the four, Eriko was the one who spoke. She then pointed to Sei Ito and the others and introduced them. "Let me introduce you, Captain Kitagawa. This is my daughter, Suzu Ito. I'm Ito Rin. Please advise me." Ito Rin held the long sword horizontally on her lower abdomen and leaned forward slightly to salute. After Suzu Ito returned the greeting, Eriko introduced Sei Ito and Yi to Kitagawa Kazushi. The latter two also bowed slightly to Kitagawa Kazushi like Suzu Ito and said, "Nice to meet you. Looks like we're in luck." For capable people came at once. Kitagawa Kazushi smiled after Eriko and the others were introduced. "I've handed them over to you. I should return to the team. Kitagawa, I'll take my leave first." After Kitagawa Kazushi introduced himself to Eriko and the others, Linwin Nakajima said, "Okay." Kitagawa nodded and watched Linwin Nakajima leave the tent. He then chatted with Eriko for a while before letting Eriko and the others go to the side to rest. A moment later, other than a middle-aged man named Iwamoto, who joined Group 19, no other members came. Apparently, almost all the loose players and family members in Tokyo had been gathered here, and the members of Group 19 were the last batch. Just when the members of Group 19 were resting, a sharp whistle sounded. "Let's go out." After hearing the whistle, Kitagawa Kazushi's face changed. He immediately stood up from his seat and said to Sei Ito and the other members of Group 19. Then he quickly walked out of the tent and rushed to the lake. Chapter 3:18. When Sei Ito and the other members of Group 19 arrived at the lakeside, the place was already filled with people. Dozens of men and women, old and young, dressed differently according to the situation of their respective teams, lined up behind their captains. Seeing this, Sei Ito and the other four naturally walked to the edge of the line and stood behind Kitagawa Kazushi. Not long after they took their positions, an old man who was about 5 meters tall had his hands behind his back. His body was thin, a little stooped, and his face was full of wrinkles. He had sparse white curly hair to the point where one could see his scalp. He walked to the front of all the teams and stood on the platform that was built in advance, surrounded by a dozen men and women in black uniforms with solemn expressions. That seemingly small, somewhat frail body stood on the high platform for a moment. His body straightened and suddenly released a heavy and majestic aura, oppressing everyone present. Sei Ito, who was caught off guard, instinctively felt his heart sink under the oppressive aura of the old man, and then the power in his body spontaneously revolved, resisting the oppressive aura outside his body. Beside him, Eriko, Suzu Ito, and he each used their own means to resist the oppressive aura outside their body. That middle-aged man called Iwamoto Jia, whose complexion was somewhat pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat, clenching his teeth and persisting. Fortunately, the old man on the high platform was prepared to intimidate these scattered people and family members who came to take refuge, and didn't have any intention to do anything. So the aura only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before it was withdrawn by the old man on the high platform. Then the old man on the high platform bent his body again, like an ordinary old man, looked at the people present, and said indifferently, "I'm the current head of the Ministry of Environment, Tsuchimikado Eugene. I don't care why you came to Tokyo Barrier Circle, but since you have temporarily joined our Ministry of Environment, then you have to listen to my orders. If anyone disobeys orders, kill without mercy." Yes, Tsuchimikado Darren. Everyone was first intimidated by Tsuchimikado Eugene's aura. Then, he was influenced by Tu Yumike's identity. He naturally wouldn't take Tu Yumike's words to heart. He hurriedly bowed respectfully and replied, "Very good." Tu Yumike's faintly nodded and said, "Execute according to the established plan." Yes. Behind Tsutomu Yuzun, a burly man with a solemn expression replied respectfully. Soon after, Tu Yuzun walked down from the high platform and walked towards the tent at the side. Finally, he disappeared into the tent. "Let's go." The burly man took a step forward and shouted to the crowd. Yes. The 19 captains immediately responded in a loud voice. Then, each of them called for their own team members and scattered in all directions. "Let's go," Kitagawa Kazushi said to the remaining 5 members behind him. "What is our mission?" Following behind Kitagawa Kazushi, Eriko asked. "Our mission is very simple. We're going to XX Village to defend against the demon beasts attacking from there with Group 7, Kitagawa Kazushi explained as he led the group toward the northeast. "Then what's up with that team?" At this time, Sei Ito's gaze looked at the remaining team of 20 or so people and asked, "Oh, that's a mobile unit. They're in charge of supporting the various areas." Kitagawa Kazushi followed Sei Ito's gaze and explained, "That's not right. Why are the frontline defense teams made up of people like us? What about the members of your environment department?" Iwamoto, who had recovered, frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Hearing Iwamoto's question, Kitagawa Kazushi, who was originally smiling, frowned and stopped smiling. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Iwamoto's face with a sharp gaze and said indifferently, "You don't need to question the arrangements of the headquarters. If you're not happy with this, you can leave the team and find a way to survive." Iwamoto, who was a little uncomfortable under Kitagawa Kazushi's sharp gaze, quickly changed his expression. But in the end, he didn't have the courage to leave the team and find a way to survive. He didn't say anything for a long time and lowered his head with a face full of resentment. He silently followed behind Kitagawa Kazushi. However, perhaps he was afraid that Eriko and the others would have other thoughts and affect the team's strength. Kitagawa Kazushi explained the arrangements of the Environment Department. The other members of the Environment Department also have their own missions, but their missions are more secretive. They won't be coming with us. The rest of the way was silent. In the silence, The group quickly arrived at the defensive zone. The moment they arrived, another team of 8 ran over from another street and joined them. "Yo, Ching-shan." Kitagawa Kazushi greeted a young man in the team. Kitagawa. The young man called Ching-shan raised his hand and greeted him. He then glanced at Sei Ito and the others behind Kitagawa Kazushi and said, "Looks like you guys are the 19th team." "Yes." Kitagawa Kazushi nodded and asked in return, "What's your plan?" "I don't have any plans." "What about you?" Ching-shan looked at the 7 men and women behind him and shook his head. "Since you don't have any plans, why don't we just combine our 2 teams? After all, we're facing an army of magical creatures this time. It's safer to have more people," Kitagawa Kazushi said. "Sound good." Ching-shan lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The 2 teams combined. Together with the captains, Ching-shan and Kitagawa Kazushi, they formed a 14-man team. "Who's a Yin-yang master?" Kitagawa asked everyone after the teams had combined. Me too, me too." The 4 men, including Sei Ito, gestured with their hands. "Good. The 4 of you, set up a defensive barrier here as a base," Kitagawa Kazushi said as he pointed at the surroundings. "Okay." Sei Ito and the others agreed. Then they walked out of the team and gathered together to discuss. After reaching a consensus, they began to set up the barrier according to the results of their discussion. "Who among you can attack from afar?" Kitagawa Kazushi asked the remaining 8. "I can." Me too." 2 men and 1 woman walked up to them and said. Kitagawa Kazushi turned to look at Ching-shan. Ching-shan nodded knowingly, then stepped forward and said to the others, "When the battle starts, you guys will follow me and be in charge of long-range attacks." "Yes." The 3 of them replied loudly. "Among the 5 of you, is there anyone who can't fight in close range?" Kitagawa Kazushi asked Eriko, Suzu Ito, Yi, Iwamoto Jia, and another man. "My ability isn't suitable for close-range combat." Iwamoto Jia raised his hand and said, "Oh." Kitagawa Kazushi's eyes flashed and he asked, "What is your ability?" "My ability is more inclined towards curses," Iwamoto Jia explained. At the same time, he turned his head to look around and found a telephone pole not far away. He reached out and shouted. A gray mist quickly rushed out of Iwamoto Jia's hand and pounced on the electric pole. Cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the originally sturdy electric pole. There was no need for anyone to knock it. It naturally fell off the pole and onto the ground. It shattered into a pile of stone powder. Not a bad ability. Kitagawa Kazushi nodded and said, "When the battle starts, you'll be in charge of cursing the magical beasts." "Okay," Iwamoto Jia agreed. "Then you guys will be in charge of close-range combat with me," Kitagawa Kazushi said to Eriko and the others. "Okay." Eriko and the others nodded in agreement. Squad 7, Squad 19. A group of magical beasts has appeared 300 meters away from you. There are more than 500 of them. There are no C-grade magical beasts. Make sure to block them. At this moment, Ching-shan and Kitagawa Kazushi's earphones suddenly rang with a young female voice. "Everyone, be on guard." Hearing the report, Kitagawa Kazushi and Ching-shan shouted at the same time. "How's the barrier going?" Kitagawa Kazushi turned to Sei Ito and the other Onmyoges and asked. "It'll be done soon." One of the Onmyoges replied. "Good. You guys continue." Kitagawa Kazushi shouted. He then turned to Ching-shan and said, "Looks like we'll need to buy them some time." "MHM." Ching-shan nodded. The magical beasts moved very quickly. The distance of 300 meters was covered in less than 2 minutes. They appeared in front of Kitagawa Kazushi and the others. After exchanging glances with Ching-shan, Kitagawa Kazushi turned to Eriko and the others and yelled, "Let's go." After saying that, he pulled out a slender cylinder with a diameter of 4 centimeters from his waist and swung it to the side. Immediately, 4 to 5 smaller cylinders popped out from the cylinder in Kitagawa Kazushi's hand and turned into a short stick that looked like a pointer. Kitagawa Kazushi then turned his wrist. A flash of electricity immediately flowed along the pockmark like short stick. Kitagawa Kazushi immediately charged at the group of magical beasts with a short stick in hand. "Let's follow them," Eriko said to Suzu Ito and Yi beside her. Then, she swung the battle sword in her hand and charged forward with Suzu Ito and Yi. Behind them, the remaining male team member clenched his fists in front of him and quickly ran forward. Soon after, Kitagawa Kazushi, Eriko, Suzu Ito, Yi, and the male team member blocked the path like an iron wall. They began to kill the hundreds of magical beasts that were charging at them. Every magical beast that reached the 5 of them. If they weren't struck in the head by Kitagawa Kazushi's lightning whip, their arms would be broken and they would be electrocuted to death. If they weren't killed by Eriko, Suzu Ito, and Yi's swords, then they would be beaten to a pulp by the last male boxer. Behind the 5 of them, Qing Shan and the others weren't idle either. They were also blocking the magical beasts. Ice arrows, fireballs, sand, and torrents flew past Kitagawa Kazushi and the others and bombarded the magical beast bodies, killing them. The one who shot the ice arrows was Qing Shan. The one who shot the fireballs was a white-collar man in a suit. The one who shot the sand was a middle-aged man who looked like a homeless person, and the one who shot the torrents was the only female among the 4. On the other hand, Iwamoto's eyes flashed. He took a few steps forward and arrived behind Kitagawa Kazushi and the others. He released his curse at the magical beasts not far away. Following the sudden appearance of a large cloud of gray dust, the magical beasts that were enveloped in it immediately became weak. Their limbs became weak and their movements became sluggish. They were effortlessly killed by Kitagawa Kazushi and the others. After they killed over 100 magical beasts, Sei Ito and the other Onmyoges who set up the barrier finally completed their task. One of them, a very fashionable young man with a flowery cloth wrapped around his head, shouted to Kitagawa Kazushi and the others, "The barrier is set up." "Good." Kitagawa Kazushi immediately shouted, "Everyone, retreat into the barrier." After receiving Kitagawa Kazushi's order, Qing Shan immediately ran into the barrier with the 2 men and 1 woman beside him. Then he increased the intensity of his attacks to help Kitagawa Kazushi and the others retreat. With the help of Qing Shan and the other 3, Kitagawa Kazushi soon led Eriko and the others back into the barrier. As for Iwamoto, he had already retreated after Qing Shan and the others entered the barrier. After everyone entered the barrier, Sei Ito and the other 3 Onmyoges simultaneously formed hand seals and shouted to the void, "Form!" In an instant, a semicircular transparent shield emitting a faint yellow light appeared above everyone's head, blocking the fiendish demons that followed behind them. Then, the 3 Onmyoges, including Sei Ito, immediately let go of their hands and stopped supporting the barrier. The Onmyoges who had been forming hand seals all this time maintained the barrier. This was what the 4 of them had discussed beforehand. Everyone would take turns maintaining the barrier to prolong its existence. With the barrier's protection, everyone let loose and began slaughtering the magical beasts. In just a short while, the magical beasts were once again pushed back from the barrier. Kitagawa Kazushi and the other 4 immediately stepped out of the barrier and formed an iron wall to block the magical beast attacks. At the same time, they reduced the energy consumption of the Onmyoges maintaining the barrier. Squad 7, Squad 19. There's another wave of 300 magical beasts approaching your position. There's a magical beast with rank C among them. Be careful to resist. Just as everyone had killed until there were only 200 magical beasts left, Kitagawa Kazushi and Qing Shan received another report from the rear. "Shit, there's already a rank C in the second wave. Will the third wave be a rank C plus or B dash?" Kitagawa Kazushi cursed inwardly. After all, Kitagawa Kazushi was only a rank C plus. He wasn't even at the peak. If a rank B really came, then they might as well just wait for death. However, regardless of what Kitagawa Kazushi was thinking, the second wave of magical beasts still arrived as scheduled. Several hundred magical beasts, wrapped in magical beasts, made of magical beasts charged toward the remaining 200 magical beasts in the blink of an eye. The magical beasts, which had already taken the form of magical beasts, immediately expanded and devoured the magical beasts. Then they condensed into a ball of magical beasts in front of their mouths and spat it at Kitagawa Kazushi and the other four. Not good. Quickly retreat into the barrier. Kitagawa Kazushi's expression changed drastically. Then he retreated back into the barrier with Eriko and the others. Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 319. The instant they retreated into the barrier, the ball of Yaoqi immediately passed through the place where the five of them were originally standing and bombarded the barrier. Boom! A violent explosion was transmitted from the surface of the barrier. The shockwave from the collision of energy immediately caused the barrier to shake violently. The yin-yang master, who did not expect the magical beast to use such a powerful move as soon as they arrived, was immediately injured by the shockwave transmitted back from the barrier. His face immediately became pale, and his face was covered in sweat as he tottered. At this moment, Sei Ito and the other two immediately formed a seal with their hands and reinforced the barrier. Wah! After Sei Ito and the other two took over the maintenance of the barrier, the yin-yang master could no longer endure the surging blood in his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sei Ito and Eriko, who were in the air, glanced at each other. They knew that the attack of the magical beast was related to the monster that once fought against the Azure Dragon Shikigami in Kyoto. Iwamoto Jia, release your curse to reduce the strength of those magical beasts. Qing Shan and the others, think of a way to disperse this new wave of magical beasts. The close combat team, and I will be responsible for attracting their attention. Kitagawa Kazushi quickly said to everyone. Okay. Qing Shan immediately replied. I understand. Iwamoto Jia nodded. Good, let's go. Kitagawa Kazushi swung his lightning baton and said to Eriko and the others behind him. After saying that, he brought Eriko, Suzu Ito, Yi, and a male boxer out of the barrier again. Disperse. After running out of the barrier, Kitagawa Kazushi smashed the head of the magical beast in front of him with a blow, then turned around and rushed to the left. At the same time, he said to the four people behind him, Okay. Eriko and the others replied in unison. They also killed the magical beasts in front of them, and each chose a direction to move in. As a result, the huge beast that was originally preparing to absorb the surrounding magical beast chi to attack had to stop gathering chi. It dispersed into a dark cloud of magical beasts and reinforced the bodies of all the magical beasts present. In an instant, the aura of the D-rank cannon fodder demons immediately changed. They had become D+ level magical beasts, and there were even a few magical beasts that broke through the limit of D+ level and became C level magical beasts. They excitedly surrounded Eriko and the others. Hideo, Oya, Kyoko Osaki. The two of you try to combine your abilities and send them to the demon's feet. Suda Shin, come with me and help Kitagawa and the others kill the magical beasts. Qing Shan said to the three people beside him as soon as Kitagawa Kazushi and the others ran out of the barrier. Yes. The three of them responded in unison, and then Hideo Ohaya and Kyoko Osaki, who were dressed as vagrants, gathered together. While sending sand and torrents to the demon's feet, they tried to combine their abilities. Meanwhile, Qing Shan and Suda Shin took a step forward to the edge of the barrier and began shooting at the magical beasts outside. At this moment, Iwamoto, who no one was paying attention to, was silently releasing his curse on the magical beasts. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the range of his curse would more or less touch Kitagawa Kazushi's range of activity. However, he was too secretive and no one noticed his little movements. Squad 7, Squad 19, another wave of magical beasts is approaching. There are 200 of them, and there are magical beasts at C+ level. Be careful to resist. Before Kitagawa Kazushi and the others could clear out the several hundred magical beasts in front of them, a female voice rang out. The female communicator's voice once again rang out in his earpiece, informing him and Shan about another wave of magical beasts approaching. Fusike, hearing the report, Kitagawa Kazushi and Shan's expression changed at the same time, and they cursed loudly. Kitagawa, the situation is bad. Let's retreat to the second line of defense. Shan shouted to Kitagawa Kazushi while shooting ice arrows at the magical beasts. How long do we last? Kitagawa Kazushi asked without turning his head as he electrocuted the magical beasts in front of him with his lightning whip. What he did not notice was that behind him, an undetectable gray cloud of dust was moving toward him. 7 minutes. Shan lowered his head to look at the watch on his wrist and replied loudly. All right, let's retreat, Kitagawa Kazushi shouted. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. The gray cloud of dust suddenly pounced on his back, and a strange feeling spread from his back to his heart. However, the feeling quickly disappeared, and Kitagawa Kazushi thought it was just an illusion and did not take it to heart. He immediately killed the magical beasts in front of him with his lightning whip and gradually regrouped with Eriko and the others and retreated into the barrier. Hideo, Oya, Kyoko Osaki, how are you two doing? Shan saw Kitagawa Kazushi and the others returning into the barrier and immediately turned to the two who were researching the combination of their abilities. We barely managed to piece them together. They're not of much use for now, Hideo Oya, who was dressed like a vagrant, replied. Forget it. Let's attack the magical beast's feet first to delay their movements. Then we'll retreat to the second line of defense, Shan said. Okay, Hideo Oya and Kyoko Osaki nodded and activated the sand and torrent at the same time. Two kinds of energy, one earth and one water, immediately rushed out of the enchantment and shot into the ground under the demon's feet. Immediately, the originally flat concrete road immediately turned into a large piece of sand. Under the effect of the torrent, it turned into a piece of muddy quicksand, sticking to the demon's footsteps. Let's go. Shan quickly ran to the injured Onmyoji and carried him on his shoulder. Then, together with Kitagawa Kazushi, they retreated to the second line of defense. Just as they left, a loud noise came from behind them. The barrier that was originally standing in place immediately exploded into a pile of irregular fragments and disappeared in the wind. Hideo Oya, Kyoko Osaki attacked the ground again. Shan looked back at the shattered barrier and said to the two in the team, Okay. The two nodded, and while running, they released the sand and torrent abilities behind them, turning the concrete road into a muddy swamp. With the swamp as a distraction, the pressure on the team was finally reduced, and they focused on rushing to the second line of defense. Soon, under the lead of Shan and Kitagawa Kazushi, the team arrived in front of a shining golden barrier. Shan took out a paper talisman from his chest and shook it. The paper talisman instantly turned into fragments and floated into the barrier. The next moment, a door large enough for one person to pass through appeared on the surface of the barrier. Let's go in, Shan said, and took the lead in carrying the injured Onmyoji. With Shan's demonstration, the others did not stop and passed through the barrier one after another. When the last team member passed through the barrier, the door on the surface of the barrier suddenly closed, as if it had never appeared, and returned to its original appearance. Why are you back so soon? Seeing Shan and the others enter the barrier, a young man wearing the uniform of the Ministry of Environment asked with a frown. There's nothing we can do. The magical beast came too quickly. We haven't even finished clearing the first two waves, and the third wave has already arrived. If we don't retreat now, I reckon we'll die there, Kitagawa Kazushi said helplessly. Is that so? Then you should go back and rest. The young man swept his gaze over the team and said with a nod. Okay, Kitagawa Kazushi replied, and led the team to the back. On the way to the back, Ito discovered that the so-called second line of defense was not ordinary. In addition to the barrier that he saw at the beginning, there were also anti-spiritual weapons that he had seen before. Among them, there were light anti-spiritual machine guns that he had seen before, and there were also some things that he had never seen before. A large number of men dressed as members of the Eighth Room were carefully cleaning the guns in their hands. Next to the members of the Eighth Room, several members of the other rooms were either leaning against the wall with their arms crossed, resting with their eyes closed, or playing with the fragments in their hands. They didn't seem to be nervous about the upcoming battle at all. Since there is a second line of defense, there should be a third and fourth line of defense. I don't know what's arranged in the back of the line of defense. Ito looked around and thought to himself, okay, that's it. Everyone take a good rest. Maybe we'll be needed later. After everyone arrived at an open space, Kitagawa Kazushi stood still, turned around, and said to everyone, "Huh." Hearing Kitagawa Kazushi's words, the male boxer immediately let out a long sigh, sat on the ground without caring about his image, and said, "We've escaped for the time being. It's just a tribulation. I don't know what will happen next." Suda Shin, who was dressed like a white-collar worker, walked to the fence on the side, turned around, and sat on it, and said aloud, "It's just a tribulation. Why think so much?" Oya Hideo, who was dressed like a vagrant, didn't care about the cleanliness of the ground. He directly laid on the ground, supported his head with one hand, and said with his eyes closed. He looked like he didn't care about life and death. Cough, cough, cough. The Onmyoji, who had just been put on the ground by Ching Shan, immediately coughed violently, and his pale face was worrying. "How are you?" Kyoko Osaki, who was a woman, walked to his side and asked with concern. "I'm okay, I won't die." The Onmyoji smiled self-deprecatingly. As for the rest of the people, such as Iwamoto, the two Onmyoji, Ching Shan, Kitagawa Kazushi, Eriko, Ito, Suzu Ito, Yi, and others, none of them were interested in chatting, and each found a place to rest. Compared to the others who found a corner to rest, Ito and the others found a large open space and sat together. Time slowly passed by while everyone was resting quietly. At this moment, the sound of intense gunfire suddenly came from a place not far away, awakening the few people who were resting. Everyone immediately stood up from the ground and adjusted their state of mind without saying anything else. "Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 320. You guys follow me. At this time, a young man in the uniform of the Ministry of Environment walked over and said to everyone. Then, without waiting for others to answer, he turned around and walked in the direction of the voice. After everyone looked at each other, the two captains, Kitagawa Kazushi and Aoyama, led them to the battlefield not far away. The journey was not far. It was only a matter of a few steps, so everyone quickly arrived at the battlefield. In front of the barrier that had once blocked everyone from entering, the entire street was now densely packed with fiendish demons. They seemed to be scattered in front of the barrier. Some were attacking from afar, some were attacking from close range. They were using their own methods to attack the barrier. On the other side of the barrier, which was the line of defense of the Ministry of Environment, more than 20 members of Room 8 were neatly divided into 3 teams. Of the 2 teams, one team half-knelt in front of everyone, and the other team stood behind the team, holding light machine guns loaded with special bullets with both hands, shooting freely at the demons in front of the barrier. Several people in the other team directly scattered to the 2 sides of the previous 2 teams, looking for shooting points to shoot at the demons. Da-da-da-da. As the muzzle of the machine guns in the hands of the members of Room 8 splashed with sparks, a sound like the engine of a tractor continued to sound. A large number of shells with yellow light ejected from the guns, after a small parabola, fell to the ground, making a ding sound. "You guys come here." Just when everyone was stunned by the scene that resembled a war scene, the young man who greeted everyone before said, "Let's go," Kitagawa Kazushi said. Then everyone came to the young man's side. "Take 2 each. When I say throw them, throw them." The young man kicked the large box filled with grenades next to his feet. The black box that also looked like a grenade said, "What is this?" Suda Shin stepped forward and took out a black object and asked in confusion, "Special purpose tactical grenade." Hearing Suda Shin's question, the young man explained lightly. Then Suda Shin, who got the answer, didn't say anything. He casually took 2 grenades from the box and retreated to the side. Then the others followed suit and took out 2 grenades from the box one after the other. After everyone was done, the young man bent over and took out a grenade from the box and lightly tossed it in his hand. "Do you see the red ring on the grenade? Once I say throw, it'll be over. Immediately pull the tab open and throw it at those demons. Do you understand?" The young man said again, "Understood." Other than Sei Ito, Kitagawa Kazushi, Aoyama, and Iwamoto Jia, the rest of the men said excitedly. At this moment, the young man turned his head and looked at the demons who were still destroying the enchantment. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "Throw!" As he spoke, his empty left hand immediately pulled the ring on the grenade. He turned around and threw it at the demon. After him, the others who received the order also pulled the pin without hesitation and threw the grenades in their hands at the magical beasts. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, several explosions were heard from the group of magical beasts. A white mist suddenly emerged from the group of demons and quickly spread to a certain range. All the demons who were covered by the white mist immediately had a layer of white frost appear on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they were frozen, and then in the next moment, they shattered into countless ice cubes with impurities and scattered on the ground. "Wow, that's great." The man with a flower-colored headscarf, the young Onmyoji who was dressed fashionably praised. "Continue." The young man shouted at the people who were sighing. "Yes." Everyone quickly responded, turned around and took the grenades, and then threw them at the group of demons under the young man's order, freezing the demons one by one. After 5 consecutive times, there were less than 10 demons left in the field. But all of them were above C class, and this kind of trick could not play much of a role. Only the masters were responsible for cleaning them up. The members of the Environment Department here were obviously aware of this, so after seeing the 10 demons, the gunfire that had not stopped for the first time. Then, several combatants from the other departments that Sei Ito had seen came out of their leisurely state. With a serious face, they walked out of the enchantment and faced the demons. Immediately, an evenly matched battle unfolded outside the enchantment. Needless to say, the demons were all full of demon aura, and various changes of attacks continued. The Environment Department was a little different. The several people who went out to fight each other had different methods, but none of them were the same. But like the demons, various changes of attacks were at their fingertips. The two sides went back and forth with sound and light effects. It was like watching a movie with special effects. A moment later, after paying the price of one member's death, 2 members were seriously injured and disabled, and several others were injured. They successfully killed the 10 demons. At this time, the members of the Environment Department who had returned to the barrier each took out a talisman paper and activated it. A green energy light appeared on the bodies of the injured members of the Environment Department, healing their injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye and stopping their bleeding to save their lives. This healing method was clearly the rejuvenation talisman made by Sei Ito. Seeing this, Sei Ito, Eriko, Tong Ling, and Yi looked at each other, all of them expressionlessly and silently watching. At this time, they did not want to be discovered by the members of the Environment Department because of a little abnormality. Then, they would recall their origins and bring about other troubles. Soon, the green energy on the members of the Environment Department disappeared completely. Then, no matter if they were seriously injured or not, they all looked at the rejuvenation talisman that had turned into a pile of powder with pity, closed their eyes, and rested. It seems like each of them only had one talisman. If that's the case, then it's reasonable. Sei Ito and Eriko looked at each other and secretly thought, "All members, prepare your equipment and get ready for battle. At this time, the person in charge of the defensive line shouted, "Yes." The members of the 8th room immediately replied, "You guys don't need to go back. Just stay here so that when the fight starts again, we won't have to look for you guys." The young man in charge of the grenades casually put the lid on the box, sat down, and raised his head to say Ito and the other 14 people. "Okay." Kitagawa Kazushi nodded and agreed. Then everyone found a place to sit down and rest. About 5 minutes later, a loud sound suddenly came from not far behind them. When everyone looked in the direction of the sound, they saw a huge wave of demonic chi soaring into the sky. At the same time, the QB, Tamamo no Mei, who was wearing a black kimono with pink cherry blossom petals printed on it, appeared in the void. "That's the combat headquarters," several members of the environment department exclaimed. The QB actually broke through the combat headquarters. The person in charge of the defensive line also said in shock. Boom! Another loud noise came from the headquarters, and everyone's attention was pulled back. At this time, the person in charge shouted, "Everyone, listen up. As long as you can still move and run, immediately take your weapons and follow me to support the combat headquarters. Otherwise, if the QB leads the army of demons to break through the combat headquarters, we won't be able to survive." "Yes," everyone in the defensive line shouted. Then, a clamor rang out as everyone picked up their weapons and prepared for battle. "You guys, take as many as you can." The young man sitting on the grenade box immediately got up, raised his hand, and opened the lid of the box, and said to say Ito and the others. At the same time, he reached into the box and began to put the grenades on his waist. Seeing this, the others didn't hesitate and immediately swarmed forward and reached out to grab the grenades in the box. At this time, the advantage of men was reflected. At least they were not afraid of being taken advantage of. If the women went up and squeezed, maybe they would be taken advantage of. As the only man in the Ito family, the job of snatching the grenades naturally fell into the hands of Seito. At this time, he quickly ran to the box, squeezed out Onmyoji, and quickly grabbed the grenades in the box. While quietly putting the grenades in the box, he threw the grenades to Eriko and the other women behind him. As everyone scrambled for the grenades in the box were quickly emptied. At this time, almost everyone had at least 4 grenades on them. "Let's go." Seeing that everyone was almost ready, the person in charge of the defensive line shouted loudly, and then rushed to the central area with his subordinates. When the others saw this, they didn't stop and quickly followed. Their path of retreat was not the one that the 9-tailed beast had broken through, nor was it close to the one that had been broken through. Therefore, they did not encounter any demon beasts along the way. Therefore, it only took them a short time to rush back to the periphery of the park where the headquarters was located. Immediately after, countless different types of magical beasts appeared before everyone's eyes, especially those near the defensive barrier of the combat headquarters. Dozens of magical beasts with energy levels of B rank and above radiated their demonic auras without concealment. The huge pressure that gathered caused everyone who had just arrived to feel their hearts sink, and a feeling of powerlessness to resist rose within them. Inside the barrier of the headquarters, dozens of experts from the Ministry of Environment sat around the edge of a huge circular array. Their hands were forming the same hand seals. Their mouths were chanting the same incantation, transferring the power within their bodies to maintain the outer barrier. Not far behind them, on a small lake that was also covered by the barrier, 3 items with a large number of complex lines and strange incantations were aimed at the motionless QB, Tamamo Mei. A dazzling red light slowly gathered in the depths of the muzzle. "Welcome. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 321. It's the demon-killing cannons. Eriko exclaimed when she saw the 3 cannon-like objects. "What are those?" Seito, who was standing beside Eriko, looked at the 3 demon-killing cannons and asked in a low voice. "The demon-killing cannons, the ultimate weapon of the Ministry of Environment. Its full power is equivalent to the all-out strike of an S-class master. It's one of the trump cards of the Ministry of Environment to deter the whole country. Eriko explained to Ito, Suzu Ito, and Yi in a low voice. There are 3 demon-killing cannons here. If we add some other arrangements, maybe the Ministry of Environment can really repel the QB's attack. Eriko explained to the 3 of them and said in an expectant tone. Just as the Ito family was whispering in the back, a few people, except for the members of the Ministry of Environment, suddenly became noisy. One of them, Shin Suda, said in a trembling voice, "Can we really defeat the QB and his subordinates with just a few of us?" "What do you mean?" The young Onmyoji frowned and said with a face full of annoyance. "That's right. Can we beat them? With just a few of us?" Kyoko Osaki trembled and looked at the demons with a face full of fear. "By the way, we are not from the Ministry of Environment at all. This kind of thing is their job. Why we have to get involved?" Another Onmyoji said with a hollow smile. Yeah, I don't want to fight with these terrifying demons." Hideo Osaki, who was dressed like a homeless man, said with a pale face. He no longer had the attitude he had when he was at the second line of defense. "Can't you see? The people from the Ministry of Environment are using us as cannon fodder," Iwamoto suddenly said in a mocking tone. The people who were already afraid of the demon aura instantly shifted their dissatisfaction and resentment to the Ministry of Environment. "I want to withdraw from the battle. I want to leave Tokyo." The Onmyoji, who was weak because of his injuries, lowered his head and said in a firm tone, "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."